Here we go again.
I got a really good feeling about this.
General, count me in. This is the way.
It's time to celebrate, Star Wars fans. Star Wars Celebration 2025 is here, and we're ready to party.
May the Force be with you!
After 17 years, Star Wars Celebration has returned to Japan. But Star Wars' connection to Japanese culture didn't start at Celebration. It all began with George Lucas finding inspiration for the characters, look, and feel of A New Hope in samurai films, releasing the mighty Zillo Beast similar to classic monster films like Godzilla in The Clone Wars and The Bad Batch. Our favorite father and son duo of The Mandalorian was influenced by manga and films. And Lucasfilm joined forces with some of the biggest anime studios across Japan with Star Wars Visions. But we're not just here celebrating Star Wars. We're here to celebrate you, the fans. Your passion, creativity, and devotion is what makes Star Wars fans the best in the galaxy.
I love how much you put into it. It means so much to me.
Making me emotional.
Because no matter how you choose to love Star Wars, this fandom is for everyone. And this weekend, we'll be bringing the latest and greatest from a galaxy far, far away to everyone here at the Makuhari Messe Convention Center and to you watching at home all over the world.
This is so wizard, Annie.
Panels, special guests, exclusive reveals, and much, much more right here just for you.
This is where the fun begins.
皆さん、準備はいいですか？スター・ウォーズ・セレブレーションライブ2025、いよいよスタートです。
Wait a minute. Wait, where is everyone? Wow, am I dreaming? Wait, where are my pants? Wait, oh, I don't wear pants.
I'm up here, bud.
Over here, man.
No, over here.
No. Listen
Up
to the sound
a little.
of my voice. Follow my voice.
No, sort
Follow
of.
it. No.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, yeah! I'm where I belong! I'm on a do-back! Oh my goodness, welcome to day 3 of Star Wars Celebration. I'm Anthony Carboni, that is Raina Scully and Kristen Baver, and oh, we're getting real weird today because it's the final day of Star Wars Celebration Japan.
Day 3, day 3, day 3, day 3, day 3, day 3. That's right, it's the final day, and that does not mean that it's not going to be a day filled with just as much fun and excitement as the first 2 days.
That's for sure. We have so much packed in today for you guys. If you want to follow along on StarWars.com, please do so. It's a great website.
That's right. And you can follow along with all the updates on social by following Star Wars on your social platform of choice, checking out our TikTok live. I don't know if I have the thigh strength for this.
Neither.
I believe in you.
You can do it.
Do it, Anthony.
You can do it. Doesn't that do-back belong to you?
It's
Yeah.
sort of,
Isn't he
yeah, I
yours?
brought
Isn't
this
your
from
baby?
home. I did
What's
not
his
bring this from
name?
home. This do-back's name is Ralph.
Ralph. Speaking of Ralph, Cam, where are you?
Hey!
The Segway Queen.
I might meet Ralph on the floor here as well. Hey, everybody watching us across the world. It's Cam, your hot guy, here at the Celebration Live stage. I cannot believe it is day 3 here in Japan, where we have been so graciously welcomed and greeted and arms wide open by the Japanese folks here in town. Can we give them all a huge round of applause, please? You have been such wonderful hosts for us, and we love all of your participation and the turnout here in Tokyo. I'm talking to so many fans out here who are just ready to have a good time. Hi, what's your name?
Tatsuya,
Tatsuya, where are you from?
Japan.
Yeah! I love that. Hi, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Cherie.
Cherie, where are you from?
Sydney, Australia. Aussie, 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 Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. It is a global phenomenon. So not only do we have fans from around the world, we've got cosplayers from around the world. Oh, look at this, everybody. Look at this. Hi, my friend. I'm loving the cosplay. Hi, what's your name? I love your accent. It's so great. It's great. Now, we've had a great week here in Tokyo, and I know you've been waiting to see what we're going to bring up for the final day. What are you looking forward to most? Incredible. I can't agree with you more. Oh, my gosh. When you throw it all in, when you take it all in, what are some of the best words you're going to walk away? What's the experience you're walking away with? What a breath of fresh air. Oh, really is. As you can tell, we're going to have so much fun with all of you, and it includes everyone on this stage and everyone working tirelessly behind the scenes to bring this to you. Thank you to our entire crew, but I want to send it over right now to the best carver here in Japan. Give it up for our man Oki, everybody.
Hello. Hi. Hello, everyone.
We love you, Oki.
Oki.
ありがとうございます。みんな最高。ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Cookie is at a loss for words. It's such a beautiful day on the floor today.
He's overwhelmed.
He's upgrading every day. Today he has a knife and moving fast.
Oh, yeah.
That's exciting.
He's been doing a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's overworked.
He's a little overboard. I'll tell you what. Cookie is not the only one working hard for you. We're going to be working hard for you today as well. We got a lot for you on day 3.
While we make our way off these banthas, because
Wait.
it's getting kind of crazy.
Can we go to Tashi Station and pick up some power converters?
That's exactly what we're going to do.
Yes! All right.
But surreptitiously, so we got to get off the banthas soon.
Yes, okay, we're gonna get off these banthas, and then you should stay tuned, because we're gonna jump on over to the celebration stage and hear all about Star Wars Visions Volume 3.
Give it up for Visions!
Woo!
Star Wars Celebration, make some noise for your hosts, Sasha and DJ Toro!
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear us?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, welcome to the Star Wars Visions Volume 3 First Look. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah. You guys having fun? All right.
I don't hear anything. Are you having fun? That's what I want, yeah. さあということで、スター・ウォーズ・ビジョンズボリューム3ファーストルック、初出しステージということになりますね。Who's from Japan? 日本から来てる方は
日本から来てる方
Who's from Japan?
日本の方いらっしゃいますか
Any
Japanese, huh?
そして、
Okay.
Who's from abroad, from overseas?
Yeah! Worldwide!
Well, just to mention, we're gonna use lots of Japanese for this stage, so follow the words on the screen, yeah? さあ、ということで、one more time, my name is Sasha, and this is?
And my name is DJ Taro. Everybody, よろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you.
Look at this crowd and yeah, we enjoy. So, I want to ask, do you have any Visions fan in the room? Visions 好きな人? All right.
Who loves Visions?
Make some noise. Right. Lots of. Yeah,
enjoyable.
Yeah. And you waited all the weekend for this, and we are finally here, and we are thrilled to be here with the many fantastic fans, and here they get to sneak peek at Volume 3.
Exactly.
Yes. 今日はですね、もうせっかくこれだけ皆さん待っていただいたので、少しでもビジョン3を楽しんでいただこうということで、楽しいコンテンツいっぱい用意してますんで、皆さん楽しんでくださいね。
はい。
All right.
All right. The Japanese fans knows. So, それではゲストに登場していただきたいと思います。Here to discuss the critically acclaimed anthology's much anticipated return to anime. Please welcome James Vaughn, Star Wars Vision executive producer.
Yeah. Welcome.
Hi, James. Yep.
Minasan, Ohayo gozaimasu.
Yes.
Great.
Look great. Perfect.
This is a huge crowd.
It is.
This is a lot of Star Wars Visions fans. If you're in cosplay,
do you know that there's a stand over there and there are people, lots of people?
If you're in Visions cosplay, will you stand up?
Vision cosplays. ビジョンのコスプレしてる人立ち上がってください。
Yeah.
日本の皆さんでも。
That's so incredible.
I can see you.
That's so incredible.
Great.
Oh, that's so incredible to see. It's amazing.
So, since 2021, Visions has brought a fresh and artistic perspective to our Star Wars galaxy, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Through unique, visually stunning shots created by some of the world's top animation studios. Visions Volume 1 and 2 garnered widespread praise for its creativity, diversity, and animation style, and bold storytelling. And quickly becoming a global success to both Star Wars and also anime fans.
Indeed.
Yes. Yeah. And anime fans certainly embraced the Volume 1 and Volume 2, took Visions in a different direction by exploring the various animation styles, I guess. And what made you want to move beyond the anime?
Well, in general, Visions as a concept really came from a passion for the animated medium. I think we've always deeply admired the craftsmen that bring such great storytelling, through animation. And so, as we were talking about how we could celebrate that, we ended up coming up with a concept really focused on anime and really focused on celebrating Star Wars through the anime perspective, through the idea of really giving Japanese culture a spotlight within Star Wars.
Thank
you. It had such influence on Star Wars in general. But during the process, I think the thing we realized most was this was actually incredible. We were seeing things that we had never seen before, looks at Star Wars that could only come from unique cultures and animation techniques that are, germane to those cultures. And so we thought, what would this look like on a global stage? And from there, we pitched it to Kathleen Kennedy, who has always been such an amazing champion of animation and this and Visions in particular.
Right.
And the rest is history. We had a really incredible experience. We went on a globe trekking tour. We got to work with Aardman and Claymation.
Yeah.
We got to work with Punk Robot. Aardman fans? I am your mother? All right, that's great. We got to work with CG, with Punk Robot, who did CG that sort of simulated that Claymation look. And then, of course, the pride of Ireland, the beautiful hand-drawn work of Cartoon Saloon. It was truly an incredible experience. But at every celebration, I did my best to always hint that we'd one day come back to Japan. and one day do more anime. And so I'm so excited to be here today and to work with these master craftsmen again and to actually watch this incredible anime and Star Wars fan base that's unlike any other fan base in the world react to see some of their favorite studios get to tell their Star Wars story.
Wonderful. Great.
Incredible. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So you've been working with the
We
wonderful
have.
studios, right?
And let's roll a graphic so you can see the
Graphic?
studios
Really?
we've
Right.
been working
Is that okay? Whoa.
This is Visions and Vision
Visions
2.
1 and 2. Let's go to
Next one. Click.
click.
No.
I don't have the
Well,
clicker.
do we have technical difficulties?
Isn't that an incredible lineup of studios?
Yeah. And some are returning.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, along with some studios that are new to the Star Wars Visions framework, and of course our incredible partners at Cubic Pictures, who have been invaluable in Star Wars Visions Volume 1 and Volume 3, you're also seeing some returning studios.
Yeah.
But I think the thing that's really exciting is it's not just the studios that you'll see. We're continuing the stories of some of the most beloved shorts from Vision Volume 1. And so I'm happy to announce today that we're continuing the stories for The Duel,
Yeah.
The Village Bride,
Yeah.
and The Ninth Jedi.
Wow. These threes are coming back.
It's been, I love that reaction.
Wow.
That's how I felt when we decided we're going to work with them again. It's been an absolute joy to be in the saddle again with Kamikaze Dogi, Kinema Citrus, Production IG, and directors Mizuno-san, Haga-san, and Showatani-san.
Yeah.
They're all such incredible storytellers. Can we bring them out?
All right.
All right. Why not?
Okay, we'd love
Yes.
to welcome the filmmakers behind these returning stories to the stage to share more about their journey from Volume 1 to Volume 3. Please join me in welcoming Kamikaze Doga's director, Takanobu Mizuno.
Yeah.
Kinema Citrus director, Hitoshi Haga. And
Haga-san.
Production IG's director and writer, Naoyoshi Shiotani.
ようこそお越しくださいました。大きな拍手を
Please welcome once again.
Make some noise.
Wow.
How, how incredible is this to be together after we've been working together so long and to see such amazing talent together on the stage.
いや、皆さんとこの長い間働いてきて、ここで一緒にステージに上がれて、本当に素晴らしい経験だと思っていますということですけれどもね。
ありがとうございます。僕らもとても嬉しいです。
We're also really excited. Thank you.
Oh, look, it's our pleasure. Each of your stories are just incredible. Each of you have left such a lasting impact on the Star Wars galaxy, and we're honored to have continued to work with you, and we thank you for the work you've done.
はい、どれも素晴らしいものばかりでですね、素晴らしいこのスター・ウォーズの銀河に対してですね、さらにこう与えてくれるような作品ばかりで一緒にまた働けて本当に嬉しいと思っております。Right? Yeah.
I'm glad.
ありがとうございます。
I really, this is their time to shine. I really want to make sure that their stories get the time in the spotlight, and you all have the time to talk about what you've been making. So I'm going to go backstage.
Okay.
But I might be back later. I have some other potentially cool things
All right.
to show you later. So,
right.
arigato gozaimasu.
All right, talk to you later, James.
James, thank you. You sure to come back later, okay? ありがとうございます、ジェームス。また後ほどね、彼には戻っていただきたいと思います。いろいろお話をお伺いしたいので。さあ、そして。
はい。
そうですね。And from here on, we're gonna switch to Japanese. Okay. さあ、水野監督、羽賀監督にまず聞いて。
達成しました。僕も待ちました。
Waited as well. Waited as well. Yeah. Okay. さあ、ということで、あとは太郎さん。
はい、そして塩谷さんはですね、今回、神山健二監督のですね、後を受けられまして、9人目のジェダイ、ナインスジェダイの脚本監督を務められたわけなんですが、スター・ウォーズ関連のこの作品を担当されたのは初めてと伺っておりますけど、今回このスター・ウォーズに関わってみて、どんなお気持ちですか？
はい、光栄でしたし、とても刺激的な作品というか世界観で、はい、ものすごく魅了されました。
まあ、ファンの皆さんは、まあ、キャラクターについてですね、やっぱりもっと知りたい、もっと教えてほしいという気持ちだと思いますけど、Do you wanna know more about Vision 3? Right, everybody? Yeah? では、まずは水野監督からね、お願いいたします。The Duel、最後にですね、浪人が村を使い、このシスのですね、頭目を倒したと。今そのシーンがちょうどね映っておりますけど、これですね、この後浪人には一体何が待ち受けてるんでしょうか？
はい、今回は The Duel Payback というタイトルになります。
Payback。
Payback。
はい。Payback is the title, The Duel Payback。
あれからも、浪人は、そうですね、いろいろな数多くのシスを、追いかけては倒し続けています。しかし今回、グランドマスターというジェダイが立ちはだかります。
おお、グランドマスター。
この、最大の敵を倒すために、姉さんというシスと休戦を結ぶことになります。このグランドマスターは、まあ、人間といいますか機械といいますか、まあ、そんな感じのキャラクターになっています。
はい。
浪人に対して何か因縁のあるようなキャラクターです。
なるほど。そのキャラクターも奥崎隆さんのね、キャラクターデザインが本当に素晴らしくて、まあ、命を吹き込んでると思うんですけど、その新登場となる今お話ししたグランドマスター、そして姉さん、これ先行映像、これキャラクターデザインですか？
そうですね。
This is a character design。何か先行映像を見せていただくことは可能なんでしょうか？
映像。
はい、これがそうですかね。
こちらがそう。
これがそう。これを今日持ってきた。まだまだじゃあこの段階ってことなんですね。
はい。
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 これは何%ぐらいですか？今のこう仕上がりとして。
デザイン画ですね。これは。
これはもう完全デザイン画として完成してるんですね。
なんか可愛いですね。
はい。アンゼランのヤクザの親分というキャラクターになってます。
なるほど。
アンゼランはあれですね。スカイウォーカーの夜明けの、バブフリックとか、あとマンダロリアンにも登場しましたね。で、今回この、そうですね、体が小さいのでウーキーに手伝ってもらってこう移動する形になってます。
これも気になるキャラクターですね。
ですね。
はい。お、これは？
これは？What is this? ちょっと
これカマキリ。
すごいですね。
なんすかいっぱい出てくるじゃないですか。
カマキリっぽい。
カマキリっぽいですね。
はい。エピソード4のカンティーナに、エイリアンのからインスパイアを受けてカマキリの見た目のキャラクターも出ます。
うわ。
そしてこれ AT-AT っぽいけどなんか
ちょっと違いますね。
ちょっと違います。
和風な建物が乗っかってる。
ここが鳥羽になってますね。
鳥羽。すごい。ここが鳥羽になってるんですか？
上に AT-AT2 台をこう合わせて、
そういうことか。
全体が鳥羽になって。
なるほどなるほど。くっついたる。
すごいな。
すごいな。
このアイディアも面白い。これがどうやって動いて命を持つのか非常に楽しみですね。
ですね。
はい。
これはやっぱりオリジナルの AT-AT からこうインスパイアドとかいろいろ影響を受けてこういったデザインになったってことですよね。
はい。
いやこれが最後のスライドかな。
ですね。はい、すごいです。もっともっといろいろお話をお伺いしたいところなんですが、
人数が今日多いんでね。
そうですね。はい、始まったばかりなんですけど、水野監督、The Duel Payback のファーストルックでございました。ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much.
Thank you. ありがとうございます。
さあ、The Village Bride 村の花嫁、羽賀監督。
はい。
2人の村人同士の結婚、村のしきたり。
はい。
そしてマギナ、フォースですね、信仰をですね中心とした物語だったわけですけれども、その侵略者たちがですね花嫁を奪おうと村にやってきた時、元ジェダイの F が村を救うために行動を起こしたという話で、ファンの皆さんに向けてストーリーの見どころをお話し、いただけますでしょうか。どこのストーリー続きになるんですか。
続きですね。
続き。
なんか絵が出てきた。
これが
その後F は何をしたのか。これがサブタイトル言っても大丈夫なのかな。The Lost Ones。
The Lost Ones。
日本の放題で言うと、さまよう者たちっていう。
さまよう者たち。
で、F はどこにあの後行くんだろう。ね、オーダー66の後。で、戦争でいろいろ大変な目に遭った人たちもどこに行くんだろう、そして失ったものをね、戦争で、身内を亡くした人たちは一体どうやって生きていくんだろう、っていうお話になってると思います。
なるほど。これはそのスケッチなんですか、まだ。
これは制作過程の。
じゃあこれが動くってことですか。
そうですね。もうこれはほぼほぼ今出てるこれはね、動くよ。
今は動かないですよね、今日はね。
今日は動かないのか。今日は実際今日何が出てくるのか僕も知らなかった。
そうだったんですね。
そう。
でも素晴らしいですよ。ただせっかくなんでちょっとこうネタバレにならない範囲で。いろいろお話を伺えたらなと思うんですけど、
そうですね、
そのゴーストについてもうちょっと。
やっぱり未来を見つめるっていうことに関しては、今子供たちが
なんか
これは何ですか。
なんだ。
これ出ましたよ。
なんか出てきましたね。
なんか出てきました。
さっきの絵
真ん中で世界が分かれてる感じがしますけど。
さっきの絵で言うと子供たちがいて、F は子供たちと関わる。子供たちっていうのは未来。っていう話がメインのテーマで。そして誰か出てきます。
誰か出てくる。
これは内緒です。
まだシークレット。
これは出すと思ってなかった映画だったっていう感じですね。
Unexpected。そうだ。
でもまあなんかhe or she
he or she
性別も分かんない感じなんだ。
誰かな。
Someone behind。OK。それはまだシークレットですね。
シークレット。
わかりました。これ以上言うと言っちゃいそうなんで。
そうですね。
このぐらいにしておきましょうかね。
皆さんの楽しみを奪わないようにしよう。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。羽賀監督ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you, Mr. Haga.
Thank you very much. さあ、それではですね、脚本も担当されました塩谷直義監督。前作ではですね、このカーラは辺境泊ジューロとともに、ジェダイハンターに連れ去られた父を探す旅に、出ていましたけど、カーラはですね、これからどこに一体向かうんでしょうか。
そうですよね。
父を探しに行くんだと思うんですけども、それだけではなくて、今回というかそのシリーズ前作を経て、この作品があるカーラの物語っていうのはものすごく壮大な物語になっていまして、でその中でやはり僕が作るのは短編というか、短いながらにどう物語を落とすかだと思っているので、そこはもうとても彼女にとって生涯忘れないであろう物語っていうのを作ったつもりで、描きました。
なるほど。マスターが抱える問題って何なんですか。これはネタバレになっちゃう。
いや、大丈夫ですか。なんないですけど、あれですね。なんて言うんだろう。この作品の中だと戦争が起きている中で、カーラが生まれる前にも長いことずっと戦争が続いていた。
なるほど。
そこで戦争に巻き込まれた人がいる。でそれがこのワードに出てるマスターって方であり、 でそこでカーラが父を探す旅に出てる中で出会い、
なるほど、
起きる。
なるほど。
はい。
ということは今回もカーラのアクションシーンは
ねえ
なかなか言いづらい。
いや、あるんですけど、
あるにはある。
見せたいのは実はそこではないくて、
違うんですね。
先ほどお話ししたように、もう彼女が一生忘れない物語を描くっていうことをテーマに置いていたので、戦うというよりかは守るに近いお話。
ちょっとジェダイの精神に近い感じですね。
そうですね。成長物語として描いたので。
なるほど。ということで本編が非常に待ち遠しいです。塩谷監督、ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
さあそれではですね、水野監督、羽賀監督、そして塩谷監督、本日はご参加いただきましてありがとうございました。現在制作中のね、新しいストーリーもございますので、そちらも楽しみにしております。
ありがとうございました。
Mr. Mizuno, Mr. Haga, Mr. Shiotani, thank you so much. All right. So from now on, we're going to move on to the 6 new stories.
Yes.
ボリューム3で新たに登場する6つの物語を制作しているスタジオよりクリエイターの皆様にもお越しいただいております。So one by one. まずはキネマシトラスですね。キネマシトラスさんはボリューム3で2本目となる短編「ユコの宝物」を制作されているんですけれども、本日は監督の立花正樹さんにお越しいただきたいと思います。立花さんに大きな拍手をお送りください。Mr. 立花、welcome!
Please welcome! 本日はお越しいただきありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
早速このユコの宝物についてお話を伺っていきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
ユコの宝物はお世話ドロイドのビリーと、あとちょっと甘えん坊の男の子ユコっていうのが
かわいい。
かわいいですね。
はい。
これがユコなんですね。
はい、そうですね。
ユコ？
ユコっていうこれが一応主人公で小さい男の子なんです。ちょっと甘ったれでビリーと一緒に暮らしてるんですが、事件に巻き込まれるっていうようなお話です。
これはMy Dad？
これは初期のラフですね。まだキャラが固まってない時のなんですけど。
そうなんだ。
はい。もう一人ですね、ちょっと手助けしてくれる男の子が
ビリーって今言った
ビリーはこれは
ビリー？
一緒に住んで。
This is Billy？
これビリーですか？
そうです。
めちゃくちゃ可愛いですね。
ビリーですね。一緒に暮らしている、これドロイドなんですけど。
ドロイドなんですね。
はい。
He's a droid。
電子レンジから出てきた？
電子レンジなんです。
電子レンジから出てきた。はい。そうだよね。
お腹に
電子レンジがある。
He has a microwave in
his belly.
Wow.
Did you see that?
なんかマイクロウェーブだけじゃなくて他のものもいろいろ出てきそう。
なんかバケツみたいな。あれアイスクリームメーカーですか？バケツ。
丸いのは多分水が入ってる。
水が入ってる。
Not ice cream maker.
It's not an ice cream maker.
Water stopper.
Wow.
Wow. かわいいビリー。
かわいい。
You like Billy?
このクマ風ビリーのキャラクターデザインのインスピレーションはどっから来てるんですか？
はい。ユコちょっとみなしごでこのビリーに育ててもらって一緒に暮らしてるんですけど、包容力があってキュートで、一緒にいると安心するっていうキャラクターにしたいなと思って、でちょっといろいろデザインを悩んだんですけど、こういうふうにデザインしたって感じです。
可愛らしく。
はい。
クマは包容力があるってイメージですか？
いや、もうモフモフしているとこ飛びつきたくなるじゃないですか。
なるほど。
なるほどなるほど。ギュッとしたくなる。
いいですね。このキャラクターが可愛いっていうのもストーリーと関係するんですか？
そうですね。主人公がちょっと甘えん坊なんですよね。でちょっと寂しい気持ちも持ってて、それでいつもそばにいて安心できるっていうのをちょっとビジュアル化したというか、これキネマの会長がすごくこだわってたんで、
そうなんですね。
コンペで出してこれで受かったというか、ぜひ見てみたいって言って、
動いてるの見たい。
なんか動いてるの見たいというか、なんか今日何か少し見せてもらえるものあるんですか？あるんですか？
はい、ちょっと少しムービーがあります。
本当ですか？We can see the movie? Really?
He brought us some little snippet of movie.
Yeah.
All right.
じゃあお願いします。
Let's check it out. ちょっと待って。ビリー大きい。
あ、大きい。
ビリー was
Billy is
taller
bigger
than
than
I
I
expected, actually.
Yes.
ね。
あんな大きかったんですね、ビリーはね。
もうギュッとして甘えられるサイズ
なるほど。
はい。
モスアイズリー？
あ、そうです。はい。
場所的にはですね。
タトゥイーンのお話。
はいですね。Now you like Billy more, right? ありがとうございます。スペシャルな映像まで見せていただきまして、はい、ということで立花監督どうもありがとうございました。大きな拍手をお願いいたします。
Thank you so much.
ビリー大きかったね。
ねえ。
Like you, Sasha.
僕みたいに。
そう。
さあ次は行きましょう。The Smuggler 大塚正彦監督です。Mr. 大塚 Welcome to the stage.
Yeah!
Welcome on stage, Master 大塚。大塚監督ようこそお越しいただきました。実は大塚さんは、ボリューム1で The Elder、G エルダーをですね作られたんですけれども、今回はボリューム3で全く新しい物語ということ、続きものではないということですね。
そうですね。
ニューチャレンジなわけですね。
はい。どんな気持ちですか今？
実は前回はもうこれで引退という話をしてて、また作ってしまったんで若干気まずいんですけども、まあでもここに来れて、とても嬉しいです。
いや
ありがとうございます。
またお越しいただいて本当嬉しいですけれども、ね、The Smuggler、まあ盗っ人ってことですよね、多分ね、イメージとしては。その盗っ人たちにスポットライトを今度は当てようと思ったのはなぜで、これがコンセプトアートですかね。で、なぜこういうまあストーリーのちょっと中身も若干ネタバレしない程度に教えていただければと思うんですけど、
割と前回は、シリアスな、物語だったんですけども、今回はそういうならず者が、主人公になっていって活躍する活劇みたいな楽しい作品にしたかったんで、ちょっと新しいチャレンジをしました。
これ左右にいるのが主人公ですか？
真ん中にいる女の子が、
真ん中の女の子が主人公。The main character is in the middle.
主人公の下。なんかチタはちょっといでたちがなんかハンソロを彷彿させるというか、なんか
そうですね。まあ密輸業者みたいな感じのキャラなんですけども、それで打ち合わせをしてる時に密輸業者って言えばハンソロだよねみたいなことで、ちょっとやっぱりデザインも似ちゃいましたね。
いやでもこうなんか新キャラクターをある意味その違和感なくこう既存のスター・ウォーズの世界観の中にこう織り交ぜていく、なんかそういう監督なりの秘訣みたいなのってあるんですか？
そうですね。まあ見てもらって分かると思うんですけど、ちょっと見覚えのあるようなキャラクターもいると思うんですけども、まあそういうのを交えてスター・ウォーズの世界に溶け込むようなことは心がけました。
そしてこれは左がコンセプトで右側は背景ですか？
舞台になる惑星が今回の作品のために新しく出てくる惑星なんで、そういう文化というか街のデザインなんかもちょっと頑張りました。
なんかイメージはあるんですかこれ？
そうですね。
文化的なイメージで。
逆にその地球ではないものにしなきゃいけないってところで、まあでもとはいえその生活感があるという意味ではどっか見覚えのあるような空気というところで、まあいろんな国の要素を取り入れてちょっと違うものにっていう感じですね。
細部へのこだわりがすごいですね、背景のね。
そうですね。
なんかこの街の先に何があるのかっていうのがね、ちょっと先々
まあそこは本当にスタッフ、良いスタッフが集まってくれたんで、頑張りました。
これ左右のもの同じ街っていうことでいいんですか？
そうですね。一つの星の街が舞台なんで、はい、同じ場所です。
なるほど。
なるほど。
はい。
ね、もう今何割ぐらい完成なんですか？
もう完成してます。
もう全部完成してるの。素晴らしい。ぜひ見るの楽しみにしております。大塚監督、本日はどうもありがとうございました。
どうもありがとうございました。
Mr. 大塚、Thank you。
ぜひ惑星ゼナリタで地下の冒険を楽しんでいただきたいと思います。
さあ次は行きましょう。
さあ続いてはですね、ウィットスタジオ制作によりますアクション満載の The Bounty Hunters について、山本純一監督からお話を伺いたいと思います。
Mr. Yamamoto, please welcome。
ようこそ。
From WIT Studio。
ようこそお越しいただきました。
ようこそ。さあまずはバウンティハンターズ気になります。バウンティハンターズはみんな好きだと思うんですけど、スター・ウォーズの世界でどんなお話でしょう？
そうですね、賞金稼ぎの、セブンっていうキャラクターとちょっと変わった相棒であるそのイバフォーっていうキャラクターがこうバディものになっていて、
この2人ですか？
あ、そうですね、この2人
これ、右側がイバフォー、
あ、そうです。
左側がセブン。
セブンになります。で、その2人が、ちょっと変わった実業家からちょっと仕事を依頼されて、ちょっと不思議な物語に巻き込まれる。
そうか、賞金稼ぎですもんね。お、これまた違うキャラクターですね。
あ、そうですね。今のこの怪しげなちょっとイケメンの実業家がですね。
これが実業家なんですね。この人に雇われるような形。
そうですね。仕事をちょっと依頼したいという形で、はい、ちょっと不思議な仕事に。
まあでも「スター・ウォーズ」の世界にはこういったねアイコニックな2人組というのが多数登場するわけなんですけど、今このセブンとイバフォーのコンビもこうファンの脳裏にね深く刻まれる存在になるんじゃないかなと思うんですけど、この2人の主人公を描くっていうこうプロセスはですね、監督にとってはどうでしたか？やっぱ楽しい作業でした？生みの苦労みたいなのありました？
あ、そうですね。やっぱりこうイバフォーもこれからこの形態だけじゃなくていろんなこうちょっとこう面白い変形もしたりですね、そういったところもありましたりし、セブンっていうキャラクターの割とこうメタファーというかですね、この彼女とのここのリンクみたいなところもあったりするので、それもぜひ楽しんでもらえると嬉しいなという感じでございます。
なるほど。いやー、こちらもね面白そうですけど、どんな冒険活劇的な感じ？
そうですね。まあそうですね。アクション活劇という形になってます。
アクション活劇的な、楽しみにしたいと思います。バウンティーハンターズの新コンビ、ね、今から配信されて画面で見るのが楽しみでございます。ありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。
さあ、
続々と
Next up from Project Studio Q、プロジェクトスタジオ Q、小林弘康監督です。Mr. 小林。Put your hands together, please.
ようこそお越しいただきました。
Hello there.
Yeah.
さあ、
ありがとうございます。
4枚羽の歌というタイトルなんですね。The Song of Four Wings。どんなお話でしょ
う？4枚羽って言ったら、スター・ウォーズではこのね X タイル、
X ですね。
ウィング。
はい。
それをまあちょっとモチーフにした。
はい。お、これは何のコンセプトですか？
これはみんなが大好きなまあ主人公のクラネという少女というか、まあお姫様。
はい。
お姫様。
プリンセス。
プリンセス。はい。
はい。
そうなんですね。これが主人公として活躍する。
そうですね。
そして4枚羽が出てくる。
はい。そのちょっとまあこういったドロイドも出てきて、
ちょっと R2 ニットっぽいけど、
そうですね。まあ結構秘密のあるドロイドなんで。
あ、秘密があるんですか？
いろんなことを隠してるわけですね。実は背景に。でもやっぱ「スター・ウォーズ」に出てくるプリンセスはあまりおとなしいプリンセスがいませんから、すごくこうやんちゃなというか冒険に出ちゃうプリンセスで。
そうなんです。
そういう感じですか？
そうなんです。でも僕は本当にただジャストそのインタレスティングスター・ウォーズイングアニメを作りたかったんですよね。
お、これも
結構これは
AT&T のちょっとホスっぽいかな。
ですね。
はい。
ね。
ホス感出てますね。
その昔のそのまあジョー・ジョンストンデザインをエッセンスにして、
なるほど。
結構メカを今回はいっぱいフィーチャー。
たくさんいろいろと。
はい。
なるほど。今回の短編のところでスター・ウォーズのまあ影響を受けたというか、こんなところの世界広げたいなというそのインスピレーションの元になった作品キャラクターというとどうなるんですか？
やっぱ僕はもうさっきドロイドとかが大好きだし、特にこのもうAT&T が出てるんで AT&T 出てくるんですけど、あとクローラー、
クローラーね。
もう本当にメカニックが大好きで、今回はもうそこをもう重点的に。
なるほど。
ということでメカはいっぱい出てくる。
出てきます。
でもメカ好きにはたまらないですね。
なるほど。
もともとメカが得意なスタジオなので、
それを存分に生かした、動きのあるそんな作品になっていくということですね。
そうですね。
はい、楽しみでございます。ね。
そしてこの作品の中のこの音楽というのも非常にユニークだ。
そうなんですか？
作品のこの機械的な雰囲気も素晴らしいんですけど、これを引き立たせる作曲にはですね、なんとテイ・トーアさん絡んでるというふうに伺ってるんですけど、このコラボレーションはどうやって？トーテイ is getting involved in this。
そうなんですよ。だからまあそのいわゆるオーケストレーションというのではなく、もっとちょっとそのテクノ的な
エレクトロニックな感じですね。
でそのスカイウォーカーサウンドの効果音とそれがミックスされて、かなり いい感じになってます
ね。テイさんに連絡したら、なんで知ってんのって言われて、ビジョンズでちょっとそういう話するんだよ。
そうなんですね。
ね、ちょっと聞くの楽しみにしてますけど。
楽しみでございます。小林監督ありがとうございました。Thank you, Mr. 小林。
ありがとうございました。
さあ、どんどん行きましょう。続いてはポリゴンピクチャーズからThe Bird of Paradise。吉平直弘監督です。どうぞ。
どうぞ。
ようこそお越しいただきました。
ようこそお越しいただきました。さあ、まあこの作品はですね、こう、どんなテーマで出来上がった作品なのかちょっと教えていただけますか。
はい、このスター・ウォーズやビジョンズって非常にたくさんのストーリーがあって、その中でまだ誰も見たことがないようなストーリーを作ろうと考えていた時に、ジョージ・ルーカスがジョセフ・キャンベルの神話の法則に基づいて「スター・ウォーズ」が生まれたように、日本の古い話をスター・ウォーズの世界に持ってきて、日本人がさまざまなものに祈ったり感謝をしたり、自分の内面と話し合う、そういうストーリーをジェダイの成長を通じて語れたらと思ったんです。
すべてのものに魂が宿るみたいな、そういうことですか。これだってずいぶん小さい世界ですよね。植物ですか。
はい、これはテーマになる植物ですね。
なんかでも絵のタッチがすごくなんかこうとてもアートというか、アニメというよりもなんかすごくアート性を感じますよね。
ストーリーの中でキャラクターが盲目になっていくんですけど、その時に盲目の中で心で感じる景色というものを描いていくために、現実と、幻想とさまざまな世界を行き来するという意味でいろんなアートワークを。
すごい。
泣き目というキャラクターだけどダークサイドもあるんですか。
はい、アートワークをいろんなアートワークを一つのフィルムの中に入れた作品を作ろうと考えたんです。
なるほど。
すごいな。映像がちょっとある。
はい。
見れちゃうんですか。
Okay, we have some
見せていただきましょうか。
short film.
お願いします。
One, okay, let's check it out. これまだ映像コンセプトアートですね。
そうですね。
いやー、本当に絵の世界観がすごい綺麗ですよね。
ありがとうございます。この作品、フォースをビジュアライズするっていうことにもチャレンジしてる作品なので、ぜひ公開を楽しみにしていただきたいと思ってます。
ちょっとコンセプトアートの写真2枚ぐらいすっ飛ばしちゃったんで、ちょっと戻しますね。
そうですね。
Can you
見
bring
れる
back
のかな。
the slides a little bit, the concept arts?
Next, I think next.
After this?
Yes.
I think we skipped like two.
Yeah.
This one. これははい。
はい、これは彼女がさまよう森の現実の世界のビジュアルですね。
おお、現実の世界。
はい。
ということは現実じゃない世界もあるってことですか。
もちろんです。さまざまな精神的な世界や盲目で感じている世界を行き来する、そういうフィルムです。
もう一枚ありましたよね。And the next one? これは大きな木ですね。
はい、日本ではご神木といって、樹齢何千年もあって魂が宿っているような木があるので、それをモチーフにしたコンセプトアートになります。
これ主人公がそこにいるのか。
はい、小さく。
随分と大きな木ってことですね。
ね、すごいですね。はい。極楽、日本語で言うと極楽鳥の
花ですね。
花という作品ですね。
なるほど。
はい。
ということでバードオブパラダイスということ
ですね。
はい、どうも
しております。
はい、どうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。Thank you。本当すごかったね。どの作品も本当に特徴がすごく個性があって。
これで終わりですか。
いや、今度最後にですね、デイビッドプロダクション制作によるブラックの共同プロデューサーのですね、ジェイコブ・エアーズさんにお話を伺いたいと思います。はい、ということでジェイコブさんどうぞお越しください。
Welcome, Jacob Ayers.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining this time. あれ、ジェイコブさんって日本語も
日本語で。
あ、日本語でいいんだ。
はい、一応すみません。
ジェイコブさん、日本語でお願いします。本日はご参加ありがとうございます。まず今回はどのようなこの立場からですね、このブラックの制作に関わっていらっしゃるのか教えていただけますか。
はい、DJ トルソン、ありがとうございます。今日ここに来られてとっても嬉しいです。先ほどご紹介いただきました通り、私はこの作品で共同プロデューサーを担当し、監督脚本の大平さんと一緒に働きました。本日監督も同席できればよかったのですが、残念ながら出席が叶わず、私が代わりに作品についてお話しすることを喜んでくれていると思います。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
はいね、実はもうブラックのコンセプトアートは割と今年初め出たんですよね。
そうですね。
これですね。おお、
すごい。
これ大平監督とデビッドプロダクションがストームトゥルーパーに光を当てようということでよろしいんですか。ストームトゥルーパーをコンセプトにしてる。
そうですね。主人公がはいストームトゥルーパーです。
さあ、おお、緑と赤ですか。
ね。
うん。これはなぜストームトゥルーパーを主人公にしようと思ったんでしょう。
もともとモブキャラクターだからこそ監督は着目したことなんですけれども、それぞれのトゥルーパーの人生が気になったことや、フォースっていう特殊能力を持たないキャラに焦点を当てて、どのように映像化するか挑戦したいと思ったところもあり、芸術家としても黒い背景に乗るその白いシルエットが魅力的に感じたと言います。
なるほど。で今日はなんかビデオもお持ちいただいたんですよね。
あると聞いてます。
あると聞いてます。
聞いてます。
はい。じゃあぜひビデオ
ご覧いただきましょう。
今回ブラックの監督をさせていただきました大平信也と申します。今回の役割はシナリオ、コンテ、演出、キャラクターデザイン、作画監督、および原画。トルーパーっていうのはやっぱりその物語のそのやっぱりモブキャラっていう、役割かなっていうところ。ただその人それぞれやっぱりその人生だったり生き方思いだったりっていうのがあって、でトルーパー自身にもやっぱり、そういう思いっていうのもあるんだろう。皆さんに、これから特別映像として、ブラックを見ていただきたいと、思います。お願いいたします。
かっこいい。
かっこいいけどストームトゥルーパーが主人公の割には結構やられてませんでした。
だいぶやられちゃってますね。はい。
ね、楽しみです。あと動きがすごくなんか有機的な、organic, right? The movement。
そうですね。すごい大平さんの独特なスタイルも踏襲しつつ作っている感じです。
音楽もいいですよね、なんかね。リズミカルで。
はい。ということでエアさんありがとうございました。Thank you so much, Mr. Ayers。
いやーもうとにかく今日は非常にね、多くの作品のねいろいろ細かいとこチェックすることができてどう思いますか。
いやめちゃめちゃ面白かったけど、どれも見たいんですけど、すごい作品によってテイストがとっても広くて、これがビジョンズらしいというか日本アニメらしいなと思いますね。
そうですね、醍醐味ですよね。
どうでした？
いや僕的には本当今言ったちょっとこうその昔っぽいアニメのタッチがあったりとか、アートっぽい作品があったりとか、やっぱコンセプトも自由なのがねこのビジョンズのいいとこだと思います。
そうですね。さあというふうに見てきたんですけれども、I think James told us that he will be back.
Yeah, he said.
Okay. Is James here? James,
where are you? James, welcome back.
Welcome back, James. Wow. What a wonderful animes that we just saw, you know.
It's an incredible lineup.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank
So
you
proud
so
of
much
it.
for bringing it all together.
Oh, it's amazing.
Thank you so much.
So James, I feel like we heard that so many wonderful things about Star Wars Visions Volume 3 today.
Right.
And but you said you have something to share, right?
Really?
Did you remember that you said?
Did I said that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. My memory is terrible these days. Is that?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right.
I
yeah,
remember
all right.
that.
Who heard that? Who heard
Oh
that,
yeah,
James?
yeah. Okay.
All right.
I guess I didn't say that.
Nice. All right.
Can't back out of that. Look, it's the last day of celebration. We couldn't let you leave this panel without about 3 more announcements.
3 more?
3 more.
Really?
3 more? Not 1, 2, 3 more?
3 more.
All right.
So the first one is something I'm sure everybody in here is wondering, and that's when does this come out?
Yeah.
When are you going to get to see this incredible lineup? So
Next year?
No.
Not from that.
Much sooner.
Much
You
sooner?
only have a
Okay.
few months to wait. All right. Star Wars Visions Volume 3 comes out on Disney Plus October 29th, 2025. So this year.
October 29th.
10月29日。
10月
Only a few more months.
今年です。
Only a few more
秋。
months.
Wow.
All right. That's yeah, not so far away.
But also, I mean, you're all here, and you know, this is
have-
the end of the panel, and I feel like we would feel really remiss if we didn't at least show you a little sizzle, or a little something more.
Yeah. You want to see that?
It's now. I'll be honest. This isn't a full trailer.
Okay.
You know, this is kind of a sampler. This is a taster. But it'll give you a really, really great sense of how amazing this volume's going to be. So let's roll that in 1 second. But one thing I do want to say is I did say there's 3 announcements. So
This one's the
sure
second
you
one?
stick around until after the sizzle, and then there might be one more.
Okay, don't go away, right?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Enjoy.
Okay, let's look at it.
As you travel the path of knowledge, your connection to the Force grows stronger. Entrust yourself to the flow of nature. Let it guide you. Let the Force guide you.
Yes, Master.
Do the Jedi really exist? There's no such thing as the Force, right?
帝国と揉めてる感じ。
あなたと同じく。All we are to them is a nuisance.
騒ぎを起こすやつは叩き切るよ。
This message is for the Jedi. Surrender immediately.
どうするつもり？
突破します。
Let's go!
I want to be with my family.
私たちはそれを解放したいだけだ。一緒についていってやる。私強くなる。強いジェダイになって。
Wow.
James, can't wait till October.
Did you like what you saw?
Yeah.
Woo! What a sizzle. All right, James. Did you say you have 3 things to announce?
I did. And
This was the second one, right?
well, this is the third. This is the
No.
no.
This one is the second one, right? People came all the way from all around the world. Who is from the States? Who is from Europe? Oh, great. who is from somewhere else. Right, okay. People came all around. Well, of course, there are Japanese fans too. 日本のファンの皆さんはどこですか？
いますね。
Yeah. So they can't go back without hearing the third announcement.
All right. Well, then I'm incredibly proud to announce, and actually just incredibly excited to be able to speak about this publicly for the first time. We've been working on this a long time. I'm going to announce a bold new direction for Star Wars Visions. One of the things we kept hearing from fans is they love the anthological format. They loved being able to see the different styles and tones and really showcase what anime could be, what these animation in general could be. But what they kept asking is, well, we would love to see some of these stories go deeper. And get...
Okay.
We'd love to see what would happen if some of these creators had a little bit more space to tell their stories.
Wow.
So I'm very proud to announce today something we're calling Star Wars Visions Presents.
Star Wars Visions Presents.
Oh, we jumped the gun a little bit. With Star Wars Visions Presents, we will give storytellers a bigger canvas to paint on. And the opportunity to really tell long-form narratives, and that's in Star Wars Vision's signature style of being disconnected from canon, but really just an expression of culture and talent. And so I would love to talk about the first Star Wars Visions Presents, but there's someone here today that I think would be much better to do that. Can we bring onto the stage Ninth Jedi director and writer Kenji Kamiyama.
神山さんです。
Welcome.
Wow, ようこそ。
ようこそお越しいただきました。Welcome to the Star Wars Celebration.
はい。皆さんこんにちは。再びここに戻ってこられてすごく光栄です。
ありがとうございます。ねえ、そして神山さん今回ご担当どんなお話になるんですか？
はい、ナインスジェダイという短編を最初のボリューム1の時に作らせていただいて、今回塩谷監督がさらにその一編をもう一つ作っていると思うんですけれども、最初の短編でカーラがお父さんを探しに旅立ったところで終わってると思うんですけれども、ナインスジェダイの特徴として自分のフォースによって色が変わるライトセーバーというのがこの作品の一番の特徴だと思うんですけれども、そのライトセーバーを発明したお父さんがさらわれて探しに行くというストーリーなんですけれども、一体どういう理由でそういったライトセーバーを作ったのかとかですね、そういった秘密が語られていくストーリーになるんじゃないかなと思ってます。
なるほど。
ということはボリューム3にね、塩谷監督の短編と今回のまたもう一つあるということですか？
そうですね。この後カーラがその色の変わるライトセーバーを作ったお父さんを探しに行くというですね、シリーズになると思います。
なるほど。わお。
ビジョンズ初のシリーズ化ですかね。はい。
なるほど。
どんなお気持ちですか
？Who's excited about that? Are you excited about that?
Yeah.
It's such incredible work.
ねえ、すごい。
What's coming is very special.
これThe Ninth Jedi というシリーズになるということでいいんですか、神山監督？
はい。
ね、9人目のジェダイ。
いやー、すごいな。神山さんの立場はこのシリーズでは？
ですね、今回はシリーズ構成と総監督という立場で制作させていただいてます。
ね、いつ見られるのかなと。When are we going to see this?
いつ見られるんでしょうかね。はい。同時に短編ボリューム3と一緒に進んでるんですけれども、その後になるんじゃないかなと思います。2026年になるのかな。
2026. So James, it's Visions Volume 3 coming out this year and then next year.
Exactly right.
Wow.
すごい。Wow.
Exactly right.
What'd you think? Yeah.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing this exciting news. Let's hear it again for Kenji Kamiyama. Kamiyama-san, よくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。
Sama-sama.
With everything happening in the galaxy, StarWars.com is the only place online that is all Star Wars, all the time.
Yes, 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 yes.
From exclusive reveals and breaking news to interviews with Star Wars luminaries, StarWars.com is the #1 destination for the saga we all love. And with an ever-evolving databank of Star Wars information from all eras, crafts, and quizzes, you'll never run out of StarWars.com.
The art of Wayang has been around for over 1,000 years, but Tin Toy Cho and the group Fusion Wayang have found a way to show their Star Wars fandom in their performances. Let's check it out.
Sebuah kapal Indo. Kelihatan beberapa askar Indo sedang mencari sesuatu untuk ditemui. Iya, aku sudah menemuinya. Ayo, kita tinggalkan tempat ini. Tempat ini amat berbahaya. Mari kita keluar, maka berjalan. Askar pemberontak pula haja. Di hadapan kita. Ayo, kita buka pintu sekarang. Kita keluar daripada sini. Kenapa gelap begini? Apa? Ya, apa? Siapa itu? Siapa itu? Maka di dalam kegelapan demikian, maka menjelma sang kalawai daripada
Askar pemberontak, mati kamu, maka dibunuh. Askar pemberontak berlalu.
Hai. Ambil chip ini, cepat larikan diri. Putri, cepatlah kemari. Chip yang dikehendaki sudah kami temui. Dalam keadaan demikian, maka tiba Putri Leia pula. Putri, inilah chip yang dikehendaki. Namun, boleh tak kami mengetahui apakah yang di dalamnya?
Ya, satu harapan.
Give it up for Tintoy. Woo!
Hello there.
And Fusion. What an amazing performance. That was fantastic. Tell us a little bit about the group. Can you introduce yourself and the rest of the performers here?
Right, okay. I'm Tintoy Cho. I'm the founder of Fusion Wayang Kulit Malaysia. Yeah. And this is my team, my master puppeteer, Tok Dalang. And then Jack, audio programmer. Hafiz, assistant. And Teck Huat, creative director. Yeah. Thank you.
Very cool. And tell us a little bit, what's the style of shadow puppet art called?
What we are doing is the Malaysian style wayang kulit or shadow puppet. So we've been doing it for 14 years, and that's what we are doing. Right.
Yeah. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how these are made and how long each one takes? I know it's quite a process.
Right. The process takes about 2 weeks to make one. For this, we first of all start with design. Then after that, approval by master puppeteer, as usual. And then when it's approved, then we'll cut. It takes about a few days, and then coloring, and then voila, we are done.
You make it sound so simple, but I know it's quite a labor of love.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Tintoy, how long have you been performing, and at what point did you think, let's introduce Star Wars into this?
Well, I love Star Wars. I love Star Wars when I'm 6, you know. So, and that was in 2012 when we invited to participate in the art exhibition. I say, let's try something different. And well, we combine the traditional shadow puppet and the futuristic Star Wars, and to do something very crazy.
No, but that was such an interesting way to experience that hallway sequence in Rogue One, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like seeing it from a totally different point of view.
Yes.
And how long have you all been fans of Star Wars?
For me, since born.
Since birth.
Master, like when we start this project. So, I mean, who don't know Darth Vader, right? Do you? Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Amazing. And where can people find out more about your group and how to watch your performances beyond the Star Wars Celebration live stage?
Right. I mean, we have a website, fusionwayangkulit.com, Facebook, IG. So just tag us or just come in and look for us there. Right.
Awesome. All right. Give it up for my friend Tintoy and Fusion Wayang Kulit. All right. And we got a lot more Star Wars Celebration live for you coming out.
Yeah. So can I say something in...
oh, yes. Yes, please do.
I'd like to say something in Bahasa Malaysia. Kepada kawan-kawan yang berada di celebration sekarang dan peminat di media sosial, saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang telah menyokongi kita sejak tahun 2012. Perjalanan ini amat sukar. Kita menghadapi pelbagai cabaran. Tapi sokongan kamu yang bagi kita telah dijadikan sebagai daya kuasa The Force untuk kita dapat teruskan untuk buat sesuatu untuk budaya kita. Okey, terima kasih.
Thank you so much for sharing your craft and your lovely words, and I'm still so blown away. Don't go away because day 3 is just getting started.
Hey again, I am on the show floor at the Takara Tommy booth with Natsuki-san to show us everything that's going on at this booth.
So thank you. I'm very excited to show you our booth. So first, let me start with the metal figure collection. The palm-sized metallic figure. They are small enough to display anywhere you want, like on your shelf, on your desk, anywhere, everywhere. So you can bring the Star Wars universe into your everyday space. And now we have Tomika, our original miniature digest cars, Millennium Falcon, Darth Vader's TIE Fighter, and also normal TIE Fighter. These have their transparent wheels.
So it looks like they're flying.
Yeah, it looks like flying, yes.
And next we have some of the cutest plushies on the floor. Natsuki-san, show me more of these adorable, adorable duo.
First, we have the classic plushies. They can sit anywhere you want. And also we have the perfect mascots. I love to take them with me anywhere, everywhere.
And next we have something super fun and special. Take it away.
Yes, let me introduce the Beyblade. The Beyblade is our spinning top battle toys, tweak of traditional Japanese beigoma, and it sparked the excitement around the world, over 80 countries and regions. And now we have the Star Wars edition for the Beyblade. We have two multi-packs. The first pack is Luke Skywalker versus Darth Vader. It reflects the coloring of their lightsabers.
That's so great. And I was told I have something super special coming up. I get to battle with the Beyblades. Ah, let's do it.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, I'm getting weaker.
ギリギリルークの方がなかったのでルークの勝ちです。
Yes! And finally, arguably the most popular part of this booth, the gacha.
Gacha means the Japanese capsule vending machines, and you can find gacha everywhere, anywhere in Japan, like from train stations, shopping malls, and even airports. So it is becoming the Japanese pop culture. I can show you the Star Wars Celebration gacha here. I would like you to try the gacha, of course.
Thank you. I got the holo! There are so many different characters you can get, and this is how you play Dejarik. You can actually play it now. Ah! Thank you so much, Natsuki-san. If you're on the show floor this weekend, you absolutely have to check out the Takaratomi booth, and everybody at home, stay tuned for more Star Wars Celebration.
Show. We got a show. Over the past few years, our friends over at Fortnite have done some epic things to celebrate Star Wars, all leading to this moment. Something huge is approaching that Star Wars and Fortnite fans won't want to miss. Are you all ready to hear this? Coming this May, Star Wars is taking over the Fortnite universe with their most expansive experience yet. Let's take an exclusive first look at how the Fortnite Island will be taken over. the stage, Darth Jar Jar Ahmed Best! Ahmed.
Yes, sir.
First of all, welcome back to the stage. You live here now. This is your home.
Oh, I love it here. All of these wonderful human beings. This is the best place in Celebration right here. You got the best job, Anthony.
Thank you very much.
Got
Thank
the
you.
best
I
job.
think you have the best job because let's talk about this.
Yes.
This is something that went from an absolutely, utterly ridiculous internet meme.
Yes, it did.
To being in Lego Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy.
Yep.
And now Darth Jar Jar is in Fortnite.
Fortnite! Darth Jar Jar's in Fortnite. I mean, here's the thing that I love about Fortnite. Fortnite specifically, right? So the pandemic was really hard on everybody in the world, right? And I have a son, and he had a really, really, really tough time in the pandemic because he was at an age where, like, your friend group is really what's the most important. And, you know, he's an only child, so his friends were really important to him. And because of the pandemic, he couldn't go see his friends, right? The only way he got to communicate with his friends and be around was playing Fortnite. And Fortnite became this really special time during that time because that's when he finally connected. That's where everybody can stay sane. And that's where everybody's kind of ideas about gaming change, especially parents.
Yes.
Because a lot of times parents are just like, don't play those games, get off those games, they're a waste of time. Absolutely not true. They were such a way for all of these young people to connect, to stay together, and to show them that their friendship could last even through the hardest times. So Fortnite really holds a special place in my heart because of that and because of my son and because it is where we can all connect and play and be together. So being a part of Fortnite, I can't tell you how honored I am to be a part of it. And for, you know, everybody keeps asking me about Darth Jar Jar. I am so glad Darth Jar Jar is living in all of these different permutations in Star Wars. Now we get to have some fun with him.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't just get to have the character in there. The character is bringing new things to the game. He's using Force Lightning.
Force Lightning Darth Jar Jar. Can you imagine? It's amazing.
Force Lightning in Fortnite.
We should call it Force Lightning Night.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So he's got Force Lightning.
He's got Force Lightning.
You know, that's new. We've seen a lot of Star Wars in Fortnite before, though.
Yes.
In addition to Darth Jar Jar, Force Lightning, what else are we going to see?
You're going to see a lot of characters popping up in Fortnite. You're going to see some great mashup characters, but you're going to see some really good Sith Lords and some really good just like team-ups going on in Fortnite.
So obviously Fortnite's always been about teaming up. It's always been about squadding up with your friends.
Yes.
But now you can really, really do that because you're going to be able to jump into an X-Wing with your friends.
You can squad up in an X-Wing in Fortnite. I mean, I don't know how the reason why there's a reason why they call it epic. You're going to have such an epic time squadding up in an X-Wing fighter. X-Wing fighter was that was the ship. Aside from the Millennium Falcon, it was like you always wanted an X-Wing. That was like the supercar of the Star Wars universe, right?
Yeah.
So now you can jump in one.
I always wanted a TIE fighter because I was an angry, angry little kid.
Very angry teenager.
Yeah, and it's good to know that TIE fighters are represented in there, too. You're going to be able to fly a TIE fighter.
You can fly a TIE fighter. You can fly an X-Wing fighter. Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do.
Whatever you want to jump into.
Genuinely, Fortnite is getting to the extent where it's like, what do you want to do in a video game? They got it. It's good.
They got it. They're listening to you. They're listening to you.
Yeah, and this is going to take place over a period of time, right? There's going to be reveals happening in stages.
5-part saga in this, and there's new Star Wars gameplay every single week through June 7th.
Amazing.
New Star Wars gameplay every single week through June 7th. So you guys got to jump on. It's a 5-parter. You guys got to jump on and play that. It's going to be so exciting.
So you've got 5 weeks. You're going to squad up with your friends. You're going to jump in an X-Wing. You're going to jump in a TIE Fighter. Who would Darth Jar Jar have in the co-pilot seat, do you think?
Yeah, you know, Darth
Somebody
Jar
just
Jar,
said me. Somebody just said me, please.
Who wants to jump in? Darth. All right, so Darth Jar Jar is such a powerful Sith Lord. I think the only person that Darth Jar Jar can squad up with would be a Sith Lord who has almost enough equal power. Almost enough as Darth Jar Jar. And I think that would be the person that Jar Jar gave really emergency powers to.
Emergency powers.
You guys know
so
who
we
that
need
is,
somebody
right?
who's strong enough to face Darth Jar Jar and has emergency powers.
Emergency powers. Who could that be? Who could that be? That's right. I would squad up. Darth Jar Jar would squad up with Emperor Palpatine.
Sheev Palpatine in Fortnite.
Sheev Palpatine. There he is. Do you guys see him?
There he is. The only man we can trust with the ultimate power in the universe. You're going to be able to be Sheev Palpatine in Fortnite.
That's right. Sheev Palpatine.
That's what I've been waiting for.
Yeah, and there'll be more surprises build up each week. Epic in-game narrative-based live events, 2 brand new Star Wars spin-on fan favorites, Fortnite original characters, live narrative, end event, and mashup characters.
Yes. So we've got, first of all, we've got Jedi Eevee. and Sith Eevee.
Yes, Apprentice Eevee and Sith Eevee.
That's amazing.
As a mashup character.
Looks good. And then there's one more character, isn't there? I can't remember who it was. Is there any? Do you remember?
I think we might need a little help.
We were supposed to have it on the card.
I think we might need a little help remembering who the mashup characters.
Can we bring out the mashup character, please?
Who is the mashup character? Here they come.
Oh! It's Wookiee Cuddle Team Leader!
That's who it is, Wookiee Cuddle Team Leader! They have gifts for you! They have gifts for you as well! What are the gifts? Wookiee Cuddle Team, they're the gifts! Give them the gifts! We got some! Woo! Who wants some Cuddle Team gifts? Who wants a Wookiee Cuddle Team gift? Oh! They got gifts for you.
Yo! This is by far the most random thing to happen on the stage, I think, in my 10 years. I love it.
I had no idea that this Sunday, Easter morning would turn out like this.
This is it. This is my family tradition. Please respect it.
Yeah,
Please
this is
respect it. Oh my goodness, thank you, Cuddle Team.
Cuddle Team.
Nothing beats
Wookiee
getting
Cuddle
gifts
Team, thank you so much.
From Ahmed Best and the one and only Cuddle Team Wookiees. Mark your calendars. Save the date for May 2nd, where you'll be able to immerse yourself in the ultimate Star Wars fantasy across eras, only in Fortnite. Follow Fortnite on your favorite social platforms and visit StarWars.com for more details to come. You won't want to miss it. Ahmed Best!
Anthony Carboni.
No, Ahmed Best!
Thank you, guys. Woo! Thank you for a wonderful celebration. You guys have been the best. I couldn't have asked for more. Thank you so much.
Did you know that I could hit?
Hey everyone, Rain on the floor again. This time I'm at the Star Wars Nano Club booth, and here to tell me more about it is Jun-san.
はい、僕たちは、スター・ウォーズと、着物和服を、コラボさせて展示をしています。で、こちらに飾ってあるのが、羽織絵という、着ると着物に見えるような、ものになっています。あとこちらにあるのが、いわゆる日本のトラディショナルな着物です。で、男性用、女性用、あと日本では風習で七五三というのがあって、七五三の、お子さんが着るようなものになってます。はい。
スター・ウォーズ・セレブレーション・ジャパンには本当にちょうどいい完璧なものですね。
そうですね。で、こちらの羽織絵に関しては、ご来場いただいたお客さんが、来ていただいて一緒に写真を撮るっていうようなことができるようになってます。
試着してみてもいいですか？
もちろんです。ぜひ来てください。はい。
If you guys want to experience the absolute perfect blend of Japan and Star Wars, you're going to want to check out the Nano Club booth.
Yeah, of course.
Stick around. Sabers up, make some noise!
Sound Effects is our next guest's middle name. Okay, it's definitely not, but he knows a lot about filling your favorite scenes with sound effects to make them feel real. Everyone give your best clapping Foley for David W. Collins.
Everybody, how you doing?
Woo! Oh my goodness.
Hey, Anthony.
David, it is wonderful to see you, man. It's been a
Good to
while.
see you.
It's
It's
been
been
a
a
while.
while, yeah.
I got to tell you, there's a lot of stuff on this card, but I don't care about it because there's
Sure.
one thing that I want to ask you about.
Okay.
I have a particular favorite song, and I thought it was unique to me. I thought this was just my favorite song, but it's a song by an artist named Peter Schilling, and it's called Major Tom Coming Home.
Right.
And
I think I know where you're going with this.
And Skeleton Crew releases a trailer, a promotional bit, where you are singing Major Tom's Coming Home in Huttese.
Guilty. I did that, yes.
What? I lost my mind, dude. Did you all see that video? I lost my mind. See, this is what I'm talking about. There are 4 people who really love that song, and we all lost it.
Yeah,
How
this
did that
is good.
happen?
No, this is really good TV. I think
Yeah,
everyone can really relate to this. No, yeah. So I was the sound designer on Skeleton Crew. You guys like Skeleton Crew? It was such a joy, and you know the thing about working at Skywalker Sound and working with Matthew Wood.
Yes.
My bad. He's my boss. Give it up for Matthew Wood.
One of my favorite Kylo Rens.
Yes, he's a great Kylo Ren. He's, of course, all the battle droids, Bib Fortuna in Book
Yes.
of Boba Fett, you know, or Mandalorian Season 2, the end of that. But he, in the true spirit of George Lucas and being mentored by George and Ben Burt, he just takes these incredible, bold, creative steps to just have Skywalker Sound involved in all kinds of things, whether it's songwriting at Disney parks or doing ADR and voiceover for our shows. Of course, sound effects, sound design, and mixing. But they wanted to do this trailer for Skeleton Crew where they had that song, and they wanted us to sing it in Huttese. And so Matt and I sang it over a weekend. It was pretty crazy.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Because it's not often, I mean, you don't do a lot of crossover. You know, the Star Wars galaxy is the Star Wars galaxy. Our world is our world. It's not very often that you mix the two together.
I feel like you can do it in a trailer, but you know,
Yeah.
as you know, I'm a huge Star Wars music fan,
Yes.
and I'm very obsessed with it. I podcast about it. I love John Williams and all of the things that the Kiners do in the animation space.
Yeah.
And the Ahsoka show. Their music is
Oh my
incredible.
God, unbelievable.
And it's our job at Skywalker Sound to, you know, think about that fine line of breaking new ground, but also honoring the fact that we're standing on the shoulders of giants like George Lucas, and particularly the godfather of all Star Wars sound,
Yes.
Ben Burtt.
Yes.
Whose work is just amazing, and I get chills every time I see him at the ranch, and he goes, "Hey, David." You know, he's just an amazing, humble guy that had this creative genius and launched the sound of that galaxy far, far away. But, you know, as a sound designer, you want to incorporate those elements, but you also want to be bold, because
Yeah.
Star Wars has that duality of needing to feel like Star Wars, what everyone fell in love with, you know, but also expanding the language of how things
Yeah.
sounded, still surprising and delighting people.
We're coming up
with
on 50 years. It has to grow and
50
change.
years of
Yeah.
Star Wars.
You want it. You want to be able to give it room to grow and give
Yeah.
it room to do interesting things. Yeah. And you. So one of the things that I love about all of y'all, you're talking about that sense of playfulness. A lot of you will do voices, Foley work, like little background things too. And you love throwing Easter eggs into your voice lines.
Yeah, we do that.
You in particular, I know we've chatted. You play a lot of troopers that are just walking by.
I do a lot of stormtroopers in these movies and shows, yes.
And I think it's you and Sam Witwer and a couple other people came up with like an evolving story of these background stormtroopers.
It's really innocent. We didn't mean to do this, but we were doing Force Awakens, and there was a scene of 2 stormtroopers on Starkiller Base while Rey is sneaking around. And you know, when you're doing these, it's like being in. I'm a theater kid. I grew up doing theater and music and musicals and touring and things like that.
Yeah, it's a strong Venn diagram. Star Wars fans and theater kids.
Yeah, that's right. So, you know, we go up to the mic. We're at the Disney lot. There's like 25 actors in a room, so it feels like theater camp. And they're like, "We just need a conversation. Say something." And Sam Witwer and I look at each other, and he just goes, he wanted to do something like the T-16s. You see the new T-16s? But I'm like, well, this is the future. So he said, I heard about the new T-17s, you know, and he's like, oh, they're a disaster. Then it just turned into this running joke through all the movies, and we've even done it in Huttese and like, you know, Jabba's Palace and Boba Fett or whatever. I mean, we do it all the time.
What number are we up to now?
Still the 17s.
Still
They're a
the 17s?
disaster. Yeah, yeah. Maybe the new movie will have, you know, a rev.
You'd think
that we
they'd
can
get rid of
behind.
them. You'd
You
think
would
they'd get rid of them.
I don't even know what they are. Do you?
No.
Is it a speeder? Is it a
Is
weapon?
it?
I think it's a speeder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
No, I know. We joke about that all the time. VTT-16s. Anyway, yeah, we love doing voiceover. You know, I'm a voice actor, as is Matthew Wood, and we love just kind of making sure that we have like a show bible of Huttese and Jawaese and all these different languages that we try and preserve and track over all of the different TV shows and films that we do.
Are you quick with it now? Are you able to jump into the different dialects?
I can't speak, you know, no, I can't speak it. But I know, like, certain things will come up, like, you know, like the word home is bunky dunko, or drink is yokola, or whatever, you know, or imperialus, or, you know, yeah.
That's fascinating. And so when you think about, like, we saw a lot of new creatures, new aliens in all of these new projects. What is the process of that like? Is it you see a creature? I know you have a loop group that watches and kind of and looks at these crowd scenes, comes up with the sound of these characters based on them.
Yep.
Do you then? Is it something where if that character happens, you've got to take this like weird sound you made and then codify it into a language?
Yes, kind of. I mean, there's so many different creatures, so a lot of times an actor will perform it. I mean, when we were doing Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett, there were all of these Tuskens. And there was this one Tusken warrior, and I'm not kidding you, they're like, David, and I went up to the mic, and you know, this Tusken warrior's got her gaffy stick and is fighting with Boba and training him, and I literally was going, and that's in the show.
That's amazing.
That character's all in the show, and like, it's you've got a room of like 12 actors all just looking at each other going,
Yeah. And then you're all
"Yes,
just
I would
sitting there
like
and you're
to
like,
go get some
okay.
lunch." Yes, no, let's do that. Yeah.
And it's like, and now we sit down at lunch and we figure out how to turn that into full sentences and translate
Yeah, or
it.
like Sullivans or Jawas, you know, they're just like, "Mabe, mabe, mabe," like that stuff, and then you pitch it up, and you know, or so you know, all the stuff that they did for Nine Num and so you just after a while you do it over and over and over again, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, you're gonna do this, Sam's gonna do this. You know, and we do it all the time now.
That's
Yeah.
that's got to be such a fun bit of the job.
It's been 10 years of doing all those voices.
Amazing, amazing, and of course we've been announcing a lot of new and wonderful things that are upcoming. You've got your fingers in a lot of pies over there. Is there something you're particularly interested in?
Well, there's two things we talked about. How many of you saw the animation panel on Friday? Okay. So we did Star Wars Tales of the Underworld.
Yes.
At Sky Sound with Lucasfilm Animation. I love Lucasfilm Animation. I think Lucasfilm Animation is, you know, in terms of late stage career, George Lucas, possibly the most expansive contribution to Star Wars on the screen that we've ever received as fans, and it's still going. So much so that I don't even think we've really contextualized how broad it is when you think about the Mortis arc. You think about you think about the Pong Krell. You think about Onderon and Saw Gerrera coming from the Clone Wars. You think about the World Between Worlds from Rebels and bringing Thrawn in from Legends, Dathomir, the Sisters of Dathomir, Savage Opress, Darth Maul. So what animation has been doing over the past 20 years is making Star Wars feel, from a storytelling perspective, seemingly boundless. And Dave just keeps coming up with these stories, and Carrie Beck produces them, Athena Portillo produces them, the talented team at animation, many of whom have been there for 20 years and are still working. You know, I think about Joel Aaron and a lot of the folks doing animation, visual effects, Keith Kellogg, you know, the producers like Athena. There are a lot of incredible people, and of course Matthew Wood and Kevin Kiner doing the music. But we did Tales of the Underworld, which is about Asajj Ventress.
Yes!
And Cad Bane. And a lot of untold stories. And you know, when I was mixing Tales of the Jedi, I was doing the Ahsoka when she's a baby episode.
Yeah.
And we're on the stage, and Dave's back there just kind of giving notes. And when the mix was over, he left a sketch of Ahsoka on Skywalker Sound notepads that I just kept. And he signed it for me and just left it there. And
oh, that's
I have it in my
amazing.
personal collection, but it's just like he's constantly drawing, even when he's listening to a mixed playback. So Tales of the Underworld's coming out May 4th on Disney Plus. So you have that to look forward to.
Yes.
Of course, we all looped and did voices on Andor, which is amazing. Andor Season 2 coming out in just a few days.
Yeah.
And that's David Acord. We have so many talented people. Matthew Wood, David Acord, Bonnie Wild, Kim Patrick. There's so many talented artists at Sky Sound. But I can share, you know, that we have a little show, a new series coming up from Lucasfilm Animation that I'm working on in sound called Star Wars Maul Shadow Lord.
Yes!
And so we're hard at work on that right now, and I'm so glad we were able to hold that secret until we were able to share it with you all here at Celebration this past Friday.
Yeah, man, I know that you all are very in hush-hush secrecy mode right now when it comes to Maul Shadow Lore. But is there anything that you can say about doing sound design and supervision on that show, and sort of the tone and the things that you wanted to maybe do that are a little interesting and unique to Maul?
No.
Okay.
No. I can't. I really can't say much other than you know, it's a personal challenge to me. Sam and I go way back, you know, to The Force Unleashed.
Yeah.
You know, of course, I voiced Proxy in that game.
Yeah.
And he was Starkiller, of course. But we were friends years before that. Sam went to Juilliard with my best friend growing up, which is how we were introduced in the late '90s.
Oh wow.
And he loved video games. He loved Star Wars. And we just got along really well. And as he started growing through his career, I kept trying to get him into games. And then Starkiller happened, and the rest is history. You know, so working with Sam again is just a joy. It's not just something that I, you know, as a Star Wars fan and person that's been working on it for 25 years now, which I can't believe. It's not just that energy. It's also personal and special to me because I love the team. I want to support everything that they're doing. I love my friend and brother Sam. you know, and getting to make this with him and the crew again is really special.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And we've been talking, you know, with the 20th anniversary, we've been talking all weekend about the family over there. Everybody at animation, everybody at Skywalker, everybody at ILM that has been putting so much into these animated shows for the last 2 decades. And it really is, if you were there at the beginning, you're still there because people love it. People love doing it.
Yeah, yeah, and a lot of folks are still there, and you know, then it spills into Mandalorian and Ahsoka and all of these other incredible shows. You know, it just is this engine for Star Wars that is so special and is still going. And you know, it's been 20 years. Here's to another 20 or more.
Yeah, absolutely. Finally, I do have one question. Anthony Daniels was here yesterday, and somebody recorded the most egregious intro for him. You don't have any idea who that was, do you?
Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Daniels, droid of droids.
You're a monster.
Seer of seers.
You're a monster and you're fired. I have nothing further to say to you.
Anthony
David W. Collins, everybody. He's dead to me.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
And if you want to hear even more from Star Wars Celebration Live, keep watching. We got a lot more.
We're here at the Grogu Cutest in the Galaxy booth on the Star Wars Celebration floor, and I'm here with our new friend Tane-san to learn all about this amazing pop-up. What can you tell us about this pop-up shop?
ね、こんにちは。ここはこの大きなグローグーのバルーンが目印で、可愛い限定品がいっぱい取り揃った宇宙一のお店です。
Are there any fun exclusives in the shop here?
Okay. まずはじめにお伝えしたいのがこちらのハッピです。ハッピというのは日本の伝統的な衣装の一つで、お祭りの時に着るんですね。この衣装、今日のセレブレーションにぴったりです。みんなでこれを着てお祝いをしましょう。こちらは日替わりでデザインの変わるピンズです。昨日のデザイン、今日のデザイン、そして明日は何が出るかな、お楽しみにしてください。日付が入っています。さらにはこの可愛いカエルちゃんを食べちゃうグローグーのクッションが大人気です。
And can you tell me about your favorite item in the shop?
Okay. こちらのトートバッグ、これはトートバッグにこの日付の入ったスタンプが押せるオリジナルカスタムメイドのできるトートバッグです。
That's amazing. Can I have this? Thank you so much. All right, for more from Star Wars Celebration Live, stay tuned. Our next guest is one fierce warrior, a true friend to the end who will travel to unknown planets to help them and even to a world between worlds. Get those lightsabers up for Lady Tano herself, Rosario Dawson!
Live or die?
I choose to live.
Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, love you too. Rosario, I don't know if you planned this.
What?
But your footwear here perfectly matches a Lady Tano herself right up here in the front row. Did you see this? Yeah. Woo! Clearly she got the text.
Gorgeous.
Now I want to open up talking a little bit about some of this amazing cosplay real quickly, because this has been such a journey for you.
Yeah.
You've been Ahsoka Tano now all the way back since The Mandalorian Season 2.
Yeah.
You've stepped into those Laku so many times now.
No.
You're about to do it again
Yeah.
in Season 2.
And they keep changing and getting longer.
Whoa. But how does it feel for you then when you're used to seeing your own face in the mirror reflected as Ahsoka Tano, but then you see Ahsokas from all over the world walking towards you at places like Star Wars Celebration?
I am always so impressed because, you know, I have a whole team getting me ready, and the incredible, and the incredible like details and like reinterpretations that you see, and folks get like really, really into it, sometimes very specific to be exact, or sometimes doing like a completely different look. Like I met this woman who does Wonder Ahsoka, and it's a mixture between Wonder Woman and Ahsoka, and it really works. And I voice Wonder Woman as well, so for me it was like, an awesome mashup. That was my favorite mashup, I have to say, Wonder Ahsoka.
I love that. I love that. Does it get any easier for you as Ahsoka Tano on Ahsoka, the series, to get into that makeup day in, day out? You know, does it become something that, you know, you get it down to a quick transformation, or it's always a journey with your team?
It's pretty long now at the moment. We're trying to get it back down. It took about 6 hours to get ready the other day. It was like, okay, but we have gotten it to an hour and a half before. So I think we're gonna get back down there again. But you know, we keep changing things up, and I think it's gonna be very interesting. You know, the hardware is, you know, it started off as foam before, and it was very heavy and very dense and shorter, but we couldn't do any, it was so heavy. And now they've got this almost like skeleton that's in the inside. It's a 3D printed skeleton with the skin over it that is so soft, can I just say? I'm just constantly like, just like stroking my hair kind of thing all day long. He's like, why are you doing that? I'm like, I'm just petting myself. It's just something you do when you're, you know, Ahsoka Tano, I guess. I don't know. It's really, it's really remarkable, like the technology that's gone into it. And I was filming it the other day, because when you look at it, the textures and the colors and like even these little flecks that it just looks so alive, you know? It's really, it's so special how each department takes on, you know, everything that they're doing to the best of their ability and the most advanced. And we couldn't have done that in the first episode. It's really cool to kind of see what it's graduated to. So I know we're doing some more tweaks now, and I'm very excited to share it with y'all.
Yeah. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see the next incarnation, the evolution of Ahsoka Tano.
Yes.
Now, I know it does take that village to get you into prep, into production, fully into Lady Tano's gear. But what excites you, you know, as the actor behind her, every time you get to step into this role again? You've had a chance in Mandalorian, in Book of Boba Fett, and then, of course, in Ahsoka.
You know, for me, I think the very first one, I actually was looking at pictures and the very first iteration that we did, and that first fitting with Shauna. And I remember, you know, she was so excited. I was so excited. I was doing jumping jacks in the trailer, and I was like, they're gonna fire me because I am being way too much of a fangirl. But it was so special because it was a new costume. Like, it wasn't cosplay. It was something that would be cosplayed later, but it wasn't, it was brand new. So the idea that this character's stories were going to live on and that she was going to go on new adventures was just so exciting. Like, I couldn't believe it. And so we kind of, you know, every time that we get to do a new iteration and change even just a little something, it just gets me so excited, because I know someone out there is going to see it and notice that detail, the thing that you, like, I remember when we even made the Leku like a little longer, I was like, I wonder if anyone's going to notice. They were like measuring it on the screen or something. Like, y'all don't miss anything. Not a thing.
Not one
very
detail.
Impressive. It's very impressive. So I love it. It's very meditative, you know, because it takes such a long process. And, you know, you have like a limited eyesight, you've got this whole forehead piece, like this whole thing is going on. And it really kind of gets me into her, you know, and that's something she's always taking that time to meditate, to find, you know, those visions and really make sure she's on the right path. And it's a very, like, as that process of getting into her look is getting into her zone. So I do like, I'm glad it's not like a 1, 2, 3 kind of thing. It really does take a moment, and it does feel like you leave this galaxy behind and step into a new one.
Speaking of leaving this galaxy behind, stepping into a new one, I want to talk a little bit about from Ahsoka Season 1, when you get to step into the world between worlds and reunite Snips with her Sky Guy, also known as Anakin Skywalker, Hayden Christian himself. Such a huge part of her story, and one I think fans, of course, we're optimistic, we're hoping to see play out, but, Dave keeps his secrets really well.
No, for sure. He doesn't tell me anything because I can't be trusted. Yeah.
He doesn't tell me anything either.
I don't know how our season ends now. I haven't even read all the episodes. He's tweaking it as we go along. He changes things. I can't be trusted.
You'll find out when you watch it, I guess.
Yeah, I'll find out when I'm doing it. I'll be like, what are we doing today? Okay, cool.
But take me back for a minute to when you were shooting the World Between Worlds scenes.
Yeah, that was actually really interesting because most of what we were filming was on the volume, so you could see every single detail. Everyone in the entire crew could. But in this one, it was just this big platform similar to this, the width of this, with a grating on it with light from underneath, and then just green screen everywhere, so you couldn't see it. And it was really cool because he does this really awesome previs when we're filming. So it's basically almost like a video game animation of each episode that all of the directors gets to watch, so the vision is sort of shared with everyone. And, so we could see what it was going to look like. And I loved when the World Between Worlds showed up in the animation. And, for me, it was such a perfect tether going to Iman's character of Ezra because he's the one who pulled her out of that. And that was the last time that she was there was after a confrontation with Anakin before, which was so poignant because that was the one scene where you saw half of his mask disappear. And you got to have a kind of a glimpse of Anakin through inside of Darth Vader, which was something you never saw. And Obi-Wan did the same thing, but it was the other side of his face, which I thought was cool. So we always talk about that, like how powerful that was, that the only one who ever got to demask him was his son Luke. So to be there in that space with him again is just and see him kind of switching between Anakin and Darth Vader is just something we never get to see. And it was just, I remember we were crying on set, the entire crew, we have things filming when it's him walking down the platform and then it's Darth Vader people were freaking out. We were very, very emotional. And this was a big scene for me to do with Anakin, and for me to do with Hayden, because, we've known each other since we were teenagers and never dreamed that we'd be able to do this. And for Dave, it blows his mind that we know each other that long. So that history, that texture that we get to play with on screen has a very real, history to it and depth to it that we don't have, you can't make that up, that we actually remember each other as teenagers. And so to be there just felt really magical and actually tweaked what we ended up doing later because it was so powerful. I remember talking to Dave about it and going, I think something has to change, and he's like, I'm feeling it too. We have to tweak the later scenes because this says so much in it. And watching it again yesterday on the screen, it is a really powerful and really great scene. And you got to see young Ahsoka. And you got to see Anakin in the Clone Wars in that armor. And I remember thinking how brilliant that was done for the fans who know the animation to be able to see all of that on screen, knowing what the World Between Worlds was, knowing what the Clone Wars looked like. But for folks who had never seen it or who had, you get to see Ahsoka at war so little. And you start to understand a lot more of the complexity of her character and the traumas she's gone through, and that's why she didn't want to train Grogu. There's some real tethers of just history there. And I remember when we were filming, he showed me the animation of young baby Ahsoka before it came out. I was in tears. We were filming in the middle of the day, and he's like, come in their lunch break, come and check out something. And I'm watching little Force-sensitive baby Ahsoka being brought out to the woods by her mom. I was like, yo, this is the Togrutas are rough. What an upbringing. But to just see this journey of her, it's one of the greatest gifts as an actor to have so much to play with. It's what Ashley did for so many years, right? What a performance. I mean, you got to see her from a teenager on, and it just how she developed and how she grew, and to see her still doing so, that there's still more to learn, I think is one of the most beautiful things about Star Wars. As expert and capable as these characters can be, there's always a challenge before them that could push them and you never know which way it could push them.
Yeah.
You know, and so I've been really, really grateful to be a part of this universe and this chapter of her life.
Yeah.
Love you. I could literally stay up here for like hours, guys, and just like nerd out with you guys. I'm not allowed, but I would if I could.
We got 75 more questions, so we're good.
Okay,
We're going to be here for a bit, yeah. No, and it's such an amazing ensemble cast, too. Like, you mentioned Amon, but, you know, the last time you were at Celebration...
How much does he look exactly like Ezra?
How much does he act exactly like Ezra?
He acts exactly like Ezra. Like, it's kind of crazy.
He's just
and
basically
and
Ezra.
he'll tell you the story, but he felt it. Like, when he first saw that character, he was like, oh, that's me. I'm going to play that. Yeah. And they weren't even doing it. He was like, but if they ever did, that would be me. And then he literally called his agent like a year or so before it even came up. And he was like, yeah, if that character comes up, like, that's me. And the agent was like, okay. And then sent his tape in, and like, it really was him. When he grew the beard out and just, oh my goodness, seeing him in the Stormtrooper, Night Sister, I mean, all the things.
So good.
Oh my God, the blue contacts. And he's a tennis guy, so he's incredible with the lightsaber. Same thing with Natasha. She's been doing like Taekwondo since she was a kid. You know, and Shin, can I just talk about Ivana? She is the nicest, sweetest woman, but she is such a baddie. Oh my God. Like when she turns it on, I'm like,
oh wait, no, it's scary.
Oh my God, she doesn't blink.
No.
She doesn't blink. She literally, the fan is going in her eyes and she's like, I don't know how she does it. She's not crying. I'd be crying. I would be crying.
Yeah. No, you must be so excited to reunite with that crew.
And Hera.
And
Can
Hera.
we talk about how
Hera.
absolutely
Yes.
perfect Mary Elizabeth is as Hera? Like, it's actually ridiculous how wonderful, like, our crew, we're about to start filming in a week. And I could not be more excited to be reunited with this team. It's such a good group.
I'm so excited for you. And Chopper, obviously.
Chopper! I love that you guys love Chopper so much. He's such a toughie. I love him. Meep, meep. I love him.
Chopper's getting his own fan club over here. There's a chant going.
Come on, he's just such a rascal.
He is. He's a war criminal, but it's fine.
He is a war criminal.
Rosario, you've had, it looks like so many amazing moments while you've been in Japan here
Yeah.
for Star Wars Celebration. Can you tell us a little bit about the other night when you went to the temple? And it was the past, present, and future of Star Wars all kind of meeting of the minds. What was that like? That must be, that has to be so surreal to be standing amongst those giants.
It's insane. You know, it's been, I remember when we did the Mandalorian episode, George Lucas came to visit on set. And he doesn't do that very often. And he was there holding little baby Grogu. And I remember John took a picture of him and it was blurry, and he posted it online, and it nearly broke the internet. And I was standing right there, and I was like, I got cut out of the shot. They don't know. I'm right there. We were filming the big fight battle with the magistrate, Morgan Elspeth, the great Diana Lee Inosanto, who I got to play with again on Ahsoka season 2, on season 1, and it's just, you know, to be up there, and Andor's I'm so jealous of everyone who got to see the first episode already. When I watched Andor season 1, those last couple episodes particularly, I was screaming at the screen. It is so well written. It is so brilliantly performed. It is so beautiful to watch because the whole depth and the landscape of it is so different than anything we've ever seen. And Rogue One is definitely one of my favorite films. So to think about just that idea of Princess Leia just going, what is this hope? And all of that content being created and expanded upon is just so powerful and just shows you just how much richness there is to this world and universe that we could explore. So to be on stage, to be able to see Ryan and say congratulations, because I know Ryan from way back. I gave him the little leg lamp from A Christmas Story. That's the weird history there. I had one, he wanted it, and I was like, yeah, you got it, dude. You're fine. And all these years later, I'm like, now we're in Star Wars together. This is so cool. And I worked with Diego. We shot a film, Chavez, together that he directed. I know Pedro from way, way, way back as well. His success could not be happening to a better person. I love Pedro. He has such a good heart. And what a brilliant actor. He's been doing it for so long, and now he's Zaddy. Like, that's so cool. How cool is that? I'm so happy for Space Zaddy. That makes me so happy. I was feeling it in my chest. How exciting is this film that's about to come out? Like, Baby Grogu is so incredible. And to see how Baby Grogu has evolved as well. The fact that I remember when I was the one who got to just speak to him and name him to the world. I was like, yes, we're making Ahsoka live action, but that alone is going to be, it's such tremendous. If that's the only thing that I got to do, I was so happy and so grateful. So to be up there with Hayden again, knowing he's coming back for the second season.
Yeah.
Dave, like, you know, they've been making these shows now for years. You know, what they've done is just absolutely tremendous, and it just keeps getting better and better. I got to meet one of the cast members again from Skeleton Crew. Those kids are incredible. Like, they're so good. I got into so much trouble going to visit them on set.
Oh, no.
You're like, not supposed to cross the streams.
That's all right. It's all good. I'm curious, I know we probably can't keep you for all 75 questions, sadly.
No.
But we've talked through so many amazing things. You know, I'm curious, when you're between seasons, when you're between times when you're playing Ahsoka, what do you take with you from that role, from that character, you know, that takes you forward in your own life?
I have to say, you know, I thought a lot about it when I was going into the first season, especially working with Diana Leone Santo, whose father, you know, worked and started a whole dojo with Bruce Lee. And I got to meet Shannon Lee, his daughter, and talk to her a lot about who he was and how he prepared. And we all know that he was physical perfection, right? The level of discipline that he brought to his training and to his work was unparalleled. But he also did that with his mind. She was like, he had a library of over 1,000 books. He was constantly writing and journaling and just really working on himself spiritually, emotionally, thoughtfully, and physically. And I kept thinking about that a lot with her, as she's this Ronin-type character. Like, this is all she does. It's not like she goes to work 9 to 5 and then she steps into a different life. Like, for me, I'm not that, like, prince who doesn't own sweatpants. You know what I mean? Like, some folks do live on that kind of high level all the time. But it stays with me as a thought all the time, you know, and take that time. And I love that because that translates so much with how she is with Grogu. How she is with the Mandalorian, how she is with Sabine. It's not about following perfectly in the steps of anyone else and trying to impress anyone else. It's trying to just be the best version of yourself at all times. And you're not going to do that successfully all the time. But that's when you give yourself grace, you know? And I think that's the thing that I stay with. I meditate more now. I'm more mindful about how I'm eating, I'm sleeping. I'm just taking care of myself because I want to be prepared for anything that life throws at me at any moment and be right there for it. So that's what makes this so special, because I'm looking, you know, so cool, and it's us so cool, I like to say, actually. It's us so cool, and I'm really grateful to be here with all of you. And I'm gonna take all of this energy that you're bringing and putting it into the second season, so own that when you see it.
That is all.
I gotta share it with the crew. They're all so jealous that they're not here. So,
And
you
that's
know,
all
but we're
such-
excited.
It's all such beautiful sentiment. Thank you for sharing that. I think, you know, just being present is such a great thing for all of us to take through. But you know who isn't present? John and Dave.
I know.
They're not here right now, so
Yeah.
you want to tell us some secrets about season 2? Maybe?
Wow. I mean, we gave away a lot. I mean, Zeb's coming back. Woo. Which we feel so grateful he's gracing us with his presence because he's a movie star now.
It's kind of a big deal.
He's about to be a movie star right now. You know, we said Hayden's coming back, which is very exciting. We've also talked about, you know, it is called Star Wars. We're going to have a pretty significant war, and it's going to be very cinematic. It's going to be really, really beautiful, because, you know, Thrawn goes big. Who I also kind of call Zaddy a little bit. Can we just talk about the ends that last episode? And he was like, Ahsoka Tano. I was like, Sabine, go in the back. Yeah, go in the back. He wants to talk to me. He's talking to me. You know, and I think that's going to be really exciting. I know a lot of the fans wanted to see that sort of more moment between Ezra and Hera, but you're about to see them taking this on. You know, it's really, really big. I love that Akbar's coming back. I hope it's not a trap for him.
I hope it's not, but you know, I'm getting something in my earpiece. It sounds like Dave's on the phone. He wants to talk to you when we get off of here. So I think we'll let you go after that. But thank you so much for spilling some secrets.
We're in a galaxy. I mean, can we just say how cool it is that we're in galaxies far, far away now?
That is pretty great. That is pretty great. All right.
Pretty cool.
Literally cannot wait for Ahsoka Season 2.
Yeah, me too.
We're going to let you go so you can go make Ahsoka Season 2 starting next week. Thank you for coming to the stage. And Star Wars Celebration Live, it's still going. Don't miss it.
Hey, I'm artist Shin Nonsuke. He's a really famous. Oh wow! And he always drew his character, and in this time he drew a kind of Star Wars characters.
Okay.
With his style and the collaboration with Stance.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. This is it.
Cool.
Yeah.
So that's great. So that's one thing that you got that's exclusive, and then you have some other products as well.
Yeah. He also designed for 2 T-shirts this style. Yeah, that's also good right there.
Yeah, they look amazing. They're so cool.
Yeah.
I love it. And then you, of course, because your stance, you always have a ton of Star Wars stuff to show off. Anything fun and new?
Yeah, we brought a lot of kind of Star Wars stance collaboration items, but almost all gone, sold out yesterday.
We caught you too late.
Yeah, too late.
We're too fast. The socks are too fast. That's
still, yeah, we still have some of the designs, but half of the design were sold out yesterday. Yeah.
So if you're here at the show and you were looking at the stance booth, I would recommend getting here as quickly as you can. Isn't that right, JT?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot, man. Have a wonderful celebration.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Star Wars Visions gave fans a new and cool look into the galaxy far, far away. Our next guest wrote and directed The Ninth Jedi in Volume 1. Give a big welcome to Kenji Kamiyama. ろしくお願いいたします。
はい。
本日のパネルでは Star Wars Visions Presents が発表されました。9人目のジェダイはシリーズ化すると聞いてみんなとても楽しみにしております。今回のシリーズの内容について少し教えていただけますか？
はい。ですね、これはビジョンズボリューム1の時に作られた短編ナインスジェダイから発生したシリーズなんですけれども、このシリーズじゃないやストーリーは一番の特徴はですね、静止カノンではないんだけれども、だからこそできたそのキャラクターのフォースによって色の変わるライトセーバーというのが登場するんですけれども、それを作ったジーマっていう男と彼の娘の物語だったんですけれど、短編の中でね、父親であるジーマが何者かに誘拐されて、彼を助けるためにカーラが旅立つっていうところで終わってたと思うんですけれども、このシリーズはそのカーラがお父さんを探しに行く旅であり、お父さんがなぜ色の変わるライトセーバーを作ったのかとかですね、彼を誘拐したのは誰なのかとか、そういった謎がこう解き明かされていくシリーズになると思います。
楽しみですね。So I'm sure everybody here saw the Visions panel and saw Visions Presents. We're going to get a continuation of The Ninth Jedi, which is such a fan favorite amongst everyone. And in the series version of The Ninth Jedi, we're going to get a little more into it's non-canon, but we're going to get an expanded understanding of how the kyber crystals are used in the sabersmith technology, where the saber can turn different colors depending on who is using the lightsaber. So we're going to get a lot more Force and lightsaber information in action, a lot more expanded on that universe, on top of more of Kara and her finding her dad. I hope everybody's excited about that. That's what you all wanted. パネルでは塩谷さんの Child of Hope も発表されましたが、これは9人目のジェダイのシリーズのストーリーとどのようにつながっていらっしゃるんですか？
はい、塩谷監督の短編の方はですね、カーラが旅立った後に、一人でどういった冒険のエピソードがあったかという一つのエピソードになっていまして、次のシリーズはその後一緒に旅立った仲間たち、まだ9人揃ってませんけど、その仲間たちがどういう旅をするかっていう部分なので、彼の作品の方はその旅の中できっとこういう別のカーラの冒険があったんだろうなっていう一つのエピソードになっていると思います。
So we also learned in the Visions panel that Shiotani director will also debut an episode that is related to The Ninth Jedi, but it is a standalone. And that one's going to focus more on Kara's story as the Jedi get collected into 9. Because we still only have, 今4人ですよね。シーズン1で見られたものではまだ4名しかいないんですよね、ジェダイ。まだ4名。
まだ4人です。
Since there's only 4, we still have 5 more to go. So Shiotani-san's work is going to be a little bit more about that specifically, and it is going to be an exact continuation of the first episode that we saw in the first season of Visions. 神山さん、大ファンでスター・ウォーズの大ファンでいらっしゃることを伺ったんですが、初めて劇場でスター・ウォーズをご覧になった時の印象をぜひ語っていただけますか？
初めて見た時ですね、もう本当に35年前ぐらいですかね。12歳の時に日本でエピソード4が公開されたんですけれども、日本で公開する前からいろんな情報がアメリカ から入ってきてはいて、もう早く見たくてたまらないっていう感じだったんですけど、もう日本で公開されてすぐに見まして、もうなんていうのかな、ルークと同じ気持ちだったと思うんですね。田舎に住んでて、まだ学生で、まだ中学生ですね、ジュニアハイスクールで、僕もこのね銀河の冒険の旅にルークみたいに行きたいなと思ったのが、最初にスター・ウォーズを見た時の興奮した気持ちでしたね。もうこの世界あるんだ。
So I asked Kamiyama-san what, because it's Celebration, Star Wars Celebration, he is a huge, huge fan from forever ago. I asked him what it was like to view Star Wars, A New Hope, for the first time ever in theaters in Japan. And he said that he saw it when he was 12 years old, and it was one of the most immersive experiences of his life. As a 12-year-old in the countryside, he felt very akin to Luke's character, and he felt like he is like Luke and could possibly go to a galaxy far, far away, and it really, really moved him, so much so to move him into the Star Wars family and now working on Visions. 最後にファンの皆さんへ伝えたいことがありましたら、ぜひお願いします。
そうですね、ビジョンズという短編、特に最初のシーズンの時は日本のアニメスタジオが担当していて、日本のアニメスタジオが今度シリーズを作らせていただくっていうのは初めてのチャレンジになると思うので、すごくこう責任も感じてますし、と同時にこうビジョンズをこうずっと追いかけてくださってファンになってくださった人たちに新しいね、もっとたくさん見たいっていう人たちに今度シリーズとしてこう届けられるのすごく僕も嬉しいし、スター・ウォーズのファンとしてね、僕も映画を作りたい、スター・ウォーズを作りたいんだって思っていた気持ちもそのままにこの作品を作ってますので、皆さん自分のスター・ウォーズ体験と重ねながらこう見ていただけたらいいかなと思います。なんかさっき言い忘れたけども、自分のライトセーバーが欲しくて
欲しいですよね。So I asked Kamiyama-san if he has a message for all of his fans out here and out there, everybody. And he said that as a Star Wars fan himself, he is so excited and elated and also feels the immense responsibility of bringing this expanded version of The Ninth Jedi to Visions. And since this is the first time Visions is going to create an entire series out of one of their one-shots, he is so excited and proud, but again, feels a little bit of the heavy weight. But knowing that his story that he wants to tell from a Star Wars fan perspective and getting to share it with fans, everybody out here is motivating him thoroughly, and he cannot wait for everybody to enjoy it and feel as he feels when he watches Star Wars. Thank you so much, Kamiyama-san, for joining us.
ありがとうございました。
We can't wait to see this bright future of Star Wars Visions. Thank you for stopping by to chat with us. Can't wait for more Star Wars? Well, we have even more coming to you next.
I'm here with Shoko and Saya from Marushin, and I had to come here. I stopped you on the floor. I stopped her on the floor when I saw their Darth Vader jacket. Y'all are making such amazing stuff. Tell us about your Star Wars Celebration exclusives.
These jackets are like pre-sale in here. Like, so this is the first time like selling these jackets in this here.
Amazing. And I gotta say, the Grogu jacket with the little frog.
Thank
that
you.
little frog is very good.
Here, so it's very, very good point.
These are so amazing. So these are done kind of in the style of like satin souvenir jackets that you all have over here, right? Tell us about how you kind of come up with your designs.
Well, like these are the like kind of like Japanese jackets called like skajan. So and then like we make it collaboration with the license. So like we call it like a karajan, character jacket, so karajan.
Yeah.
So it's all embroidered, like all the details of the the character.
Oh, so
This year.
good. So good. I love these. And then in addition to the jackets, you have some lovely other stuff that you can take home from the venue as well, yeah?
So we do have like some Japanese like textile products like called tenugui. It's one of like a very good like Japanese souvenirs that like a lot of foreigners are bringing back, and it's really really good sell in this venue as well.
Yeah, one of the things that I love about it is it's the sort of thing where like, you know, you want to come to Celebration and buy like some very big pieces and stuff, but you also want to come home with like some nice little souvenirs, gifts for other people, and I think the tenugui are like so wonderful for that.
Yes.
Y'all have wonderful stuff. Oh my goodness! Come on, it's the sad boy. We love the sad boy. All of this stuff is wonderful. Thank you so much for speaking to me about this. I'm telling you, I saw these and I lost it. I lost it. But we've got a lot more from the Celebration stage, so let's check it out.
Our next guest has been in this fight since he was 6 years old. And with the upcoming premiere of Andor Season 2, he's ready to fight the Empire. Let's make some noise for Diego Luna!
They can't imagine that someone like me would ever get inside their house.
Hello everyone. Buenas tardes, saludos a todas y a todos. This is just what you need, you know, after 2 hours of sleep.
Just a whole
Amazing. So nice
crowd.
to be here again. So nice to be back. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Diego, thank you so much for being with us, especially on 2 hours of sleep. You're doing an amazing job. This whole weekend has been phenomenal. Yesterday, the first audience of fans saw the premiere episode of Andor Season 2 after a panel.
It was very special, and I have to say, it was the right thing to do. You know, it was perfect. I'm so glad the team made everything work. So, yes, it was perfect to share the first episode with this audience. You know, it's like a full circle kind of thing. You know, we're getting to the end, and we had the opportunity to share it with you. You've been there since day one with us. You've been there, and your support has been crucial for us. I mean, from the moment we came out with Rogue One, since then, you know. I was remembering that celebration in London, 2016.
Yeah.
Wow, wow. It was so important, you know, to understand, for us to understand that you guys were there, you know. That this was all for you. So thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed the episode yesterday. Did you? Yeah?
It's so wild to think back to Celebration 2016. Rogue One's about to come out, you know, and I imagine for you, you were thinking, you know, wow, I'm in Star Wars, that's great. Maybe one and done. Is that true? Or were you thinking, I'm going to come back and play Cassian Andor again?
No, never, never. I don't think that way. In fact, it was great to think it was just a film, and because I understood that language. I've been doing films my whole life. It was like, okay, I'm gonna do this gigantic film. I'm gonna do a Star Wars film, but it has a beginning and an end. I'll be back home, back to normal, and I'll just see this as like, wow, that was a great year of my life. That's how I went through the experience, and but I remember, and Alan was saying this yesterday, that we used to say on set of Rogue One, we should do a prequel, we should do more, This is
What a great idea.
But yes, we did. But it was always a joke, and we didn't think it was gonna happen. There was no shows, no TV shows back then, There was no this long format didn't exist. At least in Star Wars, it didn't exist. So it wasn't a possibility. No, it was a nice thing to hear years later that they were interested in revisiting Cassian and going into the backstory of the character.
I love that idea of it'll be 1 year of your life, and now it's been almost 10.
10 years.
10 years with Cassian Andor.
10 years, yeah. In fact, it's 11 years. It's 11 years since I started doing auditions for Cassian. I did my first audition I did in Mexico City. I remember, yes, the director said to me, make sure you do you record it nicely, you have some props. And I put together a whole production, I had a production company, so I called my friends and we rented a studio. It looked pretty good. And we did an audition, but I couldn't tell people what I was auditioning for. So I had to do it. I had to convince everyone not to ask what they were doing,
Don't ask questions, just hold this blaster. It's
yeah,
fine.
just go there, press rec, make sure it's in focus, and that you can hear on the mics. But I did that 11 years ago. It's been, and I've aged 25 years.
Not a day.
over
You've aged
these
not a
10
day,
years.
Diego.
It's intense. Andor was intense. The shooting was very intense for us, I have to say. But good, because it was always a challenge, and the first season we shot while the pandemic was at its peak, so it was difficult.
Yeah, it actually changed the story sometimes for you.
Yeah, well,
what was possible.
And the process, the process of shooting was demanding, was complicated in many ways, but I think that kept us at the same time, we were one of the only lucky people in this industry that was actually working,
Yeah.
So we were really happy that there was an opportunity for us to keep doing what we love, while things were such in dark times,
Yeah, and it's such a beautiful first season. So well written, such beautiful production design. Just everything about it is phenomenal. It's one of my personal favorites. I know we're not supposed to pick favorites. I'm sure nobody at work can hear me say that, so I'm sure it's fine that I said that right here. Diego, I want to bring it back to the fans for a moment because we were talking backstage a little bit about how important it is to you to have all of this support from the fans. And you just said it out here as well. If Rogue One didn't have that fan support that it does, we wouldn't be sitting here talking today. You wouldn't be celebrating your 11th anniversary with Cassian Andor, but we are so delighted that you are. And I'm curious from your perspective, what do you think it is about the character that fans gravitate towards?
Oh my God, I'm glad you asked that because I do think there is something very special about Cassian, and we owe it completely to Rogue One. Rogue One was a film that was meant to be different, that was meant to pay attention to characters that we normally don't pay attention in this universe, And I think that's what makes that film so important and relevant and different and unique, because it's about the people. It's about those who look like us, you know, in Star Wars. Yeah. I mean, there's amazing characters in Star Wars. There's all these fantasy universes, but then there is the people, you know. And behind the revolution, behind the rebellion, there's people, regular people like us, you know.
Yeah.
And we really wanted to commit to these characters and to tell the story of these people when there's no Jedis around, you know. And Andor goes even deeper, you know, into that kind of like.
It gets personal.
Well, it is a beautiful reminder that, you know, behind an event like this, there is people we forget about that were crucial, you know, that were crucial. And this show is about that people. This show is about what makes them decide to sacrifice everything for this cause. And I think the beauty of Cassian is that he's a guy that you might not even see, you know. And then when you realize how important he was, how important his community was, how important, you know, all of those who decide to take that last mission, how important they are for the whole story of this galaxy, you know. I just like, I mean, I just think it's when Star Wars is talking to us, you know, straight at your eyes, telling you, hey, you can be part of this, you know?
Yes, and it's saying everyone is important. And a little bit of, I think, life imitating art here. There's an amazing crew behind the scenes also working to put Andor Season 1 and Season 2 together, and Rogue One. You know, it takes a village to get those off the ground. I'm curious, when you reflect back, do you have any kind of visceral memory of the difference between how you felt on day one on set for Rogue One versus final day on set for Andor Season 2? You know, saying hello to this character in a really big way, and then, you know, saying goodbye to Cassian.
Yes. It's going to be long. Relax. No, because I mean, the first day I was like, I had to be pinching myself. I couldn't like be a professional actor. You know, I was just going like, shit, look at this. My God. And there was no way to tell friends, you know, obviously no phones or cameras allowed on set. And I was supposed to be like, you know, concentrate and be telling a story. And I was just like, shit, this is happening and it's real. And oh my God, things look the way they look in film, you know? It's like acting in theater. Everything is there. You can touch it, you feel it, you interact with those things, you know? So not even the first day of shooting, the first show and tell of the props, you know, and you go there and you interact with what's going to be your blaster, your belt, your all the equipment you're going to have access to, and you're like, this is insane, like a spoiled child, you know. Imagine your parents say yes to everything you say in Christmas. That's the feeling, you know, like, no, I mean, I asked for 20 things to get one, but here I had the 20 toys in front of me, you know, and everything works. The blasters, you know, like the blasters, they give you a kick. They make a noise, you know, every time you pull the trigger. It's like, it's just like suddenly it's happening, you know. So I had the feeling of going back to my childhood, you know, of being back into that fantasy world that amused me, and having a lot of fun, basically. That was the first day. Then things got more and more complicated, and obviously, I mean, I reminded myself I was getting paid and I needed to deliver, and but
and
yeah,
you did.
I tried at least. I tried. I promise. But I tell you what my last day of shooting was. It was like my last day of shooting Andor season 2, right? It was like going back to that first moment, going back to the kid. I was doing some piloting that we had, some special shots that we had for that beginning you guys saw yesterday, you know, in that prototype when I'm trying to fly that thing. And I was there in the cockpit on top of a gimbal, a little thing that actually moves, you know, so you turn right and it moves right, left, down, up. If you get hit, it shakes, you know. You're like basically in a Disneyland ride, you know, and playing there by myself, dressed like the pilot with everything, pushing buttons and flying this thing. And that was my last day. It was a full day in the cockpit, you know, by myself, going back to like, yeah, that thing of like saying goodbye to this toy, this gigantic toy I had the opportunity to play with, you know. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful way to close. And then you asked me about the team. And I do want to talk about the team because, yes, I think we talk very little about what's behind, you know, the amount of people working in a show like Andor. It's incredible, you know, the amount of designers that are sitting down making choices that then you see and you take for granted, but there's the work of someone behind each element on the screen, you know. We work with the best people in costume, the best people, and every costume, like, it doesn't matter where it is on the frame, you know, if it's in the background, out of focus, if someone's there is wearing something that looks amazing and that has a lot of work behind, you know. So it's all the costumes, it's all the sets, it's all the props, it's every look, you know, every makeup design, every hair design takes time, takes a lot of time. It's 2.5 years for us to do one season, you know. One season, yeah, basically, I mean, what you saw yesterday is months of work for us, you know, for you to see 45 minutes.
Yeah. Well, and this season is very much for
and we
films.
get all the applause, we get all the attention, we come out and you guys go nuts, but you should go nuts for those 300 or 400 people working on the shows you love, you know? Because they care about what they do like no one else. Like we work with people that went to work every day really wanting to be there, you know? And one beautiful thing about Andor is that the team of the second season is the same team we had on the first season. Everyone came back.
Yeah. That's phenomenal.
That doesn't happen often, eh? Like people repeating in a show, that means you care. That means you had a great time. That means what you're working on represents you as an artist, as audience too. Yeah. And Andor, you know, created that kind of family, that community that came back, you know. And I want to send, my love to all of them because you made these 6 years of my life beautiful. You know, I was around people that inspired me every day.
Yeah. Oh, well said. Diego, before we let you go, I know how much you love to speak directly to the fans and how important the fans are to you. So is there any message that you would like to share with the fans gathered here and also watching live from home?
Eso. I think one thing I said yesterday, I think I've been saying every time I get a microphone, but I'm shocked about the number. You know that 125 countries, 125 different cultures are represented in this celebration.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And we take that for granted, but it's a beautiful, beautiful example to the world of what we can do, you know, when we get together, when we decide there's something in common we all have, you know, and we celebrate our differences, but we find what connects us. It's beautiful to belong to such a diverse community, you know, and you've been amazing all these years for us. One thing you have to know is that this energy inspires us. This energy is a beautiful reminder of what we have to put behind every day of work in anything that has to do with Star Wars. For us in Andor, your energy was a reminder that you care, so we better get it right. So thank you. Thank you for your love and support, and I hope you're proud of this second season. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you connect and feel for these characters, and I hope to see you again one day. Thank you so much.
We love it. Thank you so much for that, Diego. I know this crowd cannot wait to see Andor Season 2, April 22nd on Disney+. 3-episode premiere, not for the faint of heart. Very exciting, but thank you so much for joining us today at Star Wars Celebration Live, and we have so much more coming, so stick around. But one more round of applause for Diego.
Thank you.
I'm here at the Roosevelt's booth with John. Y'all always have some amazing shirts and releases. What do you got for Star Wars Celebration?
We have a lot of really fun exclusives. We actually only brought exclusives to the show. Yeah, we have this beautiful woodblock Japanese traditional style samurai Vader jacket, satin jacket that is going really fast. We also have a couple of really awesome exclusives up here. Again, we tried to really stick to Japanese culture. We have some awesome 8-bit video game shirts over here. We have some traditional toy shirts over here. Kazumori, who's going to be signing tomorrow, did a Luke versus Vader shirt right here. So everything here we have to sell. It's not coming back with us. It'll never be sold online. So that was a special thing that we wanted to make sure we kept here in Tokyo.
Wow. Roosevelt's came to play.
Yeah. Only exclusives here the whole weekend. So
Listen, you have to come by Roosevelt's for 2 reasons. Number one, these shirts are amazing and they are going fast, and I know that jacket for sure is like selling out at the end of every day.
Yeah, we only have a few jackets left, so come now if you want to try and get the last couple that are left. But yeah, that was the hot one for this year.
But also the second reason you need to come to Roosevelt's is any of these shirts that are left over legally need to be thrown into the ocean where they will be eaten by whales. And it's not good for the whales.
Yeah, I don't think the whales would.
The whales can't, John.
They can't digest it. So you don't want whales eating our shirts.
No. So if you were on the fence and you were like, I don't know if I should buy the Roosevelt's shirt, think of the whales is what we're saying.
Think of the whales.
Yeah. Where do they come find you?
Hall 4. We're at Hall 4. Come find us. We're right in the corner, right by the Twin Sun stage. So hope to see you soon, and thank you guys for supporting us.
Oh, thank you, John.
Yeah.
Take care, man. Everyone walking around Star Wars Celebration today all have many little art prints hanging around their necks. Yes, they may be referred to as badges, but when they are covered in amazing art like this, they are both the artist, Takumi. Please welcome him to the stage. And Zen. Welcome, you two, to Star Wars Celebration Japan. Is this your first celebration?
Yeah, it's our first celebration. Yeah, for him, for me. Yeah, it's such a thrill.
Yeah. Are you enjoying it, Takumi? How is it?
本当に最高の場所を楽しんでます。ありがとうございます。
Yeah, he's been enjoying this, and then most importantly, seeing all the fans.
Yeah.
Like having a badge on your chest, and then he's so much honored, and then it's now his dream come true.
We're talking about tens of thousands of people wearing your art around their necks.
Oh, hell yes, yes.
Oh, yes. That's pretty amazing. And you all had kind of a long journey getting this art to Lucasfilm that was very personal for the both of you. You came up with Star Wars, yeah?
Yes. Starting from him or?
Yeah, from either one of you.
Okay, so well, it's kind of a story that how we both of us get into this Star Wars. Of course, like everyone else, we are Star Wars fans since I was born. Of course, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then my father was a huge fan of the Star Wars, and then our main business is automotive.
Okay.
And then, but since it's a family business, so one time my father passed away in 2023, September 2023. But one time I asked him before he passed away, what would you like to be if you're not was born under an automotive family group? He said that, Zen, I want to be a movie director. And on which kind? He's like a Lucasfilm.
Yeah.
And then, every single chemotherapy or the treatment, he always wore the Lucasfilm cap.
That's right.
All the time.
That's right.
Yeah, so.
She's wearing the cap right now. That's Dad's cap.
Yeah, that's my dad's hat. Yeah.
That's the lucky
my
hat.
My fiance Kaya wears that, so that's his cap, yes.
Mm-hmm. And he wore that all the time.
Yeah, all the time. And then, when this project came in, I got news from Lucasfilm through Disney Japan. It was just a week before he passed. And then that was my very last conversation with my father, was that how could we entertain fans with Takumi's art, right? And then he told me that then I may not be able to see how happy fan could be, but I'll leave the torch to you. Do your very best with Takumi, make this badge art the best and the most, and then I will see all of your guys' smiles from somewhere up there. That's what he said.
So he always wanted to work with Lucasfilm, and you got to tell him that you were going to work with Lucasfilm before he passed. Yeah. That's amazing. Yeah. That's amazing. And and you did deliver. This art is beautiful. Takumi, you've done such an amazing job. It's beautiful because it is a balance of traditional Japanese art and your own sort of more of a pop art style. How did you create these badges and come up with the style for these?
どういうふうな形でそのバッジを作ってきたかっていうところですね。日本語で言う。
そもそもスター・ウォーズっていうのはやっぱり日本の文化からの影響もありますので、もともと親和性が高いということは言えると思います。で、それぞれのキャラクターを日本風にするときに、どの時代のどの装飾が合うのかっていうことを考えて一つ一つデザインしていきました。はい。
So from the very first time, he believes that Star Wars and ukiyo-e complement each other for sure, because all you may know, because ukiyo-e is often noted for like a drawing style, very catchy, but ukiyo-e is all about storytelling. Combining all the color composition even the motif, color, everything. So more than drawing style, ukiyo-e is all about to express story.
Yeah.
As well as Star Wars universe. So he picked that from the very first, and then he do a journey for the entire Star Wars, each character, what kind of story behind of the character, their own background, and then he trying to put everything with a scheme so you can enjoy all the details.
Yes, and they really do. Each one really does tell a story about those characters. My personal favorite one is the Mon Mothma, and what I love, yeah, you saw the Mon Mothma one, right? It's beautiful. And one of the things that I love about it is, you know, she's holding up the scroll, but her eyes are not looking towards you. Right? She's very clearly looking away, like she has a secret, like she's hiding something. Yep. And noticing those little details in this has been absolutely wonderful to see. Yeah. So I think you all did an amazing job. How do y'all feel about it?
Thank you.
これ言っていいかわかんないですけど、モンモスマに関して言うと、彼女が見ているデススターの設計図は、江戸時代に描かれた天体図をモデルにしています。
Okay, so in order to respect, combining it, you know, the Momosma story and then ukiyo-e. So the one actually it's a sky map from the Edo era. So
yeah, she's got the scroll
exactly,
out. Yeah.
Exactly. So we kind of came up with a story that, okay, this sky map from the Edo era can be the map of the Death Star.
That's amazing. Yeah. So. All the little details come together. Which one do you both have your favorites? Which one when you looked at it?
You should ask him first.
Yeah? What is your favorite?
僕はやっぱりそのレイロの
Leia? Yeah.
もう好きですし、あとやっぱベイダーですかね。はい。ベイダーは僕がもっと幼い子供の頃から浮世絵風に描かれたダース・ベイダーの絵っていうのをたくさん目にしてきたんですけど、僕はどうも納得があんまりいってなくて、いつか自分で描きたいなと思ってたので、本当に一番楽しい仕事でした。
Yeah, he's seen a lot of Vader depicted in ukiyo-e style as a fan art, but he always has been dream of, okay, one day I will draw Darth Vader in my own style to make it the very best, and then now it's happening. So
that's amazing. Congratulations. Well, listen, this art is unbelievable. It's on badges. If you're here at the show, it is also available at the Celebration store as prints. It is available as pins. You should really go check it out. Zen, Takumi, thank you so much for everything you've done for this year.
Thank you. So
it's
let me,
really beautiful.
Anthony, let me deliver the last message to you all.
Yes.
Like I explained to you earlier, ukiyo-e is all about storytelling. So we always talk about how this story of our project, the badge art, ends. It's now because only with the artwork, this journey cannot be ended, right?
Yeah.
So now, all the force gathering in here, all the smiles, all the excitement, your energy we got from here. So I need to thank you all that to complete this journey. Thank you.
Amazing. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you as well. You guys are absolutely wonderful. And you know, every hero needs a sidekick. Every captain needs a mate. Every dinner needs a side dish. On a slightly smaller, you wrote rhyming couplets into this for me to read, AJ. How dare you? Let's join Anthony Daniels, Ahmed Best, and Alan Tudyk on the celebration stage to hear about the heroic sidekicks of Star Wars. I'll get you, AJ. Thank you, guys. Zen and Takumi, everybody.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank
expect from Star Wars fans. Like I said before, Star Wars fans are the best fans in the entire world. Give yourselves a round of applause. Okay, so thank you. I love you too. Thank you. This weekend has been so much fun, and I have a feeling this panel is going to be a lot of fun. Or should I say, here's where the fun begins. So the Star Wars story would not be what it is today without the beloved sidekicks, right? Sidekicks like C-3PO, Jar Jar, K2SO. Hey, and even Ahsoka was a snippy sidekick before she got her own series, right? So this panel is all about the heroic sidekicks of Star Wars, and the sidekicks are going to take center stage. So we have an amazing panel today. Let's hear it for our panelists, starting with Jar Jar, Ahmed Best. Next we have K2SO. Let's hear it for Alan Tudyk. And last but certainly not least, the icon, the legend. Let's hear it for Anthony Daniels, C-3PO. Well, welcome, gentlemen.
Sidekicks? Yeah, let's
Gotta do some sidekicks.
We're backstage. We're hearing this wonderful introduction, and the word sidekick keeps coming up. Do you know who had the biggest part in the original Star Wars film? Who had more lines than anybody else?
Who was that? Who was that, Anthony?
It was me.
That's right.
So this sidekick thing just doesn't work for me.
No, main character energy right there.
What are we going to talk about instead?
Hey, I agree with you. I did not name this panel, but this panel, we're bringing main character energy, aren't we?
That's right. NPCs, baby.
Wow.
Valued partners, at least equals.
Yes.
I mean,
But you
well,
know
at
what?
least.
I would say, I think sidekicks have more fun, right?
Absolutely.
They get to comment a lot on what's happening because you've got all these humans doing stupid stuff, and the psychics are going, oh, you know, I don't understand human behavior. And you know, there's many people who don't understand human behavior these days. It's all gone a bit crazy.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I want to bring it right back here to Star Wars Celebration. Anthony, you went to the very first Star Wars Celebration, didn't you?
Yes, with Dan Madsen in Denver, Colorado. Anybody there?
Did anyone go?
Yes. You are my brothers. Do you remember the rain and all that? The mud, everything? You are my brothers, that kind of Shakespearean thing, those on St. Crispin's Day, and I'm just raising the level of the, you know. Dan Madsen was given the job of producing the first show, and it was astounding. He did a great job of getting everybody together, and then the heavens just destroyed it. But that was the beginning, and here we are, how many years later? 20, is it 20 years? No.
26 years.
Well, you did the maths anyway. But I understand that this show is the biggest so far.
Wow.
Wow.
Of course, we are waiting for 2 years. Some of us may make it, I don't know. But it's great to see the energy that you all bring. And then you've got the energy of the, well, if we're not sidekicks, what are we?
I think
It's like we're
stars?
our own
I think
friends.
Yeah.
What?
Happy friends.
Happy friends.
It's like we're
The communities.
Friends with benefit, friends without benefits.
Anthony, you can't give away all of our secrets to all of these new people.
And this is when the panel went off the rails.
Were we ever on rails?
No, we weren't. We weren't. So yes. What does Star Wars Celebration mean to you all? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've been saying this kind of all weekend. It's like, you know, and Anthony kind of alluded to it. Like, there's a lot of crazy going on in the world, and what's wonderful is we can all come together as Star Wars fans and share in this thing that we absolutely love. And maybe individually in our own worlds, in our own homes, people look at us like we're, you know, a bit strange or a bit fanatical. But when we turn on these movies, when we watch these characters, you know, we are fortunate enough to share this experience of being in these things and sending them all to your homes and your hearts. But what it does for all of us is the same thing. It just unites us all with this idea of hope and togetherness. And regardless of all of the differences that we have in our opinions and in our worlds, we all come together and love this thing, right?
And what has been noticeable for me, over the last few days, I have met people from around the world, as have you. A lot of Australians been moving around obviously Japan, Middle European, several Russians, and I'm pleased to meet people who are still willing to come and join with us in this event.
Absolutely.
Well, Star Wars is a universal language. It really is. If you think about it, we might not all speak the same language, but we all speak Star Wars.
And thank God we have a
unites us.
protocol droid who can speak all the languages.
Now, Alan, you're newer to the Star Wars world, relatively, if we're talking, you know, from our oldest member to, you know, you joined us the most recent.
Yes.
What has it been like for you to join the Star Wars family?
It's been incredible. I've been to conventions before Star Wars, so this is I've been to I've had similar events, but there's something that's really special about Star Wars. The level of fandom, especially in Japan. I don't know if it's just the crowd roar is a lot higher in decibels. I don't know if it's the people or if it's the enthusiasm, but you can hear it all over where we are signing. You just hear it coming, yeah, and it's thundering and it's shaking things. It's great. I love it. It's been a lot of highs.
That's it.
A tsunami of cacophony.
Okay, I feel like the word sidekick needs to be banned from this panel. But let's just talk about your characters in general, because all three of your characters, you know, have such a wide range, from being comedic relief to actually drama, to very emotional moments. So, Anthony, what has that been like for you? Because you've really paved the way for all of us, and you know, you were the OG, the OG sidekick. So what has that been like for you to have a character that plays such a wide range?
You make me think at this moment, the first time in the original Star Wars that becomes emotional is when Obi-Wan Kenobi has been killed on the Death Star. And I and Luke and so on are there in the Millennium Falcon. And 3PO just looks so sad. And he doesn't speak, but with a bit of, like, you know, thinking, you can make yourself look really pretty depressed. And that was the first emotion. And then, of course, you know, as 3PO watches the drama of, in the prequels and so on, of Anakin destroying himself, that's pretty bad. But, you know, our characters are allowed to comment, as it were, on human behavior. And some of the writing, some of the really good writing, is when the world is being reflected through basically inanimate, not obviously you, but you and me, basically inanimate.
What? Woo! I don't know about that. I have a soul. I have feelings.
Yeah, okay. But not as big as my soul and my feelings. Just saying.
It's true, though, what the performance when you are a robot, especially when they made K2SO's face, when they were designing it, they looked to C-3PO because this was a prequel to his design. And at one point, K2SO had eyelids.
Oh.
I blinked, click, 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 and I've seen some of that. It looks good. but it doesn't look right because if I was before C-3PO, why'd they get rid of him? Maybe there's they kept screwing up. One would go half. It would be a little lazy. I don't know. I don't know why.
If it was George Lucas in charge, he would have put the blinks in later.
Yeah. They'd fix the blinks in post.
Yeah.
But there was definitely a different idea of what a droid was in collective imagination because you guys emoted so well. And, you know, C-3PO really was the... There's an argument to be said that all of these stories are being seen through the eyes of C-3PO because he's the first person we relate to and contact with in A New Hope. So once we understand where the story is going through C-3PO's emotions, we fall in love with the rest of the stories in the rest of the galaxy. So it really did change this idea of what, you know, these human cyborg relation, you know, mechanisms were, that they did have feelings. And I think we've been chasing that ever since.
He was never a hero figure. He never, did 3PO ever do anything really important? Did he change anything? Because Jar Jar, later on, managed to change quite a bit, yeah?
Yeah. I kind of started the Empire, really.
Wow. You voted for Palpatine, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I kind of like laid the groundwork for Palpatine to kind of take over. And most people don't think that it was intentional, but
wow,
there was Sith fire involved.
Did you not?
That's right. Yeah, I kind of right.
Yeah, sorry guys. Sorry about that.
The price of eggs were too high.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh. Oh no.
We have some Americans in the audience.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, all the Americans have been here just eating eggs for the past 3 days. They're like, can you believe they have whole omelets here?
Oh my goodness. Well, let's get it back on the rails.
That's why.
I completely agree. Sidekicks, actually, especially even Ahsoka Tano. See, like how I pivoted there?
Well done, Ashley. Well done.
Even the Clone Wars, you experience the story through Ahsoka's eyes. Like I said, she started as the snippy sidekick, and we experience these stories through our characters' eyes. But it's not just the eyes, it's also the voice. So, Anthony, I want to talk about you and Alan. You had to come up with droid voices. And Anthony, again, you paved the way. Did you even have any reference for droid voices, or did you just completely make it up?
That's a good question, because this was 1975 when I first met George Lucas. And, you know, we talked about the droid. He vaguely talked about the voice, but then, of course, history means that he didn't mean to use my voice at all. But the only thing I could remember was, of course, the Daleks, who were, you know, very current, exterminate, exterminate, all that kind of thing. There was a robot in Barbarella. Anybody remember Barbarella? And I can't remember it was the spaceship's voice, I think. Yeah. That was quite sort of twee, for want of a better word. But none of that worked, and I practiced at home, and it was all rubbish. And then I will be very honest with you, and I've kind of said this before, but I'm saying it out loud. That first day in the desert, and the picture you can see now is that first day. Behind the camera is the sandcrawler, and I had been standing in the first shot, being purchased by Luke Skywalker and Uncle Owen, and I was wearing this horrific suit for the first time. It didn't work, it didn't fit, whatever. And then George said, action. And I think out of all the strangeness of being in this other place, this planet, the sand, the sun, the suit, the camera, I think 3PO suddenly became quite nervous and has remained so ever since.
Wow.
It was the spirit of the moment, and now I had been reading the script for about 6 months, so he was slightly in my head, but he arrived through the grace of the force or whatever, and I'm hugely grateful to him.
That is such a cool story. Thank you for sharing that.
May I ask you a question, Anthony, about 3PO as well? 3PO was also one of the first droids that we experienced like anger and frustration, right? And when he gets frustrated and he really like, you know, mostly like at R2-D2, what R2-D2 is doing, right? You really kind of go in on how you're feeling, and you really make it emotional. And even though there's like, and this is how amazing, you know, I've known Anthony for quite a while now, and I'm always in awe of him as an artist, because if you recognize C-3PO's facial expressions don't move, but we all feel everything he does. And that is a testament to how phenomenal an actor Anthony Daniels is. And
Ahmed, can we work more together in the future? I'm really enjoying this.
Anytime. Yeah. But when you did put those emotions in and those inflections into C-3PO's frustration, where did that come from? Was that directed? Did you just feel that in the moment? Did it feel right?
Oh yeah, it totally you know, some of it was in the script, like, you know, but go that way, you'll be malfunctioning within a day. Kick. Yeah. And of course, that was in the script, that was George, but when I kicked the R2 unit, it made a kind of clunk, and Ben Burtt afterwards put a really good crunch in there, which made me feel quite good when I watched it. But it was an exaggeration. You know that you take the script as a basis for anything, because a writer can't put everything in a script. You know, they leave it to the actor. They get a good actor to come and do it. That actor interprets it, you know. And if the director lets you do that, not always the case. No, can you do it the other way? Then it will work. You get that emotion. My favorite scene, if I may say, is in episode 6 with the Ewoks. We've just become a part of the tribe. Yeah. And I'm chatting to an Ewok here, and Han Solo, keeps interrupting. Yeah. Ask him this. Ask him this. Ask him this. And 3PO at that point whips his head around. It was brilliant. Though I say it myself, because when I watched, I thought that fury, that double take of anger really works. And there are just these moments that come out of you viscerally.
Absolutely. It works so incredibly well. Even when you're telling the story of the first 2 episodes to the Ewoks, and you see your arms move, like, it's just beautiful to see, you know, you in this wonderful behavior, and we know the story, we understand, we can see it in our mind's eye as you're telling it, but 3PO's movements are so incredibly static and no facial expression. It's just wonderful. It's a vocal performance that it's just completely transformational.
Okay.
Now,
wonderful.
Alan, so a lot of precedent had been set about what droids sound like in Star Wars. So was that helpful when you became the voice of K2SO? Or was that also intimidating because you also had to find your own sound? So what was that like for you?
It wasn't intimidating. I'm kidding. It was, you know, Anthony did pave the way. He gave me a lot, just your performance gave me a lot of permission and gave me a guide on what I could and could not do.
But I'm going to interrupt again, because before you did Star Wars, you did a film, and I didn't actually know it was you, and I only discovered it, a year ago. Anybody see iRobot?
Absolutely. Sonny, baby.
Sonny the robot. I think 3PO is in love with Sonny. That was a truly, truly terrific performance.
Thank you.
And I know it was CGI, but again, you found that voice, and it was so empathetic and tragic. So did that help you come into the Star Wars world?
Yes, that's where I started, and that's what I thought when I first interviewed with Gareth, the director, about the job, I didn't think he was asking me to be in the movie. I thought he wanted an education on a CGI robot because I had done Sunny. And I was like, okay, here's what you need to do. And we were talking on Zoom. He was like, I think I'm going to, whatever movement there is that you have, I'm going to capture it in the CGI. And if you move your eyebrow, this is back when they thought he might have eyebrows, we're going to do that on K2SO. And I was like, no, don't do that. Don't even chain yourself to that idea, because it's not gonna. You're gonna make a promise you can't keep, because when you're in editing, something's gonna happen and you're gonna want to change it, and don't feel bad about it because it's filmmaking. You're gonna have to change it. And I was just very frank with him. And then he said, well, I'd like you to audition if you would. I was like, are you serious? Okay. And so I started with Sonny, and Sonny was he was a robot who spoke correctly. And I had gone to Juilliard, where they taught you how to speak correctly. And it was so annoying at the time. And they had a sort of a bad reputation at the time of turning all the actors that came through Juilliard into robots. But it worked well for me, since I was auditioning for a robot. And so I did this I forget what it's called, I forget what it's called. Edith Skinner's mid-Atlantic speech is what it's called. Yeah, right? Atlantic speech. But it's great, and it's helped me learn accents and stuff. It was actually a very good skill to have. So I started there. Also, he was formerly of the Empire, and a lot of imperial people had English accents. Not you, but you weren't from the Empire. But a lot of the guys had, so I gave him an English accent, and I watched C-3PO. So I knew that I could have emotion, and I could have opinions, and I could have strong opinions. And so the scene that they had me do didn't end up in any script. It was, we were coming down into a planet that had a different magnetic field that was messing with my logic center. Yeah. And so I was speeding up and slowing down, and I start talking like doing stuff like that, and malfunctioning. And there was this whole thing that I just did as the thing, and then Gareth invited me to, it was actually a Star Wars celebration in Anaheim that was happening. If the people were there,
Yes, I think many of us were.
Orange County.
I was there, but not on stage or in the crowd or anything. I was in some back room somewhere with Gareth Edwards, and he was showing me drawings of Rogue One. And he just invited me there, and I was like, so this is how the U-wing's going to look, and we have this, and here's some early sketches of ideas for K2SO and all of this. And as he kept going, I was like, he's either going to kill me, because I know way too much, or he's going to offer me this job. And it just kept going and going, and I was getting more and more anxious. He's like, so would you like to do it? Yeah. And he said, great,
so cool.
Welcome to Star Wars. And I bought a cinnamon roll and drove home happy. It's really
Wonderful.
good. It's really good.
So good.
That is awesome.
So good.
Now, Ahmed, obviously you weren't constrained to a droid voice.
No.
But did you come up with Jar Jar's voice? Or?
Yeah.
So, where did inspiration strike you? Because that can also be, I can tell you as a voice actor, that can be really overwhelming when someone just says, yeah, come up with a voice.
Yeah, I mean, well, the whole thing was overwhelming, mocap had never been done before in movies, and George trusted me, and I was just this skinny kid from the South Bronx, I didn't really think that I belonged there, and most of the time I was trying not to get fired. So with the voice, originally I wasn't supposed to be the voice. It was going to be someone else, right? I was just hired to be the motion capture movement of Jar Jar. And so I told George before I flew to London to start shooting, Leavesden, I was like, I do voices, right? And he was like, oh, okay, cool. Send me some voices. right? And so I put 6 voices on a DAT. I mean, this is aging me, but remember DATs, digital audio tapes? That used to be gold back in the day. So I put 6 voices on a DAT and I sent it to Lucasfilm. 6. I did 6 different ones. And the one that ended up being Jar Jar was a voice that I used to do for like all my little cousins. They were like, it was like, yeah, it was like this kid's character voice that I used to do for all my little cousins. You know, I really love children. Like, I love children and I love old people. Like, those are my 2 favorite people on the planet. I like kids and old people.
Just saying.
Yes. Yeah. Very fond of both of you. And so. So that was the voice that George liked. He liked the ones like, you know, he said to Rob Coleman at ILM, he said, dare to be dopey with Jar Jar, right? So like the more for little kids, the voice, the better. But I still didn't know if I had the gig as the voice, even when I landed. So I landed, I got the script, and then we were doing a table read of Phantom Menace when everybody landed, and I didn't know that it was gonna be me. And he was like, yeah, come to the table read. And I was just like, all right. So I'm sitting at the table read, and the worst case of imposter syndrome that you can possibly imagine happened because, you know, Natalie walked in, and I loved her work from like Leon, The Professional, and from Beautiful Girls. And I thought she was just a wonderful young actor. And then Ewan, I loved him from Trainspotting. He walked in, and I was just like, oh my God, these people are fantastic. And I'm just, you know, skinny kid from the South Bronx, right? And then Liam walked in, and Liam was extremely serious because he had just come off doing Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. And he played Jean Valjean, and it was like a and this is not the musical version, right? This was the one where it was strictly the Victor Hugo novel. So he came in and he was very serious, and he walked in with this gravitas, and Liam is this very strapping, large, you know, Irish man, you know. And then little Jake came in, and Jake had more experience than I did, because Jake had done 2 movies, one with Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? So they all come in, that'll work in a couple minutes. You'll get that joke. You'll get that joke. That's a slow burn, that joke. So,
I'm also wondering what the translation's going to be for that. Which shout out to the incredible people who are doing the live translation,
Japanese.
Which is incredible if you think about it.
Yes, arigatou gozaimasu. So, everybody's sitting in the table read, and Jar Jar in Phantom Menace comes in fairly early, and I didn't know if I had the gig as the voice.
That's so nerve-wracking.
Everything is happening, and I'm sitting, if you watch the behind the scenes, they have this table read behind the scenes of Phantom Menace, and I'm hiding. I'm like behind the script like this, like, oh, Jesus Christ, don't anybody look at me. Please don't look at me. Please don't look at me. Please don't look at me. And then it's coming around, and I'm really debating, should I just use my voice or should I use this kid's voice that George likes? And I was like, should I do it? Should I not do it? And then finally Jar Jar's first words happen, and I do it, right?
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I'm just like, oh, Maury, I love you, sir, right? And then, but here's how I knew it was gonna work. Because I do that voice, and little Jake starts laughing.
Ooh.
And I'm like, boom, got it, I'm good.
That's
good for the
awesome.
rest of the day. And then I had the job, which was just really, really wonderful to do, you know?
I love it. There's not a better voice for Jar Jar. It's just incredible.
Thank you. I quite like they dub us in different languages. And I was listening to like the Spanish Jar Jar version. Really sexy. It sounds like Antonio Banderas. I was like, why didn't I do that? I should have did that voice.
So, okay, from the voice to the physicality.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how your characters move. Now, Anthony, the other night, we had an event that kicked off Star Wars, and you were sharing a story with me that I had never heard about your first day on set. You mentioned it about the suit and how the first day, literally, of course, I asked the question that was on everyone's mind. I think you said it took a couple of hours to get in, and then they said it took too long to get in it, can't take it off. And I said, well, how did you go to the bathroom? So tell us about the suit, and then also from there, how did you develop the physicality?
Well, yes, the picture you're looking at is from one of the, I don't know, it's not the original. We'd spent 6 months, they had spent 6 months making the costume around a mold of my body, and they really worked hard at Elstree Studios, but I never got to wear it but for like 10 minutes there. Then the next time, it was out there in the desert, and there are pictures which we used the other night of me being crammed into this thing, and then suddenly I was on my own. I could just, this dark interior. I did kind of mumble at the continuity lady, you know, I didn't know what I looked like. And so I got her to take a Polaroid picture and hold it. And I could you hold it higher? Because she couldn't understand that I have no peripheral vision, sideways, up or down, whatever. And then I looked at this face, this beautiful face, and I thought, okay, that's me now. And that was Liz Moore's beautiful sculpture. And then, as I said, with the voice, you know, interesting about the voice, that George hadn't thought to have you as the voice you were going to be. George didn't think of having my voice. I was hired basically to move the suit around. And eventually that changed. And then years later, I was having dinner with a bunch of people, and somebody at the table said something about Yoda. I said something about Yoda. He said, you know Yoda? Well, yes. You know Yoda? And I said, yeah, I'm the casting director for Yoda, and they won't show me a picture. How dumb is that? You have a casting director who's trying to find a voice for Yoda, and secrecy, they wouldn't let him see a picture. I said, oh, you need something cranky, and you know, you really know that. And of course, Frank Oz on the set had been doing Yoda the whole time perfectly.
Brilliant.
And George just never thought of him as doing the voice. I don't know what's with George, that he kind of gets these, he wants to change everything. So we are now indebted. You know, back in England, they're about to show the original episode 4, untouched.
Wow.
People are very excited. So things change in the movies. You talked about editing and so on. And this idea that, because one of the things about being the body and the voice is it's one brain doing the whole thing.
The connection.
That really works. There's a wonderful film called Spaceballs with...
yeah, Mel Brooks, Rick Moranis. Yeah.
Beautiful. But the girl, I think, on the roller skates is not the voice of Joan Rivers. And there's a kind of, it's not the uncanny valley, it's a kind of
disconnect, yeah.
Because Joan Rivers has a huge brain, but she's rubbish at roller skating. So the two didn't quite come together. And with you and me and you and me, it works because one brain, one body, one thought, one voice. Yeah. Just saying.
Absolutely.
Well said.
Right. Alan, Ahmed, what about you? Tell us about, because Alan, I have to be honest. Tell us about the physicality of K2SO.
Well,
you'll remember the first time we met, and you quoted me, haven't you?
I have. I don't know if everybody's heard the story. While we were doing Rogue One, you were on set one day because you appeared in Rogue One, and I heard that you were there, and I was like, oh my God, can I meet him? Oh, that would be amazing. Can I meet C-3PO's here? Oh my God. So they brought me over to you, and I said, hello. How are you? Nice to meet you. And I said, I'm playing a droid, K2SO. And you said, oh, yes, yes, I saw his name in the script. Are you doing motion capture, or are you in a suit? And I said, I'm motion capture. And you said, you shit.
I'm afraid it's true. I was wreathed in jealousy. Oh.
And But I wore stilts, which was I enjoyed a lot actually, and put me at the height of K2. And I did have some robotic hands from time to time, but they were so loud. But I had the ability to go to ILM before we started shooting when I was first learning how to use the stilts, and they had me in it's called the volume, where they have all these cameras, and when you step into the volume and you're wearing the suit, they projected on the screen K2SO where I was. So I could walk around and see how it tracked my body and to see what read, if I, walking and running and stuff like that. But, he kind of has a hump back a little bit like that. So I had to really stand up straight, because if I slouched at all, he really was like an old man. So I had to always stand, there's just different things that I had to find. But, emotional movement is dance, it's mime. It's such a big, it's a big part of theater and art, that you feel emotion in your body and you carry emotion in your body and you project emotion from the way you move. And it was always on my mind when we were doing it, especially knowing that I had a static face as well, and that a lot of it would have to be told vocally and then also through movement. That's how we were telling the story of K2SO. So it was in my mind. Having theater in my background was very, very helpful.
A rather unkind story comes to mind, but if you think of the cantina scene in the first movie, they called me one day and said, do you have any friends from drama school who...
No friends.
Who could come in?
No, go on, sorry. I don't know if you had that.
I'm working on loving you. It's tough. It's tough. They said, do you have any friends? I thought about it, and they said, who would be, from drama school, young actors who would be willing to come in and put on a costume and be in the bar as kind of, weird characters? And I began to call around, and they called me again. We don't have a budget to pay anybody. We're going to use crowd artists. And so they did. And crowd artists fill out any movie very well. But when you put a rubber head on an actor, you get a character. Right. When you put a head on somebody who's just, being a body for the day, you get a rubber head on a body. Right. And I still look at the cantina sequence and think, oh, what a shame my friends weren't there. Yeah. Because actors really are worth what they paid, which isn't always quite enough. Yeah.
Well, I think, did you say
Can I just say, I saw I think he was an actor for Andor. I don't think this is a spoiler.
Okay.
But they've
we're all like,
they've gotten,
spoiler?
They had, a lot of the makeup takes so long to put on, but now it's gotten really good. They can make these heads that do just fit right on your head, almost like a mask. You've seen them. You probably own some. But they put the mask on these people, and we were walking out. It was a very serious scene, and they put a mask on this guy's head, and he looked very dangerous. And they're like, action. And the guy goes,
oh, that's terrible.
Cut. They didn't bother to give him any way to see out of the damn thing. So insane.
That's so great.
Oh my gosh. Well, Ahmed, what about you? Obviously, Jar Jar, talk about physicality.
Yeah.
It's not just about the voice. It is all about the physicality, and that's so much of what I remember about Jar Jar. So tell us,
Look at that young
not
man.
only did you have to come up with the voice, but how did you come up with his movements?
Yeah, the movement was, I'd grown up doing a lot of martial arts. I'm still a martial artist today. And one of my biggest influences in martial arts was Jackie Chan. And I loved not only like Jackie Chan as a martial artist, but Jackie Chan as a physical actor. He was one of those, he was one of the first, lead Chinese martial artists in a movie that showed pain, right? Because a lot of times, especially in the Shaw Brothers old school, the kung fu flicks that would come in on Saturday, and all of us young like street kids in New York would watch like Saturday Kung Fu Flick, which is where the Wu-Tang Clan gets their stuff from, right? Like we all would watch those movies and we would all like mimic those movies. And then with Bruce Lee was always like very serious and he would just like hit and you would see the punch, right? But he never got hurt. Jackie Chan was so incredibly different because he was incredibly comical. Even like if you watch movies like Drunken Master 2, like when he drinks, like he'll drink and then you'll see the like, I'm drunk. But then he'll do a move and like it'll be phenomenal, but he'll still have that like I'm drunk kind of thing. And it's like really hysterical and I just loved that growing up. And then the other thing was he would like hit somebody and like pose and go like this. Right? Like he hurt his hand, which is like how it is when you hit somebody, it hurts. So him showing that humanity in his martial arts and in his movement was really impactful to me. And I just always loved that type of physical comedy, and I've always loved that type of, physical honesty. So that's what I really wanted Jar Jar to kind of have. Like, at first it started with this kind of like loose loping thing, which is what George wanted. But I wanted to bring in some of that, like, almost like Drunken Master 2 kind of vibe to Jar Jar, which is like a lot of the stuff where he walks and he likes, like, there's a scene where the pit droid, when we first meet Anakin, the pit droid is like going all over the place and I'm trying to stop the pit droid and, Jake says, hit the nose. That's an entire Jackie Chan movie. That whole scene, like that's me doing the Jackie Chan thing. Even when like the pit droid flies past and I'm like looking where it was and then looking back at it, that's all like Jackie Chan influenced. And then the other thing was Buster Keaton. Like George was a very, very big Buster Keaton fan. And I loved Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin movies as a kid. Like my father's a filmmaker, he's a cinematographer. And so, I always joke I was the only kid in the South Bronx who had like a Kurosawa VHS and a Fellini on Fellini book on the coffee table, Like people would come to my house and like, man, can't you guys just watch like cartoons? And I'm just like, no, it's Satyricon. It's gonna be fantastic. But I always loved watching those old Buster Keaton movies. And if you watch a Buster Keaton movie, Buster Keaton is not joking, right? Like, it's almost as if the world is crazy and he's the only sane person in the world. Like, he does all of these, like, things, and he's looking at everybody going, like, what's wrong with you? Like, doesn't everybody have 9 hats in the same room as you walk by? He's completely serious when he does his thing, which makes us go like, well, maybe he is the sane one. You know what I'm saying? Like, and everybody else is crazy. So I loved that, that Buster Keaton influence. And that was like, George and I like really connected on the Buster Keaton vibe. So there's a lot of, you'll see this in the ILM documentary that they just did. There's a lot of me and George sitting around watching TV. And it's wonderful because, George is an astute film historian. Yes. Like we would talk about like the most obscure things in film. Like, Star Wars is more than Kurosawa. There's just so many layers deep that George puts in these things, from like fresco paintings. Like, if you look at The Phantom Menace, there are scenes in The Phantom Menace that look like a painting. And it's just absolutely gorgeous. And that's George, his taste in art is like phenomenal. And he knows so much history about painting and so much history about photography and so much history about film. So we would watch Buster Keaton movies, and he goes, see, you like that? Can you do that? Put that in there. Can you put that in there? Can you put that in there? And we just crafted, the Buster Keaton aspects of Jar Jar, and then we put that together between Jackie Chan and Buster Keaton, and that's where he came from. This photo right here was like right before you see Sebulba, right? And this is the one where I'm like, oh, and I like snag the thing. And I snag the frog and I eat it, and that's completely like that look, like that's Buster Keaton, like, oh, what is that? Is anybody looking? Let me grab that, you know. So, and I'm doing all of that physically.
Wow. Well, I love that you mentioned how you would.
Fascinating to hear that with you and George.
I love how you mentioned that you would watch these films with George Lucas. I feel like I got to watch that adjacently, really, with the Clone Wars. You know, Dave Filoni, Henry Gilroy, they worked so closely with George. But I always remember, because they worked up in San Francisco and then we recorded in LA. But George was really big on homework. Go watch this film. Go read this book. Go study this. And so Dave would come and tell us to do the same. He would say, you know, go away and watch this film, and then I want you to do that or be inspired by that. And it's all about honoring really what has come before you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he and I got really close during Phantom Menace because motion capture and this type of CGI character didn't exist. And he wanted to make sure that Jar Jar was believable, you know, which is one of the reasons why I did principal photography with everybody. And it wasn't like, you know, a tennis ball on a stick. He wanted actors, like he really valued me and respected me as an actor, you know, and, you know, even so much as to say to ILM, like, I want Ahmed's performance, right? Which is why we did motion capture. And I think this is why motion capture has gone on to create wonderful characters to this day. Because before Jar Jar, no one really thought about putting an actor in, right? They thought about just, oh, we can have a body double or we can have a stand-in. But just like Anthony was saying, like, there's a brain-body connection that happens that is very difficult to substitute when you're multiple people. It's one of those things, you know, I'm directing a lot of performance capture now. And it's one of those things that I'm trying to get people to understand. Like, somebody in a motion capture suit is not just a body. You know, it's not just a stand-in. You have to have someone who can embody a character, and that then inspires animators. It inspires all of the people who are following it. It inspires the entire performance, and it really makes it come to life. It makes a difference that Alan is the motion capture and the voice. It makes a difference. And we can all thank Anthony for being the blueprint for that. You know, if he didn't exist, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing.
Too much.
Well, this is time to give Anthony his flowers. I thank you for saying that because Anthony, I'm putting you on the spot right now, as I told you I would do earlier, because you have been such an incredible ambassador for Star Wars. And you've truly paved the way for all of us. And we're just so grateful to you for being a champion, not just for being C-3PO, not just for being an actor, but being a heart, being a fan, keeping this fandom alive for almost 50 years now. And you deserve, I want everyone to stand up. You deserve all of our admiration and respect.
Thank you. Really, really thank you. Over the last few years, it's occurred to me, you know very well that there was no budget to advertise the first film, A New Hope. And it was the people who came to see it, and then they got their friends and all that kind of thing. And as I said, you know, it went viral because of you, because of all of you. And some of you were there right at the beginning, I hope, and will go on way into the future. And it was because of you, the fans, that we made another film and another, and eventually 9, and now a gazillion more, because of you, the fans. And I think you sometimes, maybe it's easy for you to underestimate how important you are to the filmmaking process, and indeed to the cast, who on a film set is pretty much terrific, next. Nobody has time to say, you're really good, you're excellent, whatever. And I used to kind of feel a bit, I don't know, bereft sometimes, like, oh, was that okay? All right. And then I began to come to events like this, and people are absolutely overt. I really like what you do. That feels so good, especially when you've gone through all this stuff that we have gone through. You have enormous power and enormous effect and emotion for us, and that really helps. Sometimes the job of acting it's not digging roads, but it can be difficult sometimes. You have made it, in my case, worthwhile, and a genuine kind of emotional thank you. Thank you.
Anthony, thank you so much for sharing your heart. And Alan, Ahmed, you know, I don't know how we follow that, but
A box of
I
tissues,
know
please.
all
That's how
of
we
us,
go.
exactly, all of us up here, you know, Star Wars fans, you mean the world to us. So what? Thank you. We love you. How has Star Wars and how have Star Wars fans changed your life? It's a big question, I know.
That's a huge question. It's been a roller coaster, you know. There's the elephant in the room where there's a section of Star Wars fans that can be quite brutal, you know. And the reason why it affects us so much really has everything to do with what Anthony just said. I don't think you realize how much power you have when it comes to what we do, right? And what we have an extreme passion for. I know for Alan and myself, we grew up watching Anthony. And we grew up watching these movies. And at the time, there was no way to get there. There was no path to Star Wars. Right? I don't know why I was put in these movies. I really don't. I don't know why I was put on the journey that I was put on through these movies. But what it did make me realize was the thing that we all are this really wonderful community of people who actually care about these stories. And I had to put even the negative comments, I had to put that in a place. And I had to realize that those comments are coming from care. As odd as that might sound, right? Star Wars is very personal to every single one of us. We all want to see our Star Wars movie, what we have in our heads, right? And sometimes that doesn't happen on screen. And when that doesn't happen on screen, there's, you know, a comment. But the people who are putting these stories on screen care about you. We all care about you. Not just, you know, as people who want to keep doing this, But as people who were sitting right there, exactly where you are, looking up at that screen and going, I want to be there. I want to live there. I want to be a part of this. So we care what you think. And it does quite get cynical, you know, in the social media world about like, oh, they don't really care. This is Disney, and that was George, and this is this, and that was the prequels, and that was the sequels, and not as good as the OG. For us, we want to make these things, and we want you to enjoy these things, and we put our entire heart and soul into the work we do. We really care. You know, we really care about making this. We really care about watching this, right? And you know, for somebody like me, I came from a place where kids where I come from don't get to be in Star Wars. You know, I could not afford Star Wars toys. I couldn't afford the sheets. I couldn't afford the curtains, right? I came from extremely humble beginnings. But I love this thing so much. My mother, who would make my clothes, because we couldn't afford to get clothes, my mother would go to the fabric store and find Star Wars fabric and make sheets and curtains for us. Yeah? That's how much this is in all of us. We are fans just as much as we are people in these things. And I know it comes off as, you know, maybe cliche or, you know, this guy up here who lives in Hollywood is saying these things to you, but you all have the power to keep making these things. You do. We listen to you. We hear you. And just like what Anthony says, your voice, your applause, your love, you know, being an actor is not all it's cracked up to be. There's a lot of saltines and ginger ale for dinner, you know what I'm saying? But when we sit in rooms like this and we're able to interact with all of you, it makes this worth it.
Okay, I gotta say, sidekick who? Sidekick what? This is main character energy.
I think we proved our point.
We are sadly out of time, but this has been literally one of my most favorite highlights that I'm gonna take with me, not only from this Star Wars celebration, but in my life.
Can I tell a quick Anthony Daniels story?
Please.
Real quick.
Hey, who cares about that clock?
So, Attack of the Clones, on my day off, right? Anthony goes, come on, we're gonna be in the movie. Do you remember this? And I go, what are you talking about, right? And then he comes in with these two blue uniforms and he goes, put this on. And I was like, what's going on? Like, what are we doing? He's like, we're gonna be in the movie. And he's like, put this on. And I put this thing on and I put this like costume on and then he has one on at the exact same time, right? And he was like, we're gonna go. And so I started getting into it, right? So I sat in the makeup chair and I was like, I want this big scar over my eye. I don't want to be crazy. And so the bar scene in Attack of the Clones, both Anthony and I are in that bar scene.
No way!
I was Phaetoni, but even better, I got the last costume and it didn't actually fit. The arms were kind of short. And Michael from wardrobe said, that's no worry. And he got a bunch of gold braid and he put it there and I became an officer immediately.
That is awesome!
That's show business.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so cool.
And then George gave us close-ups. He was like, what are you guys doing? And then he was like, oh, I'm gonna give you guys a close-up. And he gave us each a close-up. So if you watch Clones, you'll see both me and Anthony at the bar talking to some very attractive painted people.
That is awesome. Well, see, sidekicks do have more fun. Once again, let's hear it for Ahmed Best, Alan Tudyk, and Anthony Daniels. Thank you. Enjoy Star Wars Celebration, and may the Force be with you.
I'm here with my new friend Hiroshi from the Japan Modeling Alliance, who is dressed exactly like Lauren Peterson from back in the day. And we're here to learn more about this amazing group. Tell us what it's all about.
私たち、ジャパンスター・ウォーズ・モデリング・アライアンスは映画に登場する宇宙船とかをもう極力リアルにそのまま再現するクラブです。で前回のセレブレーションジャパンに初めて出展し、オークランド、ロンドンで今回で4回目かなの出展になります。
So tell me what goes into making one of these amazing models.
ね、これもともとはハズブロのおもちゃなんですね。そのおもちゃを映画に出てくる機体に合わせるために、例えば Y ウィングなんかはもう形自体を変えていってますとか、 X ウィングもなんかもオリジナルのパーツを足したりをして、あとこの窓ガラスをくり抜いたりとかですね、多くのカスタマイゼーションを加えてます。こんなところで、制作期間は平均して6ヶ月ぐらいです。はい。でこの塗料も彼が ILM の塗料を研究しまして調合してもう ILM カラーを再現しております。
I love what you're doing here. How can I join the Modeling Alliance? Can I join the Modeling Alliance?
いや、どんどんウェルカムでございます。特に女性だったらウェルカムです。はい。
I feel like I've stepped back in time into the 1970s, into the original model shop. What inspires you to cosplay as all these amazing model makers and try to pay homage to that part of our history?
私たちは CG よりもこういう実際のモデルが好きでして、それの原点がエピソード4の ILM、1976年の ILM だということで、こちらの1976年の ILM の写真をもとにですね、この世界観をブースごとこの ILM のスタジオみたいに作ろうというので、みんな集まりました。でモデルは当然ですけど、70年代の雰囲気も合わせてコスチュームも全部本物のものに合わせています。で体型も合わせてます。
Thank you all so much for sharing your love of model making in Star Wars with us today, and stay tuned for even more from Star Wars Celebration. Walt Disney Imagineers put in the hard work to make Star Wars fans' dreams a reality. From Star Tours to the immersive experience of Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and beyond, here to talk all about it is Asa, Anisha, and Michael.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello, hello.
Hello. How has your Star Wars Celebration Japan been so far?
Oh my gosh, incredible. We've seen
overwhelming.
The most amazing cosplay.
Yes. I mean, look at this. Look at this crowd. You guys are crazy. Yes. Love it.
Oh my goodness, the cosplay is next level. It makes me feel like I'm walking through Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you get to build Star Wars in real life, IRL, as they say. How cool is that? That's all my question is. That's all I got on the card.
It's not that cool. It's really kind of a lot of meetings.
It's not that
No, it's
cool,
amazing.
sir?
It's totally amazing. I mean, we all are like fans. I mean, I've been a fan my whole life. So the idea of getting to kind of create these things and bring them to life for our fans is like a dream come true. Like as a child, I couldn't imagine this would be a job people could do, is actually build immersive environments and bring things to life that we see from our films and our favorite stories.
Yeah, it's like such an honor to be able to build the things that you guys get to play in, right? Like it's a place where you guys want to be, it's a place that you want to see, and it's a place that you get to go. And that's like our dream to be able to make that for you.
And the thing that I totally nerd out about is getting to work alongside the folks at Lucasfilm, Industrial Light and Magic.
Yeah, give it up for Lucasfilm.
Yeah, give it up for Lucasfilm. We know those guys.
I mean, it's been just like pinch me moment after pinch me moment, getting, to be in a room with Doug Chang as we talk about what the Millennium Falcon should look like. It's just incredible.
Some of us were in a room with Doug Chang yesterday. Yeah? Okay, there we go. Speaking of the Millennium Falcon, Smuggler's Run at Galaxy's Edge is about to get a Mandalorian and Grogu update.
Yeah.
I literally cannot wait to see what this is because I've learned no information. I was not at the panel earlier today. So what can you tell us about this new story update?
Yeah, I mean, we're really excited to bring this to the parks. And in the same way that Star Wars Galaxy's Edge isn't about retelling the films, but rather allowing you to live your own Star Wars adventure, we're doing something very similar with this update.
Yeah, absolutely. Hondo Ohnaka, who you guys might know from Clone Wars. We got some Hondo fans.
Familiar.
I
We
love
got some
that.
Hondo fans.
I love that. He's got a new mission from the New Republic to track down some bounties on some Imperials. And he's kind of annoyed that this like Mando guy is being sent with him as backup. But we're really excited because that means we get to go on a mission with Mando and Grogu to track down these Imperials across 4 different brand new locations.
Yeah.
Very cool, very cool. And I believe the great Jim Cummings is back.
Yes.
As Hondo Ohnaka.
Yes.
Can you tell us any more about those 4 new locations?
Yeah, so we're going to be going to Tatooine, one of the most classic Star Wars locations of all time. We're really excited to be able to build out what it feels like to fly through Beggar's Canyon and the Mushroom Mesa pod racing style, which is going to be very exciting.
Very cool. Do you have to shout, now this is pod racing, while you're doing it?
I would encourage it.
Fair.
At least
Fair.
wizard, right?
At least wizard.
At least.
You have to. You have to. And what's exciting about the other destinations you go to, right, is that it's actually going to be up to the engineers to decide which of the 3 other planets you end up on.
Yeah.
Oh.
So engineers, you get to choose between Bespin, Endor, and Coruscant.
Very cool. I've always wanted to go to Bespin personally. Now, are you just making a wish list for yourselves as you're building these sounds? You're like, I really want to go to Coruscant, so let's just build Coruscant into Smuggler's Run?
Maybe.
I think
No, that's
Austin's
it.
had like
You'll
a
never
childhood
tell.
dream to go to Endor, right?
Yeah.
That's your jam.
Yes. Oh, I love when Star Tours shows up on Endor. Or Kashyyyk, you know, wherever. All right. So the update doesn't stop with Smuggler's Run, however, correct? So we recently found out that there's going to be some real adorable new cuties giving little Grogu a run for his money, perhaps, with tiny little cuties in the Mandalorian and Grogu movie. How excited were you to see your sweet little baby BDX droids making their, they have not yet made their big screen debut, but they did recently take the stage to be debuted, in front of everyone and, have gotten quite a response.
Oh, I mean, they are like celebrities now, right?
They-
like
are they
don't
just the
call us
worst?
anymore. They've gone off. They don't talk to us anymore. They're hanging out with Sigourney and everybody. No, it's amazing to really see something that we created in house become this thing that was really, first of all, beloved by a ton of people. How could you not love these little fellas? But to be able to see them move into the films that we create things from, and now have them come back to the parks as well. So we're going to see more of these droids everywhere. They're right now in Tokyo, right here in Tokyo Disneyland, but they're going to be in Paris in a couple of weeks here, and then also in Hollywood Studios in Florida.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. And I heard earlier today they also made an appearance at the panel, correct?
Yeah.
They sure did.
Yeah. I think they stole the show a little bit.
I mean, they might be around still.
What? Here? What?
What? You want to see the droids?
Hear a request.
Do you all want to see them? Should we bring them out?
I guess we could.
Let's get a chant. Here they are.
Oh, look at them.
Wow.
I told you, celebrities. Look at this.
I don't know if they fit in the carry-on. So, welcome to Bebo and Glenn.
Welcome.
Hi, Glenn.
The green one is Glenn.
Turbo mode.
And the blue one is
They're
Bebo.
very excited to see you. They were chanting
Look at the fans.
Yeah, over here.
It never fails when I see the droid rolling or walking towards me. I go like into mode of just like, hello, baby. I love you. No, I love you more. Oh my goodness! So these two, I can see why they're getting so full of themselves. Look how adorable they are. Oh, they dance.
Yeah, do a little dance, gang.
Oh my goodness.
During the panel earlier today, we played a sizzle video, and they turned around to look at the screen, and I was obsessed with them. I missed the entire thing.
Right?
Because
they're
so
obsessed
adorable.
with you now. So tell me, what can they do? What do these two little fellows do?
Yeah, so these droids are incredibly expressive. So they have a wide range of emotions. So sometimes, depending on how they're feeling, they can be happy. They can also sometimes get really sad.
No, don't make them sad.
Snap
I
them
know,
out of it.
I know. And if you better watch out, because sometimes they can be known to get a little bit angry as well. You always got to be on your toes near a BDX droid.
Amazing. Oh, all right. Do you think we could have a little dance party with these?
Oh my
two
gosh,
sweet
that sounds
droids?
amazing. All right, guys, you ready?
Yeah, I don't want them to be sad anymore. I want them
Yes.
to be optimally happy.
Yeah.
Here it is. Can we get a little?
Can we get a dance?
Little shimmy?
There we go. It's like a samba almost.
Oh, that is one of the cutest things I have seen all weekend long, and Grogu was here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a lot of cute things.
A lot of competition for
A
cuteness.
lot of competition for cuteness, but I think I'm gonna say they're in the top 5 for me.
They
Kawaii.
seem happy to hear that from you.
Amazing. All right, and I know they're gonna be around. Anything else you want to tell folks about these two creations of yours?
Yeah, I mean, these are really the work of an incredible group of engineers at Walt Disney Imagineering who, over the course of a year, went from just the raw idea of how cool would it be to see a walking droid to the thing that you see in front of us. And so, again, the hats go off to the incredible teams at Disney Research and R&D as well.
Amazing. All right. Well, I don't think this crowd work has made them any less excited to be the celebrities that they are. I feel like if anything, it's going to their circuits. Yeah. All right. I don't want this moment to end. I know you all don't either. But thank you all so much for stopping by. Thank you to you two specifically. Yes. All right. Give another big round of applause for this one. And you know what? If you go home with one, is that okay? Like,
Yeah,
one
that'll be
goes
fine.
with me, one goes with you, we split them up. Perfect. All right. Day 3 of Star Wars Celebration is almost over, but still going strong. Stay tuned for more.
Good job.
Good job, guys.
This way.
This way.
Oh, yeah, you want to say hello to those folks in there?
Want to say hi? Come on, go say hi to this crowd.
If you just want him to stay, make some noise, everybody.
I'm here at the Lego booth with this tall drink of water, and K2's here too. Hey, what's up, Peter? Nice to meet you.
Thanks for having me.
So tell me about this K2 because this is intense.
Yeah, so this is actually our newest product that we announced. We revealed it exclusively at Star Wars Celebration. This is K2SO. Now this isn't the model actually. This is a big build that we brought here so that you could all take amazing photos and have a great time and see the truly amazing potential of the Lego brick. Over here is the actual product. So what you just saw is a supersized version of this set. This comes out August 1st. It is available for pre-order today. We're showcasing this, but we also have a ton of other things that we want to show you. We have our entire May wave here on display, and there's even a few products that you can buy early only at Star Wars Celebration.
Ooh.
Specifically, I'd recommend the Star Wars logo. It's super cool, it's so iconic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the most iconic things you've ever seen.
Honestly, that's such a great idea, and I can't believe, now that you say it, I'm surprised that there hasn't been one before.
I know, we've We've tapped the potential, and we're like, okay, everybody has these crazy collections at home. They have shelves full of Star Wars. What do they need? They need a logo.
That's right.
And it really just, it finishes the collection. It's the perfect thing to display with all your other Lego Star Wars products.
That's very cool. And you have such a huge experience going on here. Crowds are lining up. You've got a bunch of different stations. What are people able to do here at the booth?
We have so many activities for you to do. We have photo ops. You can hop on a speeder bike with this crazy moving background to feel like you're in Endor. We have a massive mosaic that you can build a little piece and add it to a huge collaborative mosaic. It'll be done in a couple days, so be sure you come and get your portion on the wall.
Amazing.
We have exclusive posters. You can build a starfighter. There's really endless things you can do here. It's a ton of fun.
Unbelievable. Peter, this is such a great booth. This is wonderful. If I buy like 100 of these, does it turn into one of those?
I mean, if you're really creative, I trust you. You've probably built a few Lego sets in your day. You can make it happen.
Right on, man. Well, thank you so much for showing us all this. You have an amazing booth. Get down here.
Yeah, enjoy everybody, and thanks so much. We'll see you around.
Our next guests are just a few of the many exciting storytellers that came together for Star Wars Visions Volume 1 and 2. And today they shared that fans can expect even more in the world of visions. Please welcome to the stage Takanobu Mizuno, Hitoshi Haga, and Naoyoshi Shiotani. よろしくお願いいたします。光栄です。よろしくお願いします。お願いします。お願いします。スター・ウォーズ・セレブレーションへようこそ。今回が初参加でしょうか。
初めてですね。
あ、そうですか。
最高ですね。
僕も初参加だけど、もう3日間ずっと来てます。最高です。
はい、僕もですね。
よかったです。
すごい素敵。はい。
嬉しいです。楽しめていただけてますか。
はい、楽しんでます。
楽しんでます。
では最初に水野さん。はい。The Duel の浪人はミステリアスでかっこよく、ファンの間でも注目を集めたキャラクターですが、次の The Duel Payback ではどんなキャラクターと浪人はデュオされるのですか。
ジェダイ。グランドマスターというジェダイと戦います。
他のいろんなキャラとも出会い、カイバークリスタルを集めるジョーニーもまだ続けるんですね。
はい、ずっと続けてますね。
楽しみですね。はい、もう本当に待ちかねきれないです。
はい。
羽賀さん。
はい。
村の花嫁は非常に評価の高い作品でした。
ありがとうございます。
次の作品 Lost Ones は村の花嫁の世界をどう広げたものになるんですか。
そうですね。その村の花嫁の後の話になります。
続きに
あそこでジェダイになるという I'm a Jedi って言った F のその後どう生きていくのかっていうのを人々と一緒の交流を通して描くということになっています。
そうなんですね。
はい、
そのストーリーをもっと広げる機会があるとしたら、はい、やりたいですか。
いや、もちろんですよ。もちろんですよ。みんなその機会はありますよね。I have a chance
ありがとうございます。塩谷さん。
はい。
アナウンスされた Child of Hope のストーリーは9人のジェダイのカーラのストーリーになるらしいんですが、カーラの幼い頃に遡るお話も描かれるのでしょうか。
そうですね。もう今日もう発表されているので話すんですけど、もうシリーズが続きが作られることがもう決まっているので、
はい、神山さんの。
そうです。はい。それをつなぐキーになるっていうお話を僕の方で作らせていただいていて、 でその子供の頃そのカーラがいかにしてこれからいろんな戦いを生き抜いていったりする、そういうものを生き抜くための成長するっていうお話になってます。なのでそういう時に父親のことを思い出したりとかすると思うんですけど、そういう時に回想シーンだったりちっちゃい頃のカーラが出てきたりもします。
楽しみですね、本当にカーラは全員みんなファンの大好きなキャラクターだったので、一番多かったコメントはカーラが、私が赤ちゃんの頃から知ってたんだよって言ったシーンがもうみんなすごく好きで、赤ちゃんのカーラが見たいというのをすごくみんな言ってましたので、
本作は本当にカーラが好きだとするととてもものすごく切なくてキュンときながらグッとくるお話になっていると思います。
楽しみですね。
はい、楽しみにしてください。
なんか泣けそうですねもしかして
ネタバレは言わないですけど、
言わないでください
泣くかもしれないですね。はい、
きっと
そういうお
泣きます。
話です。はい、楽しみにしてください。
はい、せっかくセレブレーションなのでファンの皆さんに一言お願いいたします。
Ronin is back
すごいね。あるのか。いやもう秋まで楽しみに毎日村の花嫁を見て待っていてください。よろしく。
そうですね。僕の中のスター・ウォーズをぶつけたので、それをカーラの作品の中で感じてもらえれば嬉しいです。よろしくお願いします。
今日は時間をいただきどうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you everybody for joining us today. Star Wars Visions fans, you'll want to stay tuned to everything coming up with Volume 3 and Star Wars Visions Presents. And you want to stay tuned for even more Star Wars Celebration Live.
Oh, we are at the Hasbro booth with Chris, and y'all always have the juice. You got so many good things. What is exclusive this year, Chris?
Exclusive this year is a Ronin figure from Visions. So let me pull one up here from the bottom. So this is the figure of Ronin himself. So a great black, white, grayscale with that pop of color for the blade. But this one's really cool because he's got a wired cape, so you can get all sorts of posing stuff going on there. Really get that.
Gosh.
Lots of amazing detail on that guy.
That really reminds me of a lot of classic figures, too, that used to have the bendable cape.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's fun to get it back in. So this is the first time for Black Series. We're not done with wired capes, but this is a great way to start.
Wired cape fans, this is your celebration.
That is right. Come and get it. It is exclusive here. He also comes with this amazing droid. So he's got the nice hat, and what droid's complete without a bamboo staff for fighting?
Now here's what I want to know. Little arm go back inside droid. Bamboo go where?
I don't know. If you figure it out, let me know.
All right, that's fair. So these are cool. So these are exclusive to the show.
Those are exclusive to the show. They come in this amazing case. So this folds out, and then they're in a blister in there, but it makes for a great display backdrop as well.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
Fun little presentation. There's a band, when you buy this thing new, there's a band that comes around the middle with a nice wrap around it. Really kind of that tea set sort of feel. Beautiful artwork. So
that's gorgeous. That's amazing. And of course, you don't just do exclusives here. You also are always wonderful with announcing new stuff here.
Yeah, we had a panel earlier today. We did a lot of great new reveals, some cool stuff, including a bantha for the vintage collection for the first time in a long time. So fur, like multi-layers of stuff going on, a mouth with horrifying teeth in it. It's beautiful.
Do you list horrifying teeth as like a point on the back of the box?
Not yet.
Okay.
But I'm pushing for it.
Yeah. I'm just putting it out there. I'm spitballing. But so we have a bantha, which I am hugely into. What else do we got?
Another big highlight is Turgle from Jedi Survivor, along with Cal Kestis, with a mullet haircut, optional head, and a big handlebar mustache.
That's the canonical Cal Kestis. I don't care what anybody tells you. Canonical Cal Kestis is business in the front and party in the back.
There you go. I didn't say it. You said it.
No,
so
and
it's
I'm
true.
an official representative of Lucasfilm. Until the end of today.
But yeah, so that's another highlight for me is bringing Turgle and Scuba Stev from the game to figures for the first time. Like it's crazy, beautiful in all the best ways.
That's so fun. That's great. So we've got the Ronin, we've got a bantha, we've got Scuba Stev, we've got Turgle, we've got Cal.
There's a Marin figure for both Black Series and Vintage Collection. So who's Cal without Marin? So there's that. Man, we've got so many other new figures.
You know that, right?
Well, I didn't, but now everybody knows.
That's also canon. Marin is my girlfriend.
What else do we have? She does come with magical powers, so.
How do you do that?
We ask the elves.
Okay.
And they sprinkle their dust in.
Wow.
It's a tight relationship we have as toy makers to elves. So.
Phenomenal. So we've got magic powers.
Magic powers, yes.
To be determined. And then what else?
What else do we have? We've got a bunch of other figures. So some great new figures for Han and Chewbacca. I mean, classics.
Heard of them.
Hitting... Have you?
Yeah.
Well, they're cool.
I'm pretty big into Star Wars.
Chewie's a nice, big, tall guy.
Yeah.
He stands out in the crowd. Han's not so tall, but he still stands out in the crowd. And now he's got all the articulation to do all the fun things you want to with Han. So those two for New Hope figures. We've got some other figures. We've got who else? Some vintage collection figures. Okay. So Moff Gideon in his armor.
Nice.
So really cool new addition to vintage collection there to build out kind of the world of some of the HasLabs that we've done previously.
Yeah.
So
this sounds amazing. Well, Chris, thank you so much. If you're here at Celebration, you have got to stop by and see all this stuff in person. It looks absolutely wonderful. And if you're not here in person, stay right here because Star Wars Celebration continues. If you've been following along with us the past couple of days, you have noticed the amazing droid friends on our stage. Well, let's talk with the people who make these droids who they are. This is our droid crew, and they are wonderful people. Give it up for them. Y'all have been with us for years now, building some amazing, amazing stuff for us. And you're up long nights. I'm watching you fixing motor. Things are sparking. If you've literally ever seen somebody fix a droid in a Star Wars movie, it looks like that on our set the night before we go live.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of just swearing and sparks and
Pulling
tools
wires.
everywhere. And
Yeah,
yes.
it's honestly, if you're a droid and you were watching it, it would be just a terrifying scene.
A little bit, yeah. I don't know why any of these droids would trust us after what we've had to put some of these guys through at late nights in the Star Wars backstage.
But you do it, and they all come out beautifully. I am going to talk right now directly to my son, Gil. Hello, Gil.
Hey.
You've been here with us since Celebration Anaheim, and every year you seem like you get additional upgrades. How's it been being here year after year?
It's been great. I enjoy seeing all the people and visiting all the different countries and being with you.
I enjoy being with you too, son. My beautiful son. Oh my goodness. And now we have a new droid this year. We welcomed Cookie to the family. And if you all have been seeing Cookie, Cookie is a droid that is made specifically for our buddy Oki, who has been here for 10 years with us. Woo! Yeah. Tell us a little bit about what went into making a cooking droid and what you wanted her to look and feel like.
Oh my gosh, Cookie was such an adventure for all of us because there was really no physical representation of Cookie. Cookie was a CG droid that we originally saw on screen. So we had to figure out how to get 6 arms to work together and not clang into each other. We had to figure out how to build a 6-foot-tall robot on a motion table so that we could actually get as much motion as we wanted. And we also had to figure out her character. We didn't know how she was going to act or what she was going to look like even. And the character kind of slowly started developing as we were working, and we kind of came up with this, well, what if she's this kind of angry line cook and she just messes with Oki as much as she possibly can.
Yeah.
She's not very good at cooking, kind of like Gil isn't very good at what he does. Sorry, buddy.
He's getting better. My son is getting better every year. I promise you, next time in 2 years, we're going to get 1 shot in focus, Gil. What do you say?
10-4.
And more, wow. Wow. Well, let's keep it realistic, son.
But really, all of us had a part to play. We work as a team, and everybody brings their specialty to the table. And so we've got engineers, we've got programmers, we've got artists, we have people that are running around backstage trying to keep it all together. We've got costume tech. We are like all collectively bringing Cookie to life and all of the droids to life. And if any one of us was missing, we couldn't do what we do.
Yeah, it's been amazing watching you all work together and every individual facet. I mean, you all have watched so much stuff behind the scenes about ILM and building puppets and building droids. And it's been really wonderful to see you guys applying those same techniques and that same teamwork and that same family atmosphere back here as you've been making these things for us. It's really lovely.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So let's get into the nuts and bolts. About how long from coming up with a concept for something like Cookie or Gil to actually building and putting together, how long does that take?
Ooh, I think Cookie was probably about a year, but if you're looking at it in number of hours,
yeah,
20 years. We spend a lot of time. I feel like there were times where we were working 40-hour weeks outside of our normal jobs.
Oh my goodness.
And a lot of it is just we try things and we fail because things don't always work the way we expect them to. Like we'll build something and we're like, yeah, this is perfect. It's going to be great. And then we realize it's not, and it's not going to work at all the way we need it to, so we got to start from scratch, or we're not getting the performance we need, or, hey, we can't actually talk to the motors, like something is going wrong, this design doesn't work. So it's a lot of trial and error, but truly, Cookie was probably about a year from start to finish, maybe a little more, give or take.
Yeah, and I feel like that is built into that sort of unexpected behavior or things going wrong is built into the process itself, right? Like if something is happening and there's more, maybe something gets a little limited or something doesn't move the way you want, it's like, okay, how do we make that part of the character?
Yes, absolutely. With Cookie, a big part of that was that Cookie has 6 arms, and if you've ever tried to get 6 arms to move and not slam into each other, it just doesn't work. And
I can't even do it with 2.
Yeah, I feel that, but. So her upper arms are kind of constantly up, and she gives her this kind of exasperated look, like, throw my hands into the air, like, I can't believe I'm even here. These people.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that absolutely became her character.
It's really fascinating. And what I love is when you're not doing this here, you are all also tinkering with these things on your own. You have personal projects. I mean, how many droids have you built?
Oh, gosh. I have mostly built, this would be my 5th BB-8, I believe.
Wow. Wow.
But other than that, I've got a few droids that I'm working on. Neil and I have been working on a Dio. I'm working on hopefully.
I love Dio.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next time. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna hold you to that, unfortunately. If somebody is looking, I mean, so many people come up to me when I am on the floor or at fan events or just talking to Star Wars fans, and they're like, how do I do this, man? I'm like, don't look at me. I don't know anything about it. But if people are looking to get into building droids, what's the best way to start?
I think dive in and find your local group if there is one. I know that it sounds like an impossible task, but there's a lot of groups, mostly on Facebook. Almost every city, every state, every country in the world has a droid builders group, and everybody is incredibly friendly. There's a droid builders group here in Hall 5 that you could go and talk to if you're local and you want to know more. But just find something and dive into it. These droids involve 3D printing, programming, soldering, design, and if you're good at one thing but you don't know the rest, we'll teach you. You can learn, or you can take your skills and contribute to a team like we do.
That's amazing. And so, yeah, absolutely. There's such every part of the Star Wars community is so collaborative and welcoming, and it's nice to know that even something that seems as technically daunting, you know, you look at something like BB-8, and the first time you see BB-8, you think, that's magic.
Absolutely.
There's no way that's anything but magic. I still think that every time I look at BB-8.
Me too.
And so to know that there's a group of people who will help you figure this out and makes it attainable to you, I think is so important. It's such a unique thing to the Star Wars community.
Yeah, and it really just ties the whole community together. I mean, Celebration this is a giant family, and I feel like every year I'm coming to see old friends and make new ones, so it just adds to that magic.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, can we please get another round of applause for these hardworking people who have built such amazing magic for us on our stage. You are all so wonderful. Thank you for bringing these things to life for us. We've got more Star Wars Celebration Japan. Keep watching for more droid content.
Hanging out with my fellow droids here over at the Droid Races in Hall 7. If you love droids and racing, come on down and take a look.
1, 2, 3, go!
What's up, everybody? I'm cruising the floor and hanging out at the Coswall booth with my good friend Diego. Diego, tell me a little bit about Coswall.
Hey, how are you? How are you, everybody? We are from Argentina. We have the oldest group in Argentina and South America about vintage collecting. And our goal is to show South America first and then to the world our precious culture in the plastic toys and were made in our country back in the 80s. So this is just a little sample of what we have. You know, we are far, far from home here, far, far away. So we just try to bring something, a little bit of flavor from Argentina.
Can you tell me a little bit about the differences in manufacturing?
Yes. Well, but in the 80s, the company was called Top Toys. They get the Kenner license to make the Star Wars figures in Argentina. They only released 7 figures, not the huge collection. You know, they were kind of late on the collection where there were no more movies, so they quit. And the 7 figures were very different with the Kenner counterparts because they were used the same mold, but they are smaller. They don't have the peg holes that the regular figures. They are, you know, cheap made. So even the art on the cards or the whatever, they try to use the first 12 figures made for Kenner. And well, it's interesting because they are very different.
Everybody walking the floor this weekend that loves vintage collections, please check out the Coswall booth in Hall 5.
Nothing pluses up an outfit like some jewelry. Here to show off some amazing pieces are our friends over at K Uno. Hello.
Hello, thank you for having us.
Oh, thank you for coming. Also, amazing cosplay, by the way. Cosplay Game at Star Wars Japan. Wonderful. All right. I see you brought us some lovely goodies today to show off. You want to tell me a little bit about what you brought?
Thank you. We are a Japanese jewelry company. We launched 20 jewelries. I bring two special collections here. One is a Darth Vader rings. It's made from platinum and 276 pieces of diamonds on his helmet.
Oh, wow.
It's so shiny and it's express his strength and powerfulness.
Yes, he is quite powerful in the Force.
And the next necklace, it has a ruby on the right. And it's also made from platinum and gold.
Wow, all right. What is it about Darth Vader that inspires you to make pieces like this?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, what is it about Darth Vader that inspires you?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
This from his image.
Yeah,
We care about detail so much.
Yes, no, it's quite striking. Amazing. All right, well, these are two beautiful pieces. I love all of the detail, especially.
Thank you so much.
Really see, if you get in there on his helmet, on the ring, you can just see every detail of his breathing apparatus, of, you know, it looks so gorgeous. Look at the power of that zoom. All right, and I heard you might have one other piece for us.
Yes. One other from Mandalorian. It's on my neck. Here.
Oh, wow. All right. Yeah, let's
see
come
it?
in for a close-up here. Very on theme for you to dress as Sabine Wren in her Mandalorian
Thank you so
armor.
much for Mandalore.
And then, yes, for Mandalore.
For Mandalore.
All right, and what can you tell us about your Mythosaur skull?
It's a Mythosaur necklace, and it has a backside. This is a way message in Mandalorian.
That is awesome. I love the
you.
attention to detail in these pieces. That is just simply gorgeous.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to share with our friends here and at home?
We bring just 3 of them, but we have a 20 new design jewelry there.
Wow.
It's only available in Japan.
Oh,
so
okay.
Please step by our booth, 27 to 25 in Hall 5.
Beautiful. All right. Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming by and sharing these beautiful creations with us. And stay tuned for even more Star Wars Celebration Live.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I am at the Jedi Order Japan booth, which is a community of Star Wars fans that get together and share their love for Star Wars via their craft. And with me is Yuki-san to tell us a little bit more. Yuki-san, こんにちは。
こんにちは。
今日はよろしくお願いいたし
よろしくお願いし
ます。ジェダイオーダーのことをちょっとお話ししてください。
はい、ジェダイオーダーはこのスター・ウォーズが大好きなファンたちで作っているコミュニティです。関西を中心に、東京もですね、あと全国にもメンバーがいて、みんな好きなスター・ウォーズをいろんな表現の仕方で楽しんで、友達と一緒にワイワイガヤガヤやってる、こういう団体になっています。今日のブースもなんですけれども、このスター・ウォーズセレブレーションでは自分たちで作ったグッズとか作品を持ってきて、それを皆さんに見てもらって、世界中のファンの友達になりたい、いろんな方と交流がしたい、そうやって来ています。
とても素敵ですね。で、これは皆様が作られたと聞いたんですが、
じゃあちょっと制作者に
お願いします。はい。ではお願いします。
私の作品は市販のフィギュアをカスタマイズしたもので、毛をつけたりだとか顔を変えたりだとかしてるんですけれども、それ以外にスター・ウォーズの世界観をジオラマに再現したものがありまして、こういった大きいものだとか小さい瓶の中に入っているものだとかを再現しております。僕が作ったのは、レゴ作品になります。製品よりも高い再現度を作ることを目標にやっておりまして、で今回は再現度では世界一の自信がある作品を厳選して持ってきました。で中でも特にこだわったのはこのシャトルタイディアムです。中がこのようになっております。 あとタラップも降りるようになってます。以上となります。
はい、じゃあ私が、今回作ったのはクローントルーパーのバリエーションです。で、メディコムトイのフィギュアの、をいろいろカラーをペイントしたり、いろんなフィギュアのおまけをこうやってつけたりして、クローントルーパーのバリエーションをどんどん増やしていっています。クローントルーパー好きな人はこういったことでね、今まで売っていないものがどんどん再現できるということで、こういった楽しみをしています。
私の作品は教えというものです。着物を切って厚紙を切った上に綿を入れて日本のファブリック、日本の布をくるんで作ります。で、立体的に見えるように足からつけてだんだんと段差をつけています。で、同じ着物の柄を見てこのキャラクターに合ってるかなっていうのを作るのが楽しみです。
So if you guys are here this weekend, there are so many reasons to visit the Jedi Order booth. Yuki-san, please tell us a little bit more about what's going on the next 2 days.
明日は BB-8 が来ます。自分たちで作った BB-8 がちょっとここ日本なので、日本の雰囲気のあるお祭り感覚で一緒に写真が撮れる、そういう空間を明日は作るので、ぜひカメラを持ってきてください。で、あさって日曜日もいいですか？
もちろんです。
日曜日はまたガラリと変わって、これまで歴代のスターウォーズセレブレーションに参加してきたメンバーが今まで展示してきた作品や今回の新作、それを持ってきて、今までの作品と新しい作品と思ってもっともっと友達を増やしたい、そういう風に来ますので、切り絵とかベジタブルカービング、あとルービックキューブとかいろんなものがありますので、それもぜひ見に来ていただきたいですね。
どうもありがとうございます。
セレブレーションが終わった後も私たちいろんな活動をしていまして、今日はこのいろんなものを作っている人たちなんですけれども、それだけじゃなくて、例えば、5月に、兵庫県神戸市でパレードに出ます。神戸祭りのパレード出たりとか、あとは大阪コミコン、東京コミコンでもこういうブースを出したり、みんなで集まったりしていますので、ぜひそこでもお友達になれたら嬉しいです。はい、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
If it wasn't for this amazing Navarro set, we would be reporting live from Star Wars Celebration Japan on the cold, hard ground. Let's take a look at some of the details that make up this wonderful space. I just want to introduce you to this wretched hive of scum and villainy. Our prop crew, please give them a big round of applause. These folks, they're living out in wild space. They can't even set foot. They can't set foot in the galaxy.
We do our best to stay low and slow, but no, I cannot say thank you.
Oh, please, thank you. You guys have done so much for us over the years. And this set is absolutely gorgeous. Hanging out here in Navarro, and it's got so many new details. What were some of the things that you added to the set this year that you absolutely love?
The house. Actually, the house is the Mandalorian house, so it's given now like more the vibration of a village.
Yeah.
And we have the cook.
Of course.
So we cannot forget that one.
Of course.
We repainted everything, so it's more bright than
That's
before.
Right.
We have a little porch. Where Babu Freak is hiding.
Yeah?
Yes, he is.
There's a little guy, that's a little tiny, that's a little Anzellan porch.
He's
hey,
behind
bud.
there. So we added some nice details.
Amazing. Yeah, I am always amazed at the sheer density of detail that you are able to put into such a small space. I mean, it is a huge stage, and this is a huge undertaking, but you're able to cram every little bit.
Yes, we do.
With these tiny things to give it that lived-in look that we all love from Star Wars.
It's all in the details.
It really is.
All in the detail.
It really is. And I've got to ask you, I mean, if you had to put a number of hours, because I know you start working on this stage in Belgium back home.
Correct.
And then you ship it to whatever location we're doing.
Correct.
How much do you do at home, and then how much do you do here once we get here? Because it looked like a lot once you get here.
It does, but actually we do the most at home.
Yeah.
And we actually have a small warehouse, but we build it up in one piece only here because we don't have the room to build it up.
Yeah.
So we made it very modular. So actually you can how could I say, build it up piece by piece and look at how it fits together.
That's amazing. What do you have to number everything? How do you keep track of what all this stuff is?
Yeah, it's numbered.
It's numbered,
It has
so
colors.
each individual piece is numbered.
It is.
Wow.
You have to.
And you've mentioned your warehouse a number of times. They have brought out not just the set for us, but in the past they have brought out vehicles, ships,
correct,
all kinds of things that you keep in your warehouse. Whenever I picture your warehouse, I picture the end of like the end of Raiders.
Yeah.
I picture the end of an Indiana Jones movie. Like, what does your warehouse look like?
You get lost in it.
Yeah?
That's for sure.
How much stuff is like built in and like ready to go in your warehouse at any time? Do you save everything?
Yeah. Almost everything.
Yeah.
If we need something new, something has to get out, but we keep it all.
So you just like hang out in the warehouse full of like X-Wings and like TIE fighters and stuff.
Race bike, you got it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you were here a few years ago and you saw Ray's bike on the floor, they made Ray's bike.
We're waiting.
Yeah. It's really amazing. I mean, and then when you come here, you've been working with us for years now.
Correct.
Putting together 12 years.
12 conventions.
12 conventions.
Already, yeah.
Wow. That's amazing. What does it feel like for you on the first day when people come running in, mostly to get exclusive figures? But then, after they get their exclusive figures and they see the stage and they go, oh, and they run over. How does that feel?
I don't think I have enough words to say it, because if you see their face, we build it for them, actually. We're a fan, they are fans. And if you see the expression on their face, that says enough.
Yeah. We forget about all the hard work we do.
Yes, we do.
When we see people enjoying it, it just feels as
Yeah, you see pictures
yeah.
passing by on the internet, that's our recognition, actually. So
that's amazing.
We love it.
And you know, we had the droid builders up here. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much.
Please, they deserve it. They do so much. They do so much. And I also have to say, you know, we had the droid builders up here, and we were talking about that sense of community, and like, if you want to get started, just get in touch with us. I had a buddy who brought his friend, his kid by,
That's correct.
who had just started building models, and these guys were so wonderful. They immediately like took him in and was like, here's how we
Come
build
on.
this, here's how we build this.
Have a look.
Yeah,
Show you
it
how
was
to do
really,
it.
really sweet. If people are looking to get into this, you know, I think especially these days when more and more things are digital and the digital stuff is wonderful, if people want to get into sort of the old school kind of physical way of making things, how do they get involved with model building and set making?
How would I express that?
Yeah. Just do it.
Yes. If
Do
you see
or
something,
do not. There
you
is
want
no
to.
try.
Yeah, that is. There's no. Yeah, that's correct. We're good try to say it.
Yeah.
There's no try, no error.
Just take wood, nails, hammer, whatever, and start replicating it.
Just start doing it.
Just start doing
You have
it.
to start somewhere, so.
That's right. Amazing. Well, guys, everybody here at Star Wars Celebration Live loves this set. We always love the work that you do from us. Everything from the blast doors to the forge and everything in between. Thank you all so much for the time and love that you put into it, creating it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're
Please.
pleased. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Give it up for our prop team, y'all. They do it all. They do it all.
everybody. I'm coming to you from the show floor at the Jazzwares booth with Tim. How are you doing?
I'm doing phenomenal. This is my first time in Japan. It's my second Star Wars celebration. I could not be having more fun.
Oh my goodness, welcome to Japan and a Star Wars Celebration veteran. I love it. Your booth is fantastic. It has so many incredible features that are so different than every other booth. Can you tell us a little bit about the dioramas?
Yes, the dioramas. So the name of the game with Star Wars Micro Galaxy Squadron is play and display. With the dioramas, you get to see Micro Galaxy Squadron in display glory. You can see here we have the Imperial Shuttle, we have the Bongo sub going down to the planet core, we have the Battle of Hoth. We just have a great display of all of these iconic moments from the series.
I love all of them. They are made so well with so much care taken to every single section. My other favorite part about your Jazzwares booth is definitely the play area. You can actually touch the figures.
Yes, exactly. The other great part about Micro Galaxy Squadron is that while it's perfect for display and hardcore collectors, we want you to pass on what you have learned to all of the younger fans and also the kids at heart that are still there. So you can take it out of the box, you can play with it, you can fly it through your own adventures. It's got great stuff like opening cockpits, retractable landing gear, rotating wings. Some of them even have motion and button-activated lights and sounds. So all of the, especially all the kids here, are having a blast just getting in and playing.
Absolutely. If you are here with us this weekend, you absolutely have to check out the Jazzwares booth and tinker around in the play area. It is so phenomenal. Our next guest was enjoying a peaceful life on a remote planet until a certain Imperial director decided to pop in for a visit. Yeah, he might be mostly to blame for the creation of the Death Star, but to Stardust, he is Papa! Give a warm welcome to Mads Mikkelsen! They absolutely love you.
They did
Hi.
right there. Let's see in 5 minutes.
They might love you more. Welcome back to Star Wars Celebration. How has the show been for you?
Yeah, I see you. You okay? You're fine. Right. Yeah. Okay. So this this is what the fans look like from up here. Oh. Crazy.
Have you been enjoying Celebration so far?
Yeah, it's been super busy. It's been lovely. There's a lot of love in the room, but I haven't gotten the chance to see anything but the fans. But I mean, this is what we're here for. We want to see the fans. Yeah.
What's it like being amongst the fans again that share the same love for your character and for you?
Well, it's kind of, I mean, it's always for us, it's a little surprising because we go in, we get up 5 in the morning, we start doing a scene and we will end that scene maybe in 10 days. Then we move on to the next scene and then it becomes a film. And then we leave the project somehow. But then things like this is very unique with Star Wars. It goes on living its own life. Decades after decades, and the fan group, you know, new people coming, following on, like 5-year-old kids have watched it now. So it's got a life of its own, and which is always weird for an actor.
I totally understand that. However, I think for your character, Galen Erso, is especially interesting because you are now, I think, more beloved than ever because your character is exactly what Andor is portraying. Your sabotage is what Andor was trying to inspire throughout all season 1, and now we're going to get season 2. And as the years compound, I feel like Galen Erso's love just keeps on growing. And I think that's what all the fans here are here to show you. What is that like? Like, this movie, Rogue One, was 9 years ago.
Well, it's nice that people like him. It's a little, and again, a little weird for me because I have, and you can kill me, I have not watched Andor yet. So, okay, see you guys. But I promise I will. Yeah, but he's an important character, of course. This is the biggest weapon the world has ever seen, and he's the inventor of it, and he's also the destroyer of it. So, of course, with his choices, all the stories in this universe could have gone differently. So yes, very, very important piece.
He is absolutely the key. And Galen Erso's ability to be this complex person, trying to be within the Empire, trying to play that role, and pretending as though it's going their way, but actually planting this exact sabotage was, I think, just so... It must have been so hard to portray in acting, because nobody saw it coming in Rogue One. And everybody was so, like, stupendously surprised. Nobody wanted Galen Erso to be the bad guy because we wanted to root for the main character. But it turns out that you are the hero.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing about the bad guys and the heroes is that they're not always aware what they are, right? So if you grew up in the Empire, you don't see yourself, you don't wake up in the morning going, I'm the bad guy, right? Sure. This part of the world is doing the right thing. Sure. This is what you know. But I think that down the line, after a few years, he realized how powerful that weapon was. And it's not only about falling in the wrong hands of the Empire, but it could also have been the rebels. There will be some in the rebels who would get their hands on that weapon one day and not use it for something that we would love to see, right? So for him, it's just a big moral, complex dilemma, and he makes that choice. Yeah.
So fascinating. It has been quite a long time since Rogue One, but do you have any special memories from being on set during that time?
I think all the scenes with Jen were lovely. Obviously with Felicita, I didn't have a lot of scenes with her. I get to see her after 20-some years, and then I die. But I had a lot of scenes with this younger version of Jen. A little 4-year-old and one that was 7 years old, and we had a lot of fun together. It was very, very... They were very, very sweet girls, all 3 of them.
That's so fantastic. So this is just a question. It doesn't allude to anything at all. But if they were to approach you and ask you to play Galen Erso again, to expand on his story, would you be interested?
No, yeah, of course, yeah. I don't know a lot of actors who would say, no, I don't want to do a Star Wars thing. Like, yeah, of course, yeah. So are there anyone here that from Disney? We'll see. I mean, I guess they have my phone number somewhere. Yeah.
They'll certainly approach you. What are you most looking forward to in your time here in Japan?
Well, I'm going to get a few days off now. Yeah. And often when we come, it's a long distance. We do this and then we go home and we go, oh my God, I didn't get to see anything, but I am going to rent a bike. I'm just going to bike around in the city and hopefully do it in the right side of the road.
Be on the left side.
Yeah.
You're going to have such a good time. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. Everybody loves you so much. Thank you. We love you.
Thank you for having me. Enjoy it. Thank you, guys.
More Star Wars Celebration Live coming right up now. Day 3 is coming to a close, but not before a little more Star Wars fun.
outside the 501st with Brian and Kento, and you guys got quite a crowd lining up out here.
Yes, it's extremely busy today, and yesterday as well.
It's always lovely to see the 501st out here, and you have such a beautiful space built out. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, what we really wanted to do is create a unique experience for all our guests. So we created a little town called Bachimaku, and all the clubs that are here representing different areas of our town. So here we've got the 501st security checkpoint and Koban, which is a kind of a police box here in Japan.
Yeah.
So we're bringing everybody over here and making sure they've got their legit credentials, to be part of our town experience.
Yeah.
And we're hoping to have a lot of fun.
I love it. I love it. Before you go through the fan hall, you got to go through and get your papers taken care of. That's right. Kento, what does it mean for y'all to have celebration here this year and have the 501st Japan be able to come over and say hello?
Yeah, 70 years ago, I was in the celebration Japan first time. Now, this is my first time experience in Japan celebration, and it is a way unbelievable moments. Yeah, I involved this everything from the beginning, and finally people show up and I enjoyed it. I'm so happy.
Well, we're so happy to be here, and we're so happy to be sharing this with you. It's a beautiful space. If people want to get involved with the 501st Japan, how do they do it?
I think
501st.com. Yes, go www.501st.com, and all the information's there. If you want to know more about the Japanese garrison, we've got our website as well, so you can visit there.
Perfect. Dude, Brian, Kento, such a lovely space. Enjoy your celebration, and thank you for talking with us.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been 17 years. My first celebration was here in 2008. I was not a member, and so it's an extreme pleasure and an honor to be here, actually presenting as an exhibitor and for our Star Wars fans and guests. So
amazing. Thank you so much, Kento.
Yeah, see you everyone in the booth, and see you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Come to Bachimaku.
Goodness, I want you all to say hello one more time to my very good friend Oki. Oki is amazing. He has been with us for 10 years. He and I did our first celebration together in Anaheim, yeah?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Like you and me.
Yeah, that's right. We needed a guest to help us out on the stage, and we found out that there was this amazing vegetable carver who was here, and he was a big fan of Star Wars, and we said, get him up here. Let's see what he can do. I want to know how good. Oh, he's an amazing vegetable carver, huh? Okay, I'll be the judge of that. I don't know anything about carving vegetables, but I thought I would judge it. And
all I remember was that your English is very fast.
Yeah. It's true. And my Japanese is terrible, so here we are. And yet our friendship persists. But for the next 10 years, Oki has either attended or sent his friends along to say hello, give us greetings, send us gifts, omiyage, from your friends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know.
And he has always been a part of this team, and we are so lucky to have him on stage with us again for the 10th anniversary of the first time he joined us. Thank you for being here, Oki.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we were just hoping that you could show us a little bit of your art live. You've been doing it in the background here.
Yes.
But we thought we'd show off a little bit of what you do. You want to carve something up for us?
Right now?
Right now.
Yes, right now. Okay, all right. I don't know what to say. I was thinking about having restaurant for like surprise.
Yeah.
Is that I should do now or?
Do it now.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, I have one thing.
What has he
for
got down
my
there?
friends.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's Cookie. He made Cookie.
You know, if I make those things, how complicated I understand. Every single of characters or vehicles. Yes, it's very difficult.
Yeah. No, I would imagine Cookie being new and having so many moving parts was not an easy thing to figure out in the moment.
I wanted to show my gratitude to who built this.
Yeah.
Like they are doing like midnight until 5 o'clock or something.
Yeah, they're here. They work late nights.
From Wednesday.
Yeah.
Every night. I was so surprised.
Yeah.
So,
we sprung Cookie on you. You didn't know Cookie was going to happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, after 10 years, he deserves some help,
He
right?
deserves a little help.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, he's been doing it on his own. We got you, Cookie. Now, Cookie is not much help, admittedly.
No. I didn't know what to do first day.
Yeah.
Now it's okay. Right, Cookie? Yes.
So
okay.
Yeah, there you go. So let's do something. What can you carve up real quick? What's your if you like are sitting home or sitting here and you're getting warmed up, what do you carve? What's like the first thing you carve?
Okay.
Yeah.
あれですね。最初にやるならどれがいいかっていう感じですね。はいはい。That is obviously the mouse droid he did.
Yeah.
I had a private session yesterday.
Very exciting.
Right here, and we totally worked on these droids together.
Amazing.
My
knife?
They gave me a scalpel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be really sharp. We talked about the type of vegetables you need to use.
Very
all of the
skinny.
tower, or all of the tires there and the antenna. Total blast.
Yeah, you did pretty
You look
well.
like you had fun.
You did pretty well.
まあちょっとこれが結局今日最後までできなかったんですけど、ミレニアム・ファルコン途中まで作って終わってるんですけど、まあどうやろな。First of all, I carve very thick and going to very thin because once if you cut too much, we cannot 戻せないので。
Glue it back together.
Cannot reverse, so reverse the time. So I do from the like very far.
Yeah.
Yes, and going to deep and deeper like this.
Okay.
Like this.
Ah, なるほど。
And so this one is our generations using, I don't know, our ancestors using like maybe more than maybe 1,000, not that 1,000 is too much, but from long time ago, Japanese using these knives.
Yeah.
It is for only carving the vegetable.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I can tell that's basically like a handmade blade, and you've just got your handle wrapped around it that you did. Yeah.
Looks
That's pretty
very
intense.
sharp.
Yes. Yeah, no, seriously. So, like, you know, before I usually come to the Star Wars celebration, I always be careful with my fingers, actually.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, that tracks.
Once if I cut somewhere and very difficult to, you know, do this in 4 days or 5 days in like Chicago. So
Yeah, sure.
We want you to be careful. You are irreplaceable.
That's right.
You
And
are.
we can't lose any more hands in Star Wars, you know?
No, we can't.
Yes.
Frankly, I'm surprised you still have all your fingers.
So like engines, not engine じゃないな、この部分は何ですかね、ブースター。日本語でいい。すみません。はいまあこの後ろのファルコンのね、ブースターの部分とかは。
The booster areas in the back of the Millennium Falcon are quite difficult. You have to start from the biggest and imagine carving down and in. So instead of building something up, you have to build it down, which is quite difficult.
難しそう。
難しいよ。
Now you tell me.
今更。
まあちょっとこれね、まだまだ多分きっちりやるとやっぱり1時間ぐらいまで。
大丈夫です。急がないでください。ただ
はい。
He said that
まあまあこんな感じでこうやって持ってこうするか細かいところになると持ち替えてこうやってこう入れていくんですけど。
達人ですね. He is a true professional. He's trying to explain to us exactly how you're supposed to hold the carving knife in order to make the exact divots that you're supposed to even accentuate the shadows that are going into it.
Whoa. You're thinking of shadows.
Buddy, I can't chop an onion.
No.
Are you kidding me? I'm tearing up every time I make a freaking dinner.
I can't chop anything.
Yes. Right. So actually, like doing same thing again, you know, like like right now, like I told Mats Mikkelsen about I tried to carve him yesterday night, but first one very far to look, so I gave up and tried to carve next one. But it didn't work, so I apologized to him to show him.
No, I don't think you need to apologize.
I think that looks good.
Very
It
good.
looks just like him.
That looks great.
I didn't know that Mads had left.
Right? Doesn't it look great, everybody?
You just thought he
Come
got
on.
smaller.
ほんまになんかめちゃめちゃ男前すぎてね。
本当にすごい。
もうなんか昨日の晩ちょっと宴会やって。
Oki was so taken aback by how handsome and amazing Mads was in person.
Yes.
And he was stunned. And all last night he was carving him, right? So he was looking at pictures of him and imagining what was he going to look like
Just
in person?
like this.
What's he going to look like? And then when he actually met him, he was like awestruck.
He's a good-looking dude. Mads Mikkelsen's a good-looking dude.
さっきだからもうまともにね出すか出さないか迷うぐらいのレベルでもうでももう作ってせっかくなんでお出ししようと思って出してあんまり似てなくてすいませんみたいな感じで言ったんですけど。
Oki was just saying that because he wasn't confident in his work, because he was looking at pictures of him and imagining, and then in person he was so much more incredible that he wasn't sure about giving it to Mads.
Oh.
もうめちゃめちゃ優しかったです。っていうかね皆さん優しすぎてね。本当に。
I don't know if everyone can see this, but he's so skilled with his hands, everyone. I mean, he is going lightning speed. We threw this segment at him, and he is just flying.
Yeah, this was not on the schedule.
Yeah.
That's truly incredible.
これでもあれですね。クロージングに間に合うね。あとこのコーナー何分ぐらいあるんですか。
大丈夫です。
マジで大丈夫なんですか。ほんまに。
You're really special.
You're doing great, dude. You're the best.
And you are
You're the best.
I can't get over all of the points of, not quite articulation, but just the detail, like in this Mandalorian armor. You just see every...
He's a true, absolute professional. Yeah. I think the love that goes into his craft is a thank you to everybody else, because he was just telling me that everybody that approaches him is so kind, and everybody is such a superstar, and yet they treat him so kindly and look at his work and is so excited to look at his vegetable art.
No, this guy is the best. He deserves all of it. If you're ever in Osaka, you go to Oki's restaurant, okay? You go tell him you're a Star Wars fan.
Isn't that where the after party is?
That's where we're all going to Oki's restaurant.
That's where we're all going.
That's right. Tonight.
All of you are invited too.
Yeah.
絶対に行きたい。
行こう行こ
これちょっと聞いてないですけど、マジで。
Just so everybody knows, in 5 minutes here, we're going to be doing the closing ceremonies and closing celebrations. It's been an absolutely wonderful weekend with y'all.
Yep.
I hope you all had a wonderful time as well.
It always gets really emotional at like this moment.
Yeah.
This is the part where we all cry. Yeah, in about 5 minutes.
You wanted someone to cry, it's going to be all of us.
That's right. Man.
And some of you have been here all weekend long, all 3 days.
Yeah.
And we see you.
We do
recognize
see you.
your faces.
You've made bracelets for us, given us stickers and patches and pins. I tell you, we bring it all back there and we share it amongst the team. And it's so well appreciated.
僕、スター・ウォーズ好きになったのは小学校5、6年ぐらいの時にね。
When he first fell in love with Star Wars, he was about 5 or 6 years old.
一番最初にスター・ウォーズ、僕はね映画館では見てなくて、テレビでエピソード4を見たんですよ。
The first time he ever saw Star Wars was on TV, and it was A New Hope, Episode 4.
声優さんやった時の一番最初の一番古いやつ。当時はねリモコンじゃなくてうちのテレビはこのスイッチを押さなあかん。
Back in the day, we
昔の
didn't.
ブラウン管ですわ。ほんで。本当にちっちゃいテレビでなんかねあの時はいきなり始まらなかったんですよ。もうなんか最初に R2D2 とC3PO がコメディみたいな感じしてていつ始まんねやろうと思いながら長いこと見てていきなり始まったらこう本当のブラウン管のちっちゃいテレビでゴゴゴゴってくるじゃないですか。すげえと思ってもう。
Reina, go.
So.
ああすいません。
大丈夫ですよ。So back in his day, televisions didn't have remote controls, and you had to physically go to the TV to change the channels, and it would take a second for the TV to warm up and actually come into bloom. And by the time it was on, it was already happening where C-3PO and R2-D2 were talking to each other, and to him it was kind of like a manzai comedy moment, and he couldn't quite tell if that was the beginning or not, and he was like, when's it going to start? What is this exactly? And then he kept true and continued watching, and then suddenly he started seeing the depth of the story, and he was immediately immersed.
Yeah. Yeah.
でね、やっぱりちょっと一個だけいいですか。
もちろんです。
僕がねこの昨日もね僕パネルでちょっと喋らせてもらったんですけど、やっぱりね僕がこれをやりだしたのはねなんかねちょっと待って最初はちょっとノーカット。最初はねもともと野菜彫刻っていうのはしてたんですけど、あれですか。野菜彫刻はしてたんですけど、エピソード3の映画の時に今の僕のさっき映ってたんですけどジェダイオーダーっていうとこジェダイオーダージャパンっていうファンクラブファンサークルに入って、一緒に立ち上げた人は別にいてて僕も入らせてもらったんですけど、でそこでねなんか知り合った友達が普通また行きますわでなるじゃないですか。その晩にそのまま10人ぐらい来てくれはったんですねお店に。でもうこれは何かしないとと思ってやばいと思ってこう冷蔵庫開けたらこの人参が1本あったんですよ。ほんでパッと取ってわーっと気がついたら R2D2 になってたんです。ほんでこれをみんなに持っていったらもうドーンってなってもうみんなをめちゃめちゃ喜んでくれてもうその続きを20年やってる感じなんですよね。本当にもうだから僕友達様々なんですよねもうね。はい。
So this is a truly fantastic story of how he decided to start carving Star Wars characters into his vegetables. He's always been a vegetable carver, but one day, after watching episode 3, I believe is what he said, he joined a fan group called Jedi Order Japan, who does just a lot of like fun little trinkets and things like that, collecting, and I actually got to see them as well, and they really are fantastic. And after he met them, all 10 of them came to his restaurant after their meeting, and he was so inspired and excited about it that he got to share his love for Star Wars with everybody that he was like, I have to do something. Looked in his refrigerator, found a carrot, carved it into R2-D2, and the rest is history. He's been doing it ever since.
Dude, and it's been 10 years here with us, and we are overjoyed and so lucky to have you. Oki the vegetable carver, everybody. Give it up for Oki.
Yeah, Oki.
What a way to close out this Star Wars celebration. We've got the closing ceremony for you in just a moment.
That's right. How was your celebration? Well, welcome to our closing ceremonies. I'm DJ Elliott.
I'm Atomic Blonde.
And we've been your show before the show here at the main stage all weekend long. Did y'all make some new friends? I tell you, it has been an absolute amazing weekend here in Japan. Do you all agree? Well, we've seen a lot, we've done a lot, and our folks at Lucasfilm have put something special together to share with all of you. Let's check it out right now.
I came with you to be part of something.
お待ちしていた。いざ席に着かれよ。
What a swell party this is.
日本の文化であったりとかルーツとかをすごくスター・ウォーズという作品に落とし込んでくれているのかなというような。
And because of that, I think it's really special that it's come back here.
Star Wars Celebration Japan へようこそ。Ohio, Japan.
This event has grown spectacularly.
We have an absolutely incredible lineup of panels and events, and maybe even some big surprises. Please welcome Sean Levy.
One of those rumors I heard that my movie was going to star Ryan Gosling.
This script is just so good. I do want to share something.
John Favreau!
Thank you so much for having us here. We're so honored. Can we have some friends come out and say hello?
Sigourney Weaver! Pedro Pascal!
Grogu stole my heart, and you know, I just saw him in the green room.
Wow!
I look great. You do look good.
So good.
You do look good.
The spirits here just feel so uplifted, and everyone feels part of the same community, and that's what makes it so special.
Every day there's been something new, exciting, panels, new people to meet, new activities.
The one and only Hayden Christensen.
This is the Clone Wars.
The biggest thing I'm excited for today is the animation panel.
None of these shows happen without Athena. Super important.
What can we share about Tales of the Underworld today?
We're gonna watch a whole episode right now. So
Let's say there was a new series. What would you say to that?
I wouldn't talk about it. I would just show it.
Play it again. The Empire cannot win.
One player out.
Diego Luna and Alan Tudyk!
The second season of Andor, a Star Wars story!
Andor! All you people who traveled here, oh my God, bless you, bless you, bless you.
You know, there's 125 countries represented today in this room. This love, this energy, it's so special. There's nothing like this. We are gonna share something, the first episode.
もう大勢のファンに囲まれて見るっていうところをセレブレーションでだけしか体験できないものだったかなと思いました。
That was my first VR anything. Your reflexes are seriously tested.
We were able to see the Zero Company panel, which was really awesome.
そうですね、僕はもうこれから始まる物販を買うことを一番の目標で。
Just seeing all the toys and books and games and merchandise out there, there's just so much cool stuff to buy.
I'm gonna meet Ahsoka for a photo op, so I'm so excited.
Please welcome Ahsoka herself, Rosario Dawson!
I
I'm just so excited to be with this cast again. You know, I've known Hayden since we were teenagers.
Plus, no one swings lightsaber like you, man. Holy. Woo! I was worried for Rosario because you came strong.
You were like, oh, so you're coming in heavy, huh?
I am very excited for what this season brings.
And Anakin will be back for season 2.
Like, boom, 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 boom. Fandom, all the costumes.
It's the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith, and that was when we thought it was going to be over. We thought we were going to get no more Star Wars, and look at here we are 20 years later.
Star Wars Visions, it's going to be so good.
Japanese animation inspired Visions and keeps all of us inspired as well.
It's really awesome to see all the cosplays combining with Japanese culture.
To see that being brought back full circle is incredible.
Star Wars Celebration, Psycho!
Star Wars works best when it's a total community.
I've made so many friends at Star Wars Celebration.
I'm halfway across the world, and I still feel like I'm with my family.
We feel united as one.
And we're all here because we feel so good about being a part of this galaxy far, far away.
May the Force be with you.
Such a concentration of joy in one place.
Seeing so many people that love the same thing as I do is just amazing.
この空間にいるだけで楽しいです。
ずっと続いたらいいのに。
You're the best fans in the world!
That's right. There's been excitement spread throughout the entire convention space, but we weren't the only stage. Let's check in with Katie Queen and Level Up Leroy over at the Galaxy stage.
Thank you, Celebration Stage. We are here at the Galaxy stage, and we have had some of the best moments. We have to give a shout out to the Twin Sun stage, who had an amazing standing room only cosplay showcase judged by Ashley Eckstein, Vanessa Marshall, and Taro Inayoshi. The official winner was Shogun Vader. Twin Suns also got a visit from Disney Experience team, who brought along BDX droids and announced that you will soon be able to get all the way to Coruscant on the Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run. And they even got a fascinating Doug Chang masterclass about being in film design today.
And of course, right here on the Galaxy stage, we had the legend that is Doug Chan taking a deep dive, looking at all of his inspiration from the 80s films to bring us the incredible Skeleton Crew.
And everyone got chills watching the first episode of Tales of the Underworld, coming to you May the 4th, 2025. With my favorite, Asajj Ventress, but I think everyone's heart skipped a beat when Sam Witwer said, "Play it again." And we got to watch a preview of the new series coming in 2026, Maul, Shadow Lord, twice.
Such a cool moment, right? And then we had Vanessa Marshall on this stage interviewing Sam Witwer, Manny Jacinto, and Mads Mikkelsen right here. We then celebrated 20 years of Lucasfilm animation, and then an amazing 50-year look back at Industrial Light and Magic. What an amazing weekend looking at some Star Wars history.
But we gotta give a shout out to the fans. They have come through this stage dancing, playing games, and bonding over all things Star Wars, and I think it's safe to say we're all leaving here family. Now we are going to send it over to the Star Wars Celebration Live stage.
That's us.
Hey! Thank you so much.
It has been an absolutely wonderful weekend over here on the live stage, hasn't it?
It has been unforgettable. Unreal. Unreal.
Oh, it went by way too fast, way too fast.
Well, it really did, but we're never going to forget the amazing things that happened. We welcome new faces into the Star Wars galaxy with our interview with Sean Levy and Ryan Gosling.
We chatted with the stars and creators of Andor, Ahsoka, The Mandalorian, and Grogu, and much, much more.
That's right, and the dynamic shopping duo of Cookie and Oki gifted them all with amazing vegetable art that was created on this stage in real time.
Oki!
Oh, we have had an amazing time, right, everybody? I have to tell everyone that this is the event of all events because this is where a true family comes together. That's right. We've had Star Wars fans from over 125 countries this year, with over 70% being first-timers to this event. So give yourselves a big round of applause.
Welcome, everybody, to Star Wars Celebration.
I'm talking to
Sarah.
Sarah, where are you from?
I'm from Osaka.
From Osaka! We love that. What are you taking away from Star Wars Celebration?
Oh my gosh, this is my first time, and everyone's been so lovely and just amazing and friendly, so I'll be back.
She'll be back. Oh my gosh. And we've had incredible cosplay right up here. Look at this. What's your name?
My name is Yuina.
Yurina, where are you from?
I'm from Japan.
We love Japan, don't we? Well, you look amazing. And it runs the gamut from grown-ups to the younglings right here. What's your name, buddy?
William.
William, where are you from?
Hong Kong.
We love it. Hong Kong's represented as well. You know, in an event with an attendance with varying traditions and beliefs and languages, I have to tell you from my point of view, this event really strikes down barriers and translates into this. In a world that can feel incredibly dark at times and we feel so disconnected from each other, Star Wars family and Star Wars Celebration is proof positive that as a society, we can live in a world of joy, a world of happiness, and hopefully a world of unity and tremendous respect for each and every one. We love you so much, and we'll see you next time.
Well said, Cam. We seriously had the best time. Most of it was because of all of you. You in the room, you watching at home, it's all for the fans. And we couldn't do any of this without you and your support. So thank you so much. Arigato.
Yeah, this was great. This was great. You know what? How about we do this again soon? You know, maybe we got a big anniversary coming up for Star Wars. I feel like we should get together and figure out where and when the next Star Wars Celebration will be, don't you think?
I'd like that, Anthony.
All right.
Yeah.
Back to you. Let's get some news.
Thanks, Anthony. Yes, we are so excited to talk about what's happening next, but we had some really exciting times here on the celebration stage all weekend long. We got an exciting look at Andor Season 2 with over 100 prisoners running around the celebration stage. Yes, that was absolutely incredible and a big workout for you.
Yeah, we didn't expect as many, so.
No, over 100. That was incredible. We also got an excellent look back at Ahsoka Season 1. And dropping surprises about Season 2, we even got a trailer from Dave Filoni for a season they haven't even started filming yet. That's absolutely insane. Yes. And of course, we can't forget about all the surprise appearances we had on the stage. We had Pedro Pascal come out, Sigourney Weaver, and a brand, right? Give it up for Sigourney Weaver, yes. And Grogu, obviously, and a brand new movie announcement with the star Ryan Gosling. We had quite an incredible weekend here at the celebration stage, and it is thanks to all of you.
That's right. We've talked about it in this room the entire time. It really is the friends that you make here at Celebration. And I know we've had the chance to talk to all of you. We issued you that challenge on day one to make a new friend. Who made a new friend this weekend? But just like we can't do it without the fans, there's a very incredible group of people that we couldn't do this without as well. So do me a favor, please put your